Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live right off the bat as we have a tornado warning in a very populated area. This has just been issued in the last 2 minutes. Tornado warning here for Minneapolis. This is a very populated area. This storm's heading up towards Coon Rapids and Brooklyn Park right now, just to the west of Lino Lakes. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a very dangerous situation because it is a very populated area, and if a tornado does drop, it could easily be damaging as it moves towards Coon Rapids. It's going to be basically going up into Camden over the next few minutes and then approaching Route 10 near Blaine and Mounds View. So once again, this is going to be for Anoka, Ramsey, and as well as Hennepin counties here in Minnesota, where we do have an area of radar indicated rotation. We did have a report just a few moments ago that there is a rotating wall cloud on this storm that is moving through Minneapolis. So there is at least a wall cloud that is currently rotating, and it could drop a tornado at any moment as it moves into Blaine and as well as the north side of Minneapolis. Our main area of rotation will be right over the town of Minneapolis. The surface-based velocities are very weak, but there has been stronger mid-level rotation that we've been observing on radar, which could lead to a tornado here on the north side of Minneapolis. So again, make sure that you are getting to your safe place, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. We also have two other tornado warnings right now, one of which is going to be back up near Baxter and Brainerd, back over here in central Minnesota. We actually had a couplet on this a few minutes ago, but that supercell's been weakening over the last few scans. The rotation is much weaker now over the north side of Baxter, but we are going to continue to keep a close eye on that storm. And then this storm over here, we've actually had a bunch of storms. This is kind of the outer band of our low pressure system that's now moving through Elbow Lake and Fergus Falls. And this has actually been a producer of multiple landspouts and tornadoes over the last couple hours. We had a bunch back over to the west of Wilmar, and I'm going to show you guys a photo of one of them here in just a second. But we are concerned that there could be a couple more tornadoes with this band of storms as it moves in the direction of Pelican Rapids, Fergus Falls, Maine, and as well as the Wahpeton area here in western Minnesota. So if you're in this tornado warning, definitely make sure that you are taking that seriously. Let's go back over to Minneapolis. I'm going to see if we have a lot of live cams in Minneapolis. I'm going to see if we have a view of this rotating wall cloud right now, but again, there's at least a rotating wall cloud that's been reported over the last few minutes over the north side of Minneapolis. We do have storm chaser Jacob McMillan on the bottom right of your screen, who's one of the only chasers actually in Minnesota today. Most of the chasers that we know of are predominantly back over in Illinois and as well as Wisconsin, as we are expecting a significant threat of severe weather in those areas. Riley, try to look for some cameras in Minnesota. There are a few cameras that I'm at least seeing right now. This is one live shot, just kind of in the down just north of Minneapolis here. Again, pretty typical traffic and stuff, no winds as of right now. The main area of rotation again would be over the north side of Minneapolis, coming up on Columbia Heights and New Brighton over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. As of 2:14 p.m., which was 18 minutes ago, there was a rotating wall cloud report that was back over on the south side of Minneapolis. So this might still be trying to produce a tornado. This is also a photo from about 10 to 15 minutes ago. This was one of the cameras back over near Newmarket. This was just to the south of Minneapolis, and you can actually see that rotating wall cloud about 20 to 25 minutes ago. So we probably have a similar look right now over the Minneapolis area. Once we have a camera, we'll obviously go to that, but that is potentially what we're seeing right now, something like that. Also, this was from earlier back over in western Minnesota. This is from Jacob McMillan, who is currently chasing, and he's currently going in the direction of the Minneapolis area. This is kind of what we were seeing back over in western Minnesota within the last hour or two, where tornadoes just like this, kind of these little noodles kind of coming out of the sky, nothing like a wedge or a stovepipe or anything like that, but definitely a tornado here that we saw back over in western Minnesota not too long ago. And we are likely going to see plenty more of those here over the next hour or two. All right, let me go back to here. Also, they just updated this tornado warning for the Minneapolis area. It is still currently radar indicated rotation. So as of right now, there is nothing confirmed. No reports either on our tornado warning from the National Weather Service. So at least for the time being, this is still radar indicated rotation, currently tracking into the north side of Minneapolis, heading up towards Coon Rapids, just west of Lino Lakes. Right now on radar, I'm not seeing really anything in terms of rotation. It's a lot of wind in my opinion, but there could still be a wall cloud, mid-level rotation rotation again has been a bit stronger on this storm, but I'm not currently seeing anything very tight near the surface. Got a small little couplet maybe over Holland and northeast as of about 7 minutes ago. So that area of rotation would now be over Columbia Heights, and that's coming up on New Brighton. All right, looks like we have a camera. Let me go ahead and go over that. Put that slot 2. So there is a camera. Bottom left of your screen is right around where our rotation is. Doesn't have like a skyline view, but there is a view at least here in the north side of Minneapolis of at least something. Jacob McMillan, bottom right of your screen, also currently positioning, going in that direction. This is what he is looking at right now. He's currently along the line of storms. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, we got this entire little segment that is currently moving to the north and northwest. And he is currently kind of on that edge of these storms. These could also produce tornadoes as it heads up towards I-94. We've already seen a few. Jacob's actually, down south. Before we went live, Jacob had about 3, I think, different tornadoes back over near Benson and Hancock. So that's pretty crazy. All right, here's your update on your tornado warning. So it no longer includes Minneapolis, but it does include Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park, Coon Rapids, and Blaine. So again, if you know any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they're aware of this situation. Give them a call, give them a text, make sure that they're in their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We also have a large severe thunderstorm warning that is in place just to the east of Minneapolis. Something that's pretty crazy that we are seeing right now on radar is that almost every one of these storms that is in this little area, like this entire segment here, all have hook echoes on them. Almost every single one of them has a hook echo. The one problem with these storms right now is that they're just so close together, which basically there's a lot of rain, cool air. So that's going to kind of affect these storms just a little bit as they move into western Wisconsin. But if any of these storms can organize, we could easily see a strong tornado threat come out of them. So we'll have to keep an eye on that just to the west there of Eau Claire. But yeah, pretty impressive little line of storms here. Also, this is one of the latest updates here from the Storm Prediction Center within the last few minutes. A new mesoscale discussion just back over in the Minneapolis area. This includes the Minneapolis Metro just west of Eau Claire, where we are currently expecting the potential for at least a couple of tornadoes in this region over the next hour or two, in addition to very large hail and damaging winds. So if you are in this general vicinity, make sure that you are staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive alerts. All right, we do have a skyline view, it looks like now. Also, click the light, by the way, whenever you send stuff. All right, this is a view right now in Minneapolis. Let's go live to Minneapolis here. So this is a skyline view right now for Minneapolis, where we do have a tornado warning. Again, I'm not seeing really much right now. It looks like we might have a lowering there, though, on the right side of your screen. This is the best shot, though, from my understanding of this right now. So that's what we're looking at. You're in Minneapolis. This is in the downtown area. Again, once again, there is a tornado warning on the north side of Minneapolis right now. Let's go over to here. We'll keep that bottom middle of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we do already have 3 confirmed tornado reports. All 3 of these, I believe, were land spouts, but they were all in and around the Benson, Minnesota area. But those are now officially on the Storm Prediction Center's website. So we're already up to 3 tornadoes on the day.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So we already have 3 tornadoes, all of which, again, we're back over just to the south of Morris. That's where all of our reports have been so far, and we could easily see more tornadoes out of this segment of storms that's crossing right now over I-94 here in western Minnesota, and I would honestly fully expect that there could be a tornado outbreak today. I mean, it's very well in play. We're not even far from having a tornado outbreak, at least a small-scale tornado outbreak in Minnesota with the tornadoes that we've already seen. So we should be seeing more over the next few hours, especially with the environment that we do have here. Especially around Minneapolis. Again, we had a lot of storms out here. None of them are quite organized, but we have a lot of storms that at least have small hooks on them, and all these at least have some sort of mesocyclone, at least some sort of mid-level rotation, especially to the south of St. Charles. We're starting to see a few little storms firing up now. So any of these that are able to organize and scale could easily produce the potential for tornadoes over the next few hours across parts of Wisconsin and as well as across parts of Minnesota. This is once again the tornado warning across the north side of Minneapolis. I'm not seeing much on radar that would indicate that we have a tornado imminent. To me, it looks much more like a wind threat moving across the Mounds View area, Blaine, and Coon Rapids. But if you are in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We're going to put another camera bottom left of your screen that's going to be kind of right on the path of this. There's a lot of cameras that are in this area. Also, this is back over to... Is this the right button? This is back over to Jacob McMillan. You can see on the left side of your screen the low clouds. He's caught up to the storms that are in central Minnesota as of right now, near Belgrade. And so on the left side of your screen, we're going to keep an eye on this area of storms. We definitely could see another tornado come out of that segment. Right now, there's just a large special weather statement. But we are keeping an eye on that. Bottom middle of your screen is a live shot from the downtown area of Minneapolis as well. By the way, this is our risk of severe weather for today. In case you've not already heard, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, anywhere from about the Twin Cities back into most of Wisconsin, southwest Michigan, northern Indiana, northwest Ohio, and northeastern Illinois. Again, we are expecting the threat of a severe weather outbreak, more than likely at least a severe weather outbreak, if not even potentially a tornado outbreak. A large 2% tornado risk is in place today. It covers a very large area, so if you know any friends or family in the path of severe weather today, make sure get the stream out there, share this with them. We'll be providing commercial-free coverage throughout the entire afternoon and evening here on this channel. We are expecting at least a few tornadoes. I do think our hot spots for tornadoes today are really in Minnesota, where we've already seen a few tornadoes, but I also think as we get closer to around 3, 4, 5 o'clock, we are going to start to see even more tornadoes back over in central Wisconsin, maybe even back down towards Milwaukee, and then another conditional corridor for a few tornadoes will exist back over near Chicago, Indiana, and as well as eastern Illinois. We could see a few tornadoes in Michigan, basically anywhere, but I do think the two areas that I just circled would probably have the best chance of seeing discrete supercells or even prefrontal supercells that could lead to the potential for strong tornadoes. By the way, in case you've not already heard, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow. This was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center approximately 2 hours ago. In case you're not following us on socials, that is a new moderate risk of severe weather that has been issued for tomorrow. All right, so we are expecting another long day tomorrow. This honestly reminds me of May 26th of literally last year. We could easily have strong tornadoes and very high winds, and as well as very large hail. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be worse than today in terms of severe weather. This is a live shot currently in Minnesota of our tornado-warned cell. Just had a view, and now it's looking at the cars for some reason. I don't know who's controlling the camera, but they literally just had a view of the storm, and now they're back on the cars. All right, we'll go back to that in a second. We'll keep it bottom left. The bottom middle camera actually has a view, at least, of the storm now looking more to the northeast. So this is a view, again, of our Minneapolis tornado warning. The other camera just had a view, and they just made it look at the ground. All right, it's back. It's looking at the sky again. This is a view of our Minneapolis tornado warning, and look at that. This looks pretty elevated to me, but this is what it looks like here in Minneapolis. This is a live shot of our tornado warned cell, and now it's looking at the ground again. I don't know if it just automatically pans to the ground, but that's a live shot there of our tornadic supercell just north of Minneapolis. It's moving into Blaine. I don't see a whole lot of rotation. It did look pretty elevated by that brief shot that we had of this storm. Also, looks like Jacob McMillan is coming up on something right now. Little nub coming out of the sky there.
Right now.
This is back over near Belgrade, Minnesota. Looks kind of scuddy, but we've seen he's already gotten a couple land spouts today before we went live.
It's definitely a rotating wall cloud with a little nub funnel underneath.
All right, so he's saying it's a rotating wall cloud. This is back over in Belgrade. There's something coming out of the sky here. This is also just south of Melrose.
North, guys. Got a funnel cloud right now. We got to get north here.
We've already seen a few, or I've already seen, you guys may have not, but there's at least been a few land spouts, possibly tornadoes as well, back over in western Minnesota a couple hours ago out of this segment, and it looks like we got a little funnel cloud coming out of the sky right now.
Okay, we can get north at Regal. We have a funnel cloud right now.
So again, live Jacob McMillan. That is definitely a funnel cloud, not scud. Definitely a funnel cloud just south of Freeport. There's no tornado warning on this storm, by the way. At least the storm that Jacob is on. Looks a little bit smaller now. It's right behind the tree line there. It's a little nub coming out of the sky. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing I wanted to cover real quick is earlier, about 30 minutes ago, we did have some data issues with actually SPC outlooks and warning alerts on a bunch of different applications. It looks like the National Weather Service has fixed those data issues. However, I want to point out that we may not be able to rely on things like tornado sirens and wireless alerts today. So if you guys are in the risk, in the tornado watch, and any sort of area that you may see a tornado today, make sure you have multiple different ways to get warnings, just because there are issues getting the data from the National Weather Service out to everyone's phones today. So it's important that you have multiple ways to receive any alerts that may be issued.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we actually, before we went live, there were issues with warnings even popping up on some mobile apps, and that had to do with the data issues. So just a heads up, just keep that in mind today. Definitely, you want to make sure that you have a bunch of ways to receive warnings. I always reiterate that, because there can be some things that happen like this that do cause issues. This back over to Jacob. He's had a rotating wall cloud in addition to a funnel cloud. This back over near Belgrade, Minnesota, I believe, if that location tracker is correct. But generally speaking, he is just off to the, yeah, he's in Belgrade. So he's coming up on Painesville right now. Again, he's had a funnel cloud on this storm just to the west of Framing. So we need to continue to keep a close eye on this. And what in the world is this? What happened? What did, okay, it's gone now. Did anybody just see that? What was that? That was the weirdest warning I think I've ever seen. All right, well, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Minnesota. That was the sketchiest thing I've ever seen on a radar. West of Buffalo City near Wabasha. That's gonna be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I am kind of spooked out. That was quite the warning. I thought I just lost my mind for a second. By the way, we do have rotation just east of Minneapolis near Cottage Grove. That could actually get tornado warning in the next few minutes. Let's go back over to Jacob McMillan. This is a live shot on our storm near Belgrade in Minnesota. Just south of Melrose. Again, there has been a funnel cloud on this. It could produce at some point here soon.
Back in your little spot here so you can see better.
Also, tornado warning for the north side of Minneapolis has ended, but they have issued a large severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like there's a funnel right there on the right side of your screen. I think that is a funnel cloud right on the right side. That might be a tornado dropping. This is an unwarned storm north of Painesville near Lake Henry and Farming. That actually might be on the ground. I cannot tell yet. There's clearly a funnel though coming down.
There's our funnel cloud right now.
Possible
any ground circulation on it.
No ground circulation yet. There's definitely a tornado trying to drop right now, though. Again, north of Belgrade near El Rosa, New Munich, or Munich here, near Melrose and Freeport, Minnesota.
Confirmed tornado.
It's on the ground. All right, we have a confirmed unwarned tornado right now.
Looks like it's trying to rope out already.
There's, again, a confirmed tornado here. This is an unwarned tornado. Back over to the west of Cold Spring. That is just behind the trees. There is ground circulation. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at right now. It's basically for anybody in the Sauk Center, Melrose or Freeport, anywhere in this general area. You should be in your safe place right now. We do have a tornado that is in progress. And this is Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. He is saying that there is ground contact, or has been ground contact. It's right there in the middle of your screen. It's a small little tornado.
Funnel cloud near Spring Hill.
All right, it's back to being a funnel cloud, from what he's saying.
Why are we parking in the middle of the road?
It touched down for a moment. About halfway to the ground right now. This is currently moving north towards
Little
I-94.
narrow rope funnel there. I can't confirm ground circulation. Somebody else says that it's on the ground though.
So somebody else is saying it's on the ground.
On the funnel.
It's at the minimum a funnel. Still a little needle coming out of the sky.
It's still there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a tornado warning for a different storm, Wadena County, Minnesota. That is kind of central Minnesota, bottom right of your screen. I'm not seeing the noodle clearly anymore. It's still kind of there. It's very small.
Oh, there we go. It's starting to try and reach more towards the ground as it narrows.
Yeah, it's trying again. You can see it right there in the middle of your screen. Some very small little kind of needle coming out of the sky right now. It's once again near Belgrade, Minnesota.
Oh, look at that. It's stretching out now.
Wow. All right, real quickly, I do want to show you guys the radar. We do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be back over to the west of Pine River, Minnesota. This is a fairly poor radar coverage area, so we don't have a great radar view of this, but the main area of rotation would be to the west of Poplar, coming up on Nimrod, and as well as Huntersville. So get to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. That is moving towards Park Rapids as of right now. We still have a tornado warning in western Minnesota. This is near Fergus Falls. We've had already a few tornadoes with this activity. That is tracking up towards Pelican Rapids and the main areas. And then just to the west of St. Joseph, we have a special weather statement here, but this is the storm that Jacob is on right now. And we've had rotation embedded in this area just to the south and west of Albany. So that'll be crossing over I-94 here very shortly, moving to the north towards the Sauk Center and as well as Melrose in Minnesota. Also in and around Minneapolis, we got a bunch of storms that are ongoing right now, mainly damaging winds and hail. We are keeping an eye though on the tornado threat. We've been seeing at least some broad rotation between Woodbury, Minnesota and Oak Grove. That is all currently tracking towards I-94.
All right, I don't see that funnel anymore.
All right, so Jacob is saying he no longer sees the funnel. So it looks like that tornado has now lifted. And the funnel is also lifted. It was a very brief tornado. Back over near Melrose. Thank you, Brittany, for the super chat. Congratulations on graduating. I hope you're enjoying being done. It's such a good feeling. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in from the middle of Missouri. We are expecting a busy day today and obviously a busy day tomorrow. Again, this is our risk that is outlined for today. It's mostly going to be across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. The severe weather threat will really ramp up this afternoon. Right around 4 to 5 o'clock is when I think things are really going to start popping off. And then eventually we should see that threat continue all the way through the evening hours tonight. And then once again, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in place tomorrow across the mid-Mississippi River Valley and the Ohio Valley, where a severe weather outbreak and potentially even a tornado outbreak are likely. So we are expecting a very busy next 48 hours. This is what the STP values look like for today, which is our significant...
This is an urgent alert.
Alrighty,
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we are back to now we now have a confirmed tornado warning for Todd in Stearns County in Minnesota. I believe this is the one near Melrose. So this is the storm I'm pretty sure we were just talking about. Yeah, it is. So for Melrose, bottom right of your screen, Melrose, Freeport, west of Albany. This is a confirmed tornado. This could be delayed. I'm not sure. Let me check the warning details here. Weather spotters confirmed a damaging tornado, or a tornado in general, about 2 miles northeast of Spring Hill at 2:47 p.m. So this is about 6 minutes old. This is what the storm looks like right now, though. The tornado that we had before was more off to his left and more to the west.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But this is what the storm looks like right now, more on the east side near Farming. We also have another tornado warning now in Wisconsin. So we are now up to 4 tornado warnings. Our brand new tornado warning is for Oak Grove and Trimble. So this is our area of rotation right now. Winds going away from the radar and going towards the radar. They're not super strong, but they are definitely coming together a little bit, and we could have a tornado drop at any time. This setting into Trimbell and eventually going towards Highway 65 over the next few minutes, just to the south of River Falls. This is a very impressive looking supercell, by the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. All right, we're already up to 5 tornado warnings. We have yet again another tornado warning, and what is going on with this severe thunderstorm warning, dude? We have another tornado warning north of Rochester near Lake City and West Albany. So another area of rotation is located right over West Albany. It's a fairly rain-wrapped area of rotation that is coming up on Pepin and Wabasha here, right along the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place. We're already up to 5 tornado warnings now, and the most significant ones so far are the ones that are west of St. Cloud, and then the one just east of Minneapolis that is now in western Wisconsin for Pierce County, Wisconsin. That one, in my opinion, has a pretty good chance of trying to produce here soon. Again, this one is a confirmed tornado as of about 7 minutes ago. We did have a view of that tornado with Jacob McMillan. This isn't the same tornado, but I do want to show you guys, this was a tornado that we had earlier back over in western Minnesota from Jacob McMillan, who's storm chasing. This was back at about 1:13 p.m. This is pretty much what we've seen so far in both central and western Minnesota are tornadoes like this. Now you might think, is this like what we're going to be seeing all day today? I don't think so. I think if we have tornadoes in Illinois or Wisconsin, they will definitely be a lot larger than this, and they will likely also be stronger than this. So just something to keep in mind. But that is a tornado that we did have earlier, which was, again, very impressive looking. And I would have to assume that we are going to see more tornadoes just like that here over the next few hours, just off to the west of Minneapolis, kind of closer to our low pressure system. Lots of vorticity in this area. It looks like we are starting to see a little bit more organization on this storm.
Some of those other circulations.
It's a live shot here from Jacob. It's not really rotating a whole lot, at least where he's at right now. He's just on the south side of our observed tornado warning, but nonetheless, definitely a little scuddy right now. Still looks a little high base, but we could easily see another tornado out of this. We're back to live radar. Back over near Oak Grove right now. We still have an area of rotation that is near Trimbell coming up on River Falls. This is a very discrete supercell. Could easily produce a tornado going up into Trimbell over the next few minutes. You are in this tornado warning, definitely get to your safe place. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Jacob has a really good shot of this other storm in central Minnesota still. Huge shout out to Leah with the $50 super chat. W's in the chat for Leah. Just want to thank my family, or just warn my family in Park Rapids, Minnesota. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Glad I can help. Also, a really huge shout out to Patrick with the $200 super chat. Hello, I'm from Ohio. My friend Stephanie always watched your live coverage and daily videos. You always kept her safe and company through the severe weather. Unfortunately, she passed away on Tuesday at 3 p.m. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry for your loss. And prayers for you and your family. Life is short. I really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you for your kind words as well.
Might just be outflow caused because there was a pretty strong downdraft that just punched through.
Thank you, Nostro, also for the super chat. I appreciate that. And thank you also, John, for another very generous $100 super chat. Congratulations, now officially being certified as meteorologist max velocity. I appreciate that. Thank you, John, very much for the generosity as well.
Rising motion, though, pretty consistently in that one spot.
This is back over in central Minnesota. Again, on our confirmed tornado warning near Freeport and Albany, and also Melrose.
What other little eddies do on this boundary.
We've already had a few tornadoes. We've had at least 3 so far. Look at the cumulus clouds building up there on the right, too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we already do have 2 tornado-warned storms along the Minnesota-Wisconsin border, but even more concerning, I think, is the storms that are going up ahead of the line near Winona and La Crosse. These storms that are ahead of the line are going to have an elevated tornado threat, especially as the line catches up to them. If these storms do continue to grow and actually implant themselves as a supercell, these will be the storms to watch throughout our tornado watch for the remainder of the night.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, we got a couple of prefrontal storms that have been firing off here near Winona and just west of La Crosse. This one already looks concerning. It's not really rotating much yet, but this is definitely something that we need to keep a very close eye on as it moves into Homer and Galesville and just to the south of Dodge. So if you're anywhere near Arcadia or Winona, definitely be ready for this storm. This one definitely looks concerning, even though it's not doing anything yet. It very easily could become tornadic in the near future. For right now, it is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have multiple other tornado warnings. We are also seeing another supercell that is formed near Nelson in Wisconsin. This also kind of looks concerning. It's not producing yet, but we need to keep a very close eye on that as that moves towards Mondovi. And then also southeast of Minneapolis, this is a supercell that is not far, I think, from producing a tornado. Pretty strong area of convergence moving into River Falls right now. No debris signature, but velocities are pretty strong. And if we do have a tornado, it would be located just off to the north now of Highway 10 coming up to River Falls over the next few minutes. So be in your safe place, again, if you are in this tornado warning. And then this is, again, our confirmed tornado warning near Melrose. The last time we had any visual confirmation was approximately 12 minutes ago. Bottom right of your screen is Jacob McMillan. He is still on this storm, so we are keeping a close eye on him in case he does have something. Also, let me put that on screen. Hopefully this works now. And then I'm going to put Connor on the bottom middle. We got Storm Chaser Connor Croft. We got Jacob McMillan. We got Tornado Pagey, which should pop up at some point. I don't know, Riley, I don't know why the link's still not working, but I'm going to try to refresh this. Let's go back over to Jacob while I try to fix something. This is back over to our confirmed tornado warning. Clouds definitely look a lot more high base than before.
Right here, left there, right.
All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we are now up to 4 total tornado reports on the day. Also, the storm that we literally just talked about that's heading up towards Winona is strengthening even quicker than I thought it would. It's already producing radar indicated 2-inch sized hail. So as this moves towards the town of Winona and the Highway 61 corridor, go ahead and make sure that you guys are pulled off the road if this hailstorm is moving through. I know this is in the River Valley, and I know these roads are bad. I've driven on them a million times. You're probably just going to want to pull over. Visibility is going to drop really quickly, and just stay off the roads while this hailstorm moves through.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, yeah, here's your severe thunderstorm warning. So right now it's warned for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Probably will be upgraded for hail. We are starting to see a hail signature.
A new tornado warning
actually
has been
on
issued.
radar right now. So just to the south of Homer, there's definitely some significant hail coming up on the river near Homer, heading up towards Dodge and eventually going towards Arcadia. We have a new tornado warning in western Wisconsin. That's for Durand and Red Cedar, west of Eau Claire. We actually have a very strong mesocyclone right now, right over the west side of Maxville. This could very easily produce a tornado in the next few minutes. I know it looks kind of messy, but this is actually its own little supercell here. It's just connected to a bunch of other storms. Could get a strong tornado out of something like this as it heads up into Durand. If you are in Durand in Wisconsin, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast into Red Cedar, eventually heading in the direction of Menomonee and as well as Eau Claire. So be ready for this storm if you're back over here in western Wisconsin. We're also keeping an eye on the one east of Minneapolis. There's been a hook echo on this. We've had an area of convergence. Nothing officially confirmed yet, but I would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning at some point here in the near future as this moves off to the northeast. So again, that's just outside of River Falls. Let me see if I can, let's do this. Let's go back to this storm. We should have another radar scan in a second. Also, tornado warning for central Minnesota, the one that was confirmed, which is this one, just to the west of St. Joseph. They have just downgraded this to radar indicated. We did have a tornado report with actually there being debris reported with trees down back over in Spring Hill, Minnesota. That was from the tornado that Jacob spotted approximately about 20 minutes ago or so. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, southeast of that warning that you just talked about, going up towards Menominee, there's another supercell there. This is probably going to get a tornado warning also sometime in the next 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. There are multiple storms rotating right now, and again, we're probably going to continue to see a bunch of tornado warnings. I mean, there's literally already 5, and I would not honestly rule out that we have as many as 10 to 15 at some point today with just the Wisconsin and Minnesota storms. I mean, we currently have 5, so we're not far from getting more. This storm, again, near Winona is more of a hailstorm as of right now. But I could easily see this becoming more of a concern when it comes to a tornado once it gets a little bit closer to our line of thunderstorms off to the west. Latest scan, a little bit broader rotation now coming up into Durand, but definitely stay in your safe place again if you are in Durand, just east of Plum City, Eau Gale, and as well as Red Cedar. You are currently in the path of, again, a stronger area of rotation. This is back over to Jacob in central Minnesota near Richmond, Minnesota now. Clouds are still pretty low here. He did spot a tornado approximately 20 minutes ago. There has now been report of tree damage back over in Spring Hill. This is what the storm looks like right now. We should continue to see a couple more tornadoes in central Minnesota over the next hour or two.
Tornado warnings now north of Rochester, Ellsworth.
Thank you, Mayo, for the super chat. Congrats on becoming a meteorologist. We watch you every time when you're live. Just ask, do you think there'll be hail in St. Cloud, Minnesota? I think the chances of hail are pretty low. This is what it looks like right now across central Minnesota. This is St. Cloud. And so this is the area that we're watching for storms over the next hour. It's basically along this boundary here. And at this point, I'm not expecting really much of any hail. If we get any hail, it'd be probably less than the size of quarters. Very low chance of any large hail threat with these particular storms. However, the ones that are further east, these are the ones that have a much better shot at producing the threat for very large hail, damaging winds, and even tornadoes. Just back over to Jacob. Not really seeing anything yet. He's going to be coming up on that storm just west of St. Cloud. We still have a tornado warning northwest of Baxter in Minnesota as well. This one is a very small little supercell. Could produce a little tornado as it heads up towards Park Rapids. So if you're in Park Rapids, Minnesota, just stay weather aware. Wouldn't rule out a tornado at some point out of that storm as it moves off to the northwest. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let me fix this. I think we have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Also, no longer a confirmed tornado. This is our latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This can be across western Wisconsin and as well as eastern Minnesota, so just outside of the Twin Cities. This is where we're expecting the greatest tornado potential over the next hour or two. So the greatest tornado threat is now shifting towards Eau Claire and just east of Minneapolis, where we are expecting, again, the potential for a tornado or two, damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and we could still see hail as large as the size of apples, maybe even larger than that. So be ready for significant hail out here in western Wisconsin over the next hour. We already have a couple storms that are producing significant hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another one. We are back up to now to 6 tornado warnings. This is a new one near Onamia, near Highway 169. This is tracking to the northeast. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Going up towards Mille Lacs Lake over the next few minutes. Main area of rotation is right over the town of Onamia, just to the west of Isle. That is going to be tracking off to the north. How fast are these storms going? Most of them are moving either east or north at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So a lot of our storms that are across...
A new tornado warning
we're up
has
to
been
7
issued.
tornado warnings already. We have another one in Wisconsin. This one is going to be for those in Kinnick, Roberts, Baldwin, and New Richmond. Again, area of convergence is right over Highway 65 right now. It's going to be coming up on I-94 here soon, and it will eventually be heading up towards Baldwin, just west of Woodville. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. We have a new tornado watch that was just issued. This is going to be for Wisconsin. So this is going to be for Green Bay, Wausau, Appleton, and as well as Rockford, Illinois. Brand new tornado watch goes until 10 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to get the details on here. The National Weather Service of Twitter is currently broken, so I don't have the exact graphic yet, but we might have it soon. We'll see. And the details are not up on the SBC website yet, but we'll have the details on that tornado watch here in the next few minutes. Huge shout out to John with the $300 super chat. You're only one I trust with weather. Local ones only care if it happens here. Keep it going, Max. Appreciate that, John. Thank you so much for the generosity. Huge shout out to John for the very generous $300 super chat. All right, let's go back to southwest of Eau Claire first. The rotation on that supercell that was coming up on Durand has gotten broader. We have a problem here with these storms, and it's really because of all the convection that's around this singular area. I mean, like, we have 3 different updrafts at least that are in this area. One main supercell near Wabasha. We have another one over Durand, and then another one to the west of Mondovi. So right now, there's a lot of things converging into one. If all these storm mergers can kind of collide into just one big storm, which it might happen, it's a low chance, but it's possible. If that happens, we could easily see a much higher tornado risk out of this storm. But with everything converging right now, the velocities have definitely gotten somewhat broader over the last few minutes heading into Durand. We had a pretty tight couplet about 7 scans ago, back at about 2:57 p.m. Central Time, but that has since become a much broader area of rotation. We'll also have to keep an eye near Wabasha for an isolated tornado. There's still a little bit of rotation to the west of Wabasha, not much, but something to keep an eye on as that moves to the northeast. Also, if you are in Oak Grove, Wisconsin, you no longer have to be in your safe place, but back up near River Falls, we still have an area of rotation that's on the northeast side of your town, heading up into Kinnick, and then going up towards I-94 and Hammond. We should have a couple cameras coming up here in a second, and we'll put those on screen once that storm gets just a little bit closer. Actually, I'm going to see if we have one right now. There might be a few.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 8 tornado warnings. We have another one in Wisconsin. This one's going to be for Buffalo County, Wisconsin. We'll pop up here in a second. Thank you, Autumn, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, brand new tornado warning for Maxville. Just to the south of Highway 10, south of Durand. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. How ominous the skies are right now back over in Richmond, Minnesota. Very dark skies here. We have a tornado warning still in place near Richmond. Keeping a close eye on the storms back over there. All right. Wearing my Supercell shirt today. I'm actually wearing a Supercell shirt right now. Got the Supercell, actual Supercell. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be back over in northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, and western Kentucky, where we are expecting the threat of large hail, damaging winds, and an isolated tornado threat here over the next few hours. So stay weather aware just off to the north of Memphis, back through Paducah in Kentucky. Riley, I have no clue. I don't know why the link is not working. I don't know why Stormrunner's on here, bro. I didn't put Stormrunner there. What is going on? I'm so confused. Sorry, guys. We've had technical difficulties, and I'm trying to fix them. That's not Paige. Paige's thing is just not working for some reason. Let me try this. Maybe that'll do something. All right, let's go back to, we're going to start with our storms just west of Eau Claire first. The ones again near Durand have been much broader in terms of rotation. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation at this point, at least in the low levels that I'm seeing. Just to the south of Durand and south of Red Cedar. We still have a large broad area of rotation near Wabasha. This is not actually tornado warned over the town of Wabasha, but we still have a little area of rotation here that is going to be coming up on Nelson and also going towards Medina. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. The storm that's back off to the north of La Crosse near Winona, this one's been producing some significant hail, is actually starting to move a little bit more to the right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on this for a potential tornado risk as it moves in the direction of Ettrick and as well as Blair. So we're back over in Ettrick or Blair to stay weather aware for very large hail and the potential for damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado risk as well. Back over to the west of St. Cloud, we still have a tornado warning for 2 more minutes. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. This is the one that Jacob had a view on a little while ago that did produce a tornado. It does not look like it's imminent anymore, but we're keeping an eye on a potential tornado threat with our storms just to the west of St. Cloud, moving over I-94. Low tornado risk, could get a tornado warning in this general area here soon as it moves in the direction of Rice. And then also back over near Mill Lacs Lake, we still have a tornado warning here, which at this point, this could honestly just be almost a special weather statement with it just going right over, or not special weather statement, like a marine warning or something like that with this going over the lake. But right now, if we have a tornado, it'd actually be a land spout that'd be moving over Mill Lacs Lake. So we might actually have a water spout of some sort or a fishnado heading up towards Garrison and Wealthwood here in central Minnesota. So something kind of interesting that we'll have to keep an eye on. Could get a water spout. And if anybody has a view of the water spout, let me know on Twitter. That would be pretty interesting. This is back over just to the west of St. Cloud.
That middle one's not going to happen.
Near Vaughan, Minnesota.
That one way off in the distance looks pretty solid, and the one next to us looks pretty solid.
Fishnados are returning. Fishnado in Minnesota would actually be crazy, I'm not going to lie.
They could even continue to do this.
I used to catch huge walleye on Mill Lacs Lake. Culver's has a walleye fish sandwich
We are
bag.
in the woods.
You seem more north than normal. Well, the storms today, it's interesting because I was going to show you guys this
A
earlier.
new tornado
Well, I can't
warning
even
has
show you.
been issued.
I'll show it in a second. But the environment is actually favorable for tornadoes across literally this entire area, obviously. But back over here in central Minnesota, this is closer to our surface low, which naturally we have a lot more vorticity in this area, a lot more spin essentially in our atmosphere. And that's been leading to a few tornadoes. We haven't had anything huge in this area because really there isn't an environment, in my opinion, at least in central Minnesota, that's favorable for strong tornadoes. But we have seen some little noodles kind of coming out of the sky. That's been generally what we've seen over the last few hours. And we've already at least had 3 or 4 different tornadoes, or at least tornado reports. All right, brand new tornado warning west of Eau Claire. This is going to be for the town of Tainter, Menomonee, I-94, Red Cedar, and Durand. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. This is radar indicated rotation. Just a large, broad area of circulation, very rain-wrapped, that is currently heading up towards Menomonee right now. This is what Jacob is looking at right now. It kind of looks suspicious there on the left side, or kind of on the middle there a second ago.
Yeah, it seems like we're running into vorticity problems now.
We'll back to him in a second, but definitely looks a little bit suspicious there. That's back over west of St. Cloud in Minnesota. I'm gonna try one more thing here. All right. All right, what I was going to show you guys is the STP values, and I don't think I got to this, so let's go over this real quick. This is our significant tornado parameter values for today. This is the latest HRRR model run. This accounts for a lot of different ingredients like wind shear, instability, and several other ingredients that go into making tornadoes. And this is what it looks like by 4 to 5 o'clock. We have a very large area where tornadoes are going to be a possibility. Anywhere literally from northern Minnesota all the way back into Wisconsin and most of Illinois, Missouri, even down into Arkansas. Here's the thing. The environment environment further down to the south, especially back over in the Mississippi River Valley today, is not really as favorable for tornadoes, mainly because we have a cap and it's a lot drier down here. But if you go further to the north, we have a much more favorable environment, especially around 5 to 6 o'clock tonight, especially back over near Milwaukee, just to the south there of Green Bay, and also back through Illinois and Indiana, where any discrete supercells that fire off could easily produce the potential for strong and even long track tornadoes. So we need to keep a very close eye on this region as we go into the late afternoon and early evening hours. But even over the next few hours, our STP values are still pretty high, especially where our storms are right now. We still have values between 1 and 4, which would at least promote a potential for a few tornadoes, and in some cases we could get a strong tornado in this environment, especially with how strong our wind shear is today. And then eventually by around 9-10 o'clock tonight, our tornado threat will still be elevated if we have any discrete supercells still going back over into Indiana and Michigan. But I do think by that point we will not have really much of anything discrete in that region. Also, here are your probabilities for tornadoes in our new tornado watch, and really just in general all of our probabilities for our new tornado watch. This is once again going to be across parts of Wisconsin and northern Illinois. The likelihood of tornadoes and EF2 tornadoes, severe wind, and hail is all moderate, and then a low chance of damaging winds that exceed 75 to 80 miles per hour. But they have mentioned that a few tornadoes are possible, and then a couple of intense tornadoes are also possible, which means that we could see EF3 plus tornadoes in Wisconsin and Illinois this afternoon and evening. Scattered large to isolated very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also likely. So that is the latest here across the board. All right, back to our tornado warning to the southwest of Eau Claire. I'm starting to get a bit more concerned about this storm heading towards Eau Claire right now. Just to the south of Durand, we do have a mesocyclone on this, just to the south of Durand, south of Red Cedar, that has been really starting to strengthen over the last few radar scans. You can see that rotation coming together a little bit more scan over scan. It's not tight yet, but rotation is definitely starting to intensify, and this is heading right now in the direction of Rock Falls, and will be heading towards Union and Eau Claire. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. We're keeping a very close eye on this storm. Could produce the potential for a tornado here very shortly, especially if it can stay discreet. Guys, Jacob is on signal. I don't know why it has to show it like that. That is not an active tornado. It's just his signal going out. A lot of chasers do it where it like shows a tornado or something when they don't have signal, and I can't really control that. So just letting you guys know, it just lost connection, which again, there's a lot of chasers that do it. It's not just him. No reason to blame him. I can't do anything about it. We don't have like a clean feed. If he goes out, it like just goes black or something for him. We literally just added Jacob to our chaser lineup, if you want to call it that, today. So he's brand new to the channel. Back over to the east of Hudson, Wisconsin, we still have an area of convergence and rotation still trying to strengthen, heading up towards New Richmond. That's near Highway 12, going towards Highway 63 right now. I'm going to see if we have a view of this right now. There is a... Oh, wow, we actually have a camera view. This is a live shot right now of this storm back over in... This is our tornado warned storm right now. We definitely have a lowering. This is back over near Baldwin. Look at that. So this is a live shot on the Wisconsin traffic camera back over near I-90, or right on I-94. Definitely low clouds here. This is looking to the southeast. This is right underneath our area of rotation near Roberts and Kinnick. This is the only camera in this entire tornado warning. Again, this is a live shot right now in our tornado warning on I-94. Again, we do currently have 5 tornado warnings, which 3 of them are currently in Wisconsin, one of them near Roberts. Still low clouds. I'm not seeing anything crazy right now, just low clouds right now. By the way, Riley, it does not work on VLC either. I just tried it on my end. Hey, Joey, for the super chat, I'm surprised here in Nebraska yesterday we didn't have anything more than a tiny little land spout. There were land spouts like crazy yesterday. Stormrunner Media had a land spout on the ground for about 30 minutes, I think. And I was contemplating going live, but it was just so weak and it wasn't really doing any damage or anything like that. So, by the way, Riley, it looks like it's working now for some reason. The name's not on here, though. All right, it's on now. But yeah, yesterday we had a long land spout. It was one of the longest land spouts I've ever seen. That was on the ground for over half an hour. It was pretty much just bonkers. Rotation is now over the town of Roberts on the bottom right of your screen. This is a live shot looking southeast. I don't know if they can change the direction of where this camera's looking. I kind of doubt it. If they were able to, if it looked north, it would probably be looking right at our rotation. But I don't think this camera is going to move north. Well, I'm going to keep it bottom middle in case they do change the direction, because if they do, we could easily, have at least a wall cloud, if not a tornado about to drop. The velocities are much tighter on the latest scan. So this is just over the north side now of I-94, going up towards New Richmond in Wisconsin. Also back over to the southwest of Eau Claire, rotation's been strengthening just to the east of Durand. Might be a little bit contaminated here. A lot of hail for sure falling right now over Red Cedar, and the camera guy might be watching. He did turn the camera more to the left. Just cannot go far enough. But you can see the rising. There's a little bit of rising scud there on the left. So a little bit of scud, very left side of your screen. The rotation's definitely strengthening here. This was from Stormrunner Media yesterday. For those that are wondering, this was the land spout that they had. I don't even understand how this thing was on the ground for over half an hour and it barely moved. It was also one of the weakest land spouts I've ever seen. I just want to throw it out there. Oh, here's a good view. All right, we got a much better view. There's the wall cloud, middle left of your screen. So this is a view of the wall cloud. And again, I don't think this is far from producing a tornado on the northeast side of Roberts. That right there on the left side, though, would be your wall cloud. Now it's in the middle right, and now they're going too far. Go more to the right. There we go. Perfect. Right there. That is our wall cloud. So this, again, our area of a lot of interest. Again, the rotation's strong on radar right now over the east side of Roberts. They went too far. I think the camera guy actually might be watching our stream. A little bit further left. The wall cloud's left of the pole.
A new tornado warning has
I'm not
been
even kidding.
issued.
The camera guy might be watching the stream. Yeah, that's the wall cloud right there. No tornado as of now, at least from what we can see, but the velocities are very strong, and it could produce a tornado at any time. They have issued a new tornado warning for this storm. That's for Polk and St. Croix counties in Wisconsin. For Stanton, Clear Lake, and Cylon. Again, middle of your screen is a rotating wall cloud. Velocities have been strong over the last couple scans. The most recent scan just got a little bit weaker. Let's get some W's in the chat for the camera guy. Huge shout out to Billy with the Venmo donation. We met in real life. We'd be friends. Thanks for the reporting. I appreciate that. I got recognized yesterday at Panera Bread. I've been recognized a lot recently. It's very interesting. Might see me out and about. You never know. This, again, in the middle of your screen is a rotating wall cloud. It's gotten slightly broader over the last couple minutes, but there's definitely still a wall cloud here. Just north of the town of Warren near Roberts. Heading up towards Aaron Corner, Jewett, and Cylon in western Wisconsin. That wall cloud's probably about 1.5 miles to 2 miles left to right. It's a pretty large wall cloud. The velocities on radar got broader on our most recent scan, but that could change. Hey, Jupiter for the $20 super chat. W's for the camera guy. I appreciate that. W's for the camera guy. This is literally a perfect shot, though. Thank you, John, for the $100 super chat. Again, appreciate the generosity. It's $500 from John today. Why not make it $500 to Max for all the day? Keep up the great, or keep us all up to date with your knowledge. Third time I donated to a great guy. I really appreciate that, John. Thank you so much for your support over the last few months. I really appreciate your generosity. W's in the chat for John. Once again, this is a live shot of a large wall cloud. I know it might not be as clear as before because it is now about 5-6 miles north of this camera. Still a large wall cloud. Velocities on radar are still on the stronger side of things. Could produce a tornado in the next few minutes, and we're keeping a very close eye right now on the storm that is just to the southwest of Eau Claire, which looks kind of contaminated, but I do think a tornado is still possible with that. Definitely a dicey looking storm right now. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center across central and northern Illinois. Strong heating of a very moist air mass will support severe storm development as a dry line moves to the east. So a watch appears possible in the next few hours. All right, camera, I believe they are putting it back to the normal view. Not as... the camera guy literally might be watching, which is actually really funny. This is our latest scan. We actually could have a tornado. I mean, the velocities are pretty strong right now. I don't know if the camera guy can go back to that other view, but there could still, like, there legit might be a tornado dropping as we speak. The velocities are tight. It's right over Road E, just to the north of Roberts. It's coming up on Highway 64, Deer Park, Clear Lake, south of Emory. Max is doing Weather Brains in June. I will be on the Weather Brains podcast in June. That is correct. As long as there's no severe weather on that day. It's the only contingency. Let me go over to... back over to Jacob. Back over near... This is...
enough to get the job done, tornado-wise.
This is in St. Cloud. In Minnesota. There has been a rotation with this line, and there's also been a couple of tornadoes already today with this line of storms that's spinning around our surface low near Highway 10. Definitely going to keep a close eye on him. He's had some low clouds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That is going to be back over in Wisconsin. This is a very populated area now, so if you know any friends or family in Eau Claire, make sure that they're aware of this. This storm's been rotating a lot over the last few minutes, just to the south of Red Cedar, going up towards I-94 Union in Eau Claire. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. The main area of rotation is right now near Lima, heading up to Rock Falls, the town of Brunswick, and then eventually heading up towards Eau Claire. Not the entire town. Not the entire town of Eau Claire, but at least the west side of town is included in this tornado warning.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a tornado in progress. That is the storm near New Richmond. So this is now a confirmed tornado near New Richmond. This is a live shot of that storm. I don't know if we have a view of this, but this is the camera that was looking at this tornado, or at least the wall cloud. And now we have a tornado confirmed just to the east of the town of Richmond. All right, so this is now a confirmed tornado. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this tornado warning, again, the main area of rotation is located just to the east of the town of Richmond, and it's going to be moving into the Irwin Corner and Jewett, and as well as Cylon over the next few minutes. All right, so this is now a confirmed tornado. This is once again a live shot of the storm, which I don't think has a view anymore. I think it'd be more to the left, but I could be wrong. But I don't know at this point. This is the only camera that's in the tornado warning, which we did have a view of the wall cloud. Does not appear as if we have a clear shot of the tornado. I don't know if you guys see anything. I can't see anything, though. There is a clear CC drop, though. We definitely have a tornado. This is what it looks like on radar. We have a TDS, so there's definitely a tornado in progress. Debris signature right now just to the southwest of Irwin Corner. So this tornado is now moving up into Irwin Corner. Keep in mind, with today's storms, we could see strong tornadoes, which means that this storm could be producing a strong tornado right now. So you need to be taking this seriously. Again, just to the east of the town of Richmond. Seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Okay, what is going on? There we go. Let me see again if there's anything. I can't clearly see anything. Bottom left camera's updated. That's now Tornado Pagey. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, tornadoes in progress, moving into Irwin Corner in Wisconsin. It's going to be tracking up towards Ceylon, Jewett, just to the east of New Richmond over the next few minutes. And get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're in this tornado warning, the latest scan shows a more significant debris signature. So we definitely have a potentially strong tornado that's moving into Irwin Corner. The only good news is that this is going to be probably avoiding the most populated spot within about 10 miles of this, which is New Richmond. So this is definitely a more significant tornado moving into Irwin Corner right now, just south of Jewett, but hopefully it weakens. The velocities have been a little bit weaker over the last scan or two. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey guys, I just want to point out, we also have the tornado bottom right. That is a reconnecting screen. That is not a tornado ongoing in Minnesota right now. You can barely see it, but it says reading storing connection at the top. So yeah, that is not a tornado because it's currently ongoing. Yep,
thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that again is not a tornado. I cannot do anything about it. I would have to probably take him off though, but I want to keep him on because he's been on that storm in central Minnesota. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna see if I can just try to take it off. I wish I had a button to do it. I want to confuse people. I mean, for the record, though, I mean, this tornado could look something like that. You never know. I'm just trying to find a way to turn it off. There we go. I'm going to see... Put him back up when he comes back. Once again, if you are just tuning in, tornado is in progress just to the southeast of New Richmond. We do have a debris signature heading up towards Highway 63 and Highway 64. Likely a strong tornado currently moving to the northeast. Once again, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning for Polk and St. Croix counties. You are included in this tornado warning. All right, camera bottom right should be fixed. There we go. All right, he's back. All right, latest scan. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature. That looks like a lot of contamination. But if we still have a tornado, it's over Irwin Corner. So if we still have a tornado, it's now moving over Irwin Corner and going into Ceylon over the next few minutes. This is back over near Eau Claire. We're keeping a very close eye on our Eau Claire storm. This is going to be very contingent on this storm staying discreet. And so far, it's been very messy. The storm's been a very messy sort of storm system over the last few minutes. We have had a couple of attempts of this being a discrete supercell. It's back to being pretty messy. We got another supercell that formed out in front of our main storm that was rotating, and that's going to kind of hinder its development, I think, for the next 10 to 15 minutes. But if you are in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, you definitely want to make sure that you're taking this storm activity seriously, because again, this is going to be our main storm that'll be moving through Eau Claire over the next, 30 minutes to an hour. We probably will not see much more after this for Eau Claire. And this is where we're expecting the more significant threat of damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. So stay weather aware if you're in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I'm going to see if we have a camera as well on the southwest side of Eau Claire so we can see the storm moving in. Riley, if you can look for a camera in Eau Claire, let me know. Keep an eye on them. What is this one? That one has not loaded. All right. Let's go back over to southwest Wisconsin. We're starting to see storms fire up as well back over in southwest Wisconsin right now. These are some prefrontal storms. Again, we need to keep an eye on them, mainly for hail and wind, but there is a chance of an isolated tornado. There is a tornado possible label on our storm near Reedsburg, just to the west of Baraboo and west and southwest of Wisconsin Dells. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. There is a skyline view in Wisconsin. I'm going to put this on this one. We're going to put this on the bottom left. I'm going to take Jacob off screen because he went out again. This is what it looks like right now back over just bottom right of your screen. That is just outside of our tornado, or that's actually in our tornado warning, but that's on I-94. It's a little bit further to the north of our area of rotation. We should have another view though. If there's something rotating, there's multiple cameras there on the southwest side of Eau Claire.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning. This one is for St. Cloud. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan has been on this. We're going to put him back up once his connection comes back. Main area of rotation is on the northwest side of St. Cloud, moving into Rice and near Highway 10, just to the south of Little Falls and Belle Prairie. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This is in that area. Currently, I believe he's on the north side right now of St. Cloud. Let me double check. This is in our new tornado warning near St. Cloud. And yeah, he's on the north side. He's near the area of rotation near St. Stephen, excuse me. Driving through a lot of rain right now, and there's low connection. Back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get our 5th official tornado report of the day. So this is 5 separate tornadoes. This was our storm in Wisconsin, and this is north of the town of Roberts, Wisconsin. It was reported by a sheriff, and it seems like it might have done some minor damage, but hopefully this has lifted now, and we have not heard any other reports from that storm.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is the storm that was producing a tornado. Might still be. I don't think it is anymore. We don't have a CC drop definitively on radar anymore, but this is the tornado report. So deputy reported a tornado not too long ago. That was as of 3:30 p.m. just on the north side of Roberts near Highway 65. And we may have had that tornado roll right into Erin Corner on the southeast side of New Richmond. Bottom middle of your screen is going to be a live shot. Actually, I'm going to put Connor bottom middle. We're going to do some playing around here. Bottom left, I'm going to do this. All right, bottom left is going to be inside of our tornado warning for Eau Claire. My brother saw the tornado west of Erin Corner. If he has any videos or photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Riley will be checking that sort of stuff on Twitter. This is unbelievable. Huge shout out to Wayne with the $500 PayPal donation. We need a huge W spam in the chat for Wayne. Enjoy watching you, Max. Congratulations on graduating. We watch you from Little Towns, Pennsylvania. You are way too kind. W's in the chat for Wayne. That is insane. I think that rhymes. Really big shout out to Wayne. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Wayne. By the way, over the last few scans, I'm starting to see a little bit more rain-wrapped rotation come together just to the south of Elk Mound, west of Eau Claire. So we need to keep an eye on that. That is our main area of rotation that I'm seeing. Assuming that's not really that contaminated, which I don't think it is. But there's at least some circulation just to the south of Elk Mound. It'll be coming up on I-94 west of Eau Claire over the next few minutes. Bottom left of your screen is a camera that's going to be looking at that here shortly. Thank you, Sam, for the $50 super chat as well to fuel the next couple of days. I appreciate that. It's going to be a long stretch of weather. Like, I mean, we already have a bunch of warnings right now, and obviously it's already active. And again, we're not even close to the peak of severe weather today. I truly think that we are going to have a very busy afternoon and evening. I know it's not even 4 o'clock yet, but like, I mean, we have a long ways to go. The only severe weather that we've really seen so far is mainly in this region, and we are about to see a lot of storm initiation, I think, in the next couple hours in Illinois, Wisconsin, that'll eventually translate to storms across Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. So, again, today's gonna be busy. In addition to today being busy, tomorrow is gonna be even busier, I think. Like, we are going to have 2 crazy days of severe weather. We already have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for tomorrow across parts of the mid-Mississippi River Valley and the Ohio Valley, where there will be a threat of strong tornadoes, very high winds, which right now the moderate risk is driven by damaging winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued. And we can
easily see the potential as well for very large hail. Brand new tornado warning for Menomonee, town of Tainter, going up towards Prairie Farm in Wisconsin. This is a rain-wrapped area of rotation that is crossing over I-94 as we speak. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the north. We've also had rotation just off to the west of Eau Claire that we are keeping an eye on as well. So there are 2 different areas of rotation. It's that side of Eau Claire. And we are keeping a close eye on Jacob on the bottom right of your screen, as he is currently on the tornado warning cell near St. Cloud in Minnesota. Let me see if we have a camera here on this new tornado warning. Actually, yeah. All right, this is a live shot on the new area of rotation. It's going to be...
It might straight up just be easier to let it pass us.
Let's do this. This is inside of that new tornado warning. This is a live shot. Right... Pretty much the rotation's going right over this camera over the next couple minutes, but it is going to be a rain-wrapped area of rotation, and it looks pretty weak on radar. But if we have a tornado, it's fully rain-wrapped, moving over I-94 right now. So this is a live shot looking southbound on I-94. Rotation's moving right overhead right now. Not seeing anything really that crazy, to be honest, but I mean, again, the velocities on radar are pretty weak. I would have to imagine if we had a tornado with this storm, it would be probably on the weak side of things. Hey, by the way, Voltier for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We're moving the camera here around a little bit. I'm not seeing much. Looks very calm. See if the other radar site has anything. I'm not really seeing much for velocities even on that storm. The main storm that I'm more concerned about is the one back over near Eau Claire. In my opinion, the Eau Claire storm has a lot more potential. This is back over to the south and west of Eau Claire. The velocities on this have been pretty broad. I'm not seeing much on this right now, but if it can become more discreet and more organized, definitely can become more of a concern for a tornado threat heading up towards Eau Claire. The only problem so far with our storms, like again, we were pretty early into today's event, but the biggest problem that I've been seeing so far, mainly with our western Wisconsin storms, is that the storms are pretty messy. They're all kind of clustered together, and if it stays that way, a lot of rain cool air could get out in front of our main discrete supercells, and that could lead to a lower tornado risk and more of a messy wind and hail threat. So that's just something to keep in mind. Again, definitely an early sort of thing that we're seeing, but that could definitely change. Also, we got a bunch of storms right now firing off across western and southern Wisconsin. A lot of these are well out in front of our line, but a lot of them are splitting, which means that they're probably not going to produce much of a tornado risk. If we have any right-moving supercells, like the one here near Baraboo, could produce a tornado threat. The one near Reedsburg is moving more to the north and west, so that one's not nearly as concerning. This is right over that area of rotation that would have passed over the camera over the last couple minutes near Menomonee. I'm not seeing much on radar that shows really much rotation here. Also, the confirmed tornado warning has been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated for that storm that went over New Richmond. Thank you, Stan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I'm in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin, just west of Milwaukee. What hazards are expected in Waukesha? It's 80 and humid. It's moist. But honestly, across the board here in Wisconsin today, I'm fully expecting at least a large swath of storms. I don't think all of them will be severe, but I do think damaging winds and hail are still the main concerns. If anything can stay discreet out in front of our really messy storms here, I do think our tornado threat will be a lot more elevated. Any discrete supercells in today's environment are almost undoubtedly going to produce a tornado, but it's going to depend on these storms actually staying organized. And again, so far, at least near Eau Claire, it's been a pretty messy setup so far. There hasn't been anything that's been off the charts, like really organized here across the board. We've had a couple situations just west of Eau Claire where the rotation was strong, but it quickly weakened because of storm mergers. So something definitely that we need to keep a close eye on for trends. Also, just to the east of Mondovi, we are seeing a little area of rotation trying to develop near Eleva, going up towards Cleghorn and Allen. This is actually an area that we had 4 tornadoes in that moderate risk of severe weather in Iowa literally a week or two ago, and this is an area that we also have now another area of rotation that could try to produce a tornado, but not imminent, just a broad area of mid-level rotation I'll have to keep an eye on. That might be the next storm though, because this one's actually a bit more discreet. And also just to the west of Black River Falls, we also have a bit more of a discrete cell down here. Let's check out the mid-level rotation. Yeah, there's definitely a mezzo on this one too. So there is a little bit of rotation there over near Ettrick, coming up on Taylor and Hickston. So we may get tornado warnings at some point on these two different storms. And I'm drawing terrible boxes. Here we go. A little bit better. I'm not an artist, but that's kind of like the general areas that we're looking at for both of these storms. If those can stay discreet, the tornado threat would be a bit more elevated. This is back over near Eau Claire on the west side, where large hail and damaging winds will be moving in over the next few minutes. Also, shout out to Roger with the Venmo donation, trying to learn the lingo. What is a CC drop? That is a correlation coefficient, or we call it a CC drop, basically meaning that the correlation coefficient radar product is showing that there is a debris signature, which we don't have any right now. But if we had like a dark blue or, you know, yellow or green area over a certain spot, and there was also a couplet of rotation over it, that would almost undoubtedly be a tornado. You have to kind of verify that with different products, but that's just one product we use to try to verify if there's a tornado or not. I want to quickly go over to Jacob McMillan.
Circulation there.
This is back over in St. Cloud, just north of St. Cloud in Minnesota. I'm not seeing much right now. He said there was a little...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then follow from behind.
Not sure if he said there was a little area of circulation. The velocities on radar have not shown much on this line all day, but we've seen a few tornadoes. I'm not clearly seeing anything right now. Have a brand new tornado warning for Balsam Lake, Emery, and Turtle Lake. This is going to be near Highway 8. This is a storm that already produced a tornado. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is moving off to the northeast. This is once again back over in Eau Claire. Traffic is the cars that are moving right now on the road are very slow. The winds have definitely picked up. The visibility has dropped substantially. Possible tornado with this storm near Eau Claire. Wind is picking up very quickly. I don't see anything on radar that would indicate for sure there being a tornado, but this is the area of rotation that'd be the main area to watch for near Elk Mound. And you can see the wind is definitely picking up here on the camera lens too. It's also a very green camera. I have no clue if that's actually the skies or if it's some sort of camera setting that this thing is on, but it is definitely windy and eerie for sure. Wow, it's gotten really windy. This is in Eau Claire. This is producing very high winds, possibly a rain-wrapped tornado right now. Look how strong the winds are. There are multiple cars that have slowed down or even stopped here. This is easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now, moving right through the west side of Eau Claire. It has gotten extremely windy. There could legit be a tornado here. There legitimately could be a tornado. The winds are very strong. So again, very high winds right now on the west side of Eau Claire, that is for sure. And once again, that is on the west side of Eau Claire on the interstate of I-94. That's near Elk Mound specifically. There is another camera that is going to be on actual west side of Wausau, or not Wausau, sorry, Eau Claire, that is going to have a pretty good view of this too. So another live shot. This is in the west side of Eau Claire. This is at, I believe, mile marker. I don't know if it has a mile marker, but it's on the west side of Eau Claire near Union. You can see the wind starting to pick up on this camera too. I'm going to wait a second for that one to pick up. It's still pretty windy back over on the other camera. The winds are probably around 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. The velocities are not indicating, in my opinion, an actual tornado right now, but actually, well, yeah, if you look at the velocities from our other radar site, there are 2 areas of strong rotation, so there could be a tornado buried in the rain here. The other radar site didn't show much. It is still very windy here. Looks like there are cars under the overpasses, too, on the bottom right of your screen. Still windy. I mean, we legitimately, if you look at the radar bottom right, we have 2 different couplets. One of them moved right over Elk Mound, so there may have been a rain-wrapped tornado there. It's still very windy. Got a semi going across the screen. Winds are still probably around 50 to 60. Not nearly as strong as before, but still strong. And the wind is picking up again. This is like another surge of wind. This is another surge of wind right over Elk Mound. This isn't even a replay. This is literally live. We got another surge of wind here coming right over Elk Mound. The winds have gotten really strong again. It's a better full screen view. I would take shelter if you're in Union, Wisconsin, just west of Eau Claire. At the minimum, we have high winds. There could be a rain-wrapped tornado as well. It's hard to tell. We don't have a view because of it being rain-wrapped, but the winds were, again, very strong. And everybody on this roadway is barely moving right now. This is back over on the west side of Eau Claire. This is a live shot. Wind's picking up here right now, too. There are cars that are apparently parked under the overpass, which, again, never do that. This is back over near Elkhorn, or Elk Mound, excuse me. Just west of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Main area of rotations have now moved over the interstate or are actively moving over the interstate. The wind is now picking up on the west side of Eau Claire. This is a live shot, and we're kind of looking at the ground here, but it's a pretty good view. Someone's in the ditch? I don't think that was a ditch. That was an overpass. Or that was kind of under the overpass. So this is back over to Elkhorn. So I think our main area of rotation has now moved over Elkhorn. If we have a tornado, it's going up towards Colfax. Again, what you're seeing on the very bottom of your screen are cars that are parked under the overpass. You should never do that. This is actually on the west side of Eau Claire on I-94, and we still have very high winds here. Which, again, there could legitimately be a tornado here. We just have no clue. The very bare minimum, there are damaging winds right around 60 to 70 miles per hour. We're going to do this. We're going to do 1. There we go. More full screen. And there's a semi that just parked under the bridge. Once again, never do this. I don't know. I don't get the point. Like, why are we parking under the overpass? Literally, if we had a tornado, you're in a debris filter. Like, all the debris is going to filter right under the overpass. And you could also cause a car accident being parked under there, because nobody's going to be able to see you with the low visibility. So that semi on the bottom of your screen is parked under the overpass. You can see how slowly the cars are all moving. I mean, they look like they're in the left lane. There might be a car parked in the right lane right now, which is extremely dangerous. It's starting to hail. Even if it's hailing, you're not supposed to park under an overpass. It's a safety hazard for literally everybody. There is a hail core, though, over the west side of Eau Claire. The wind's gotten a little bit calmer there. But once again, this is a storm that is producing a significant threat of severe weather when it comes to wind, and also could be producing a tornado. If we have a tornado, it's going to be right here northwest of Union, coming up towards F Road, just east of Colfax, and we have another area of rotation over the town of Elkmount now, which we've had strong winds in both of those areas. And the winds picked up a little bit again here on the west side of Eau Claire near Union on I-94. I mean, look at all the people that are parked off to the right shoulder here. Hey, Morel for the super chat. I remember that. And the winds picked up again. A little bit. It's not as windy as before, but it is definitely still windy. Oh, now it's picking up again. Yep, here goes another surge of wind. This is just like the last camera that we're looking at in Elkmount. We had one surge of wind initially, and then another one that was a bit more delayed. Still a little windy. By the way, this is so for those that were tuning in not long ago, we had a tornado near New Richmond, Wisconsin. This is from Matt Main on Twitter, who had a view of this tornado. And so this is one of those shots a few minutes ago. This is the large, I mean, it's not like a huge tornado, but this is probably the largest tornado that we've seen so far today. We've had multiple small little noodles back over in central and western Minnesota today. And here is another shot of that. And then this is another one. I have a video of the tornado in New Richmond. At me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX, and we'll try to show it. This one, it was likely roping out a little noodle there at the end, but definitely a little sizable tornado there. It was definitely sizable initially. This is another photo that was just sent in to us. Actually, a video. Wow. This was in New Richmond, Wisconsin, from Kyle Marlett. And you can see the tornado producing damage. Looks like near a home. Just beyond the home. So that was, again, about 20 minutes ago or so, maybe 25 minutes ago. That went on to produce a tornado probably for approximately 5 or 10 minutes. There's a lot of people that have video of this. I'm going to show this on the middle of your screen. This is from like a Ring doorbell. From Second Cigarette on Twitter. It's another view of that tornado. Multiple views of the tornado here, just outside of Eau Claire. All right, the tornado warning for Eau Claire on the west side has actually been allowed to expire. They have not issued a new tornado warning, and in my opinion, it's a little bit surprising, especially given what we just saw over the last few minutes. But at the minimum, we are talking about damaging winds around 60, quarter to half dollar sized hail, and there is still a threat here for a tornado with this storm as it moves through Eau Claire, eventually going towards Chippewa Falls, just to the west of Stanley. There is a supercell that is trying to form, but it's a very messy setup still. This one's over the town of Washington. We have a little area of rotation that's going to be moving over I-94 and then approaching Fall Creek. So stay weather aware. This storm could eventually get tornado warned just south of Eau Claire. It's a little discrete cell that's kind of merging with our line, but it could have a short, brief instance where it produces a tornado on the south side of Eau Claire, which I think there is a camera nearby. I'm going to see. No, it doesn't look. It's looking at the ground, though. If you see any other cameras, Riley, let me know. I'm looking to see if we have anything. All right, bottom left camera is going to change to something on the south side of Eau Claire. All right, we are back down to one tornado warning. They have canceled the tornado warning for the Menomonee area and town of Tainter. The only tornado warning that is left, at least for right now, is the one over Amory, Balsam Lake, and Turtle Lake going towards Calm Falls. And this one already produced a tornado at one point. And again, it could produce another tornado as it moves off to the north towards Calm Falls. in Wisconsin. So we are keeping a close eye on that. Let me see if Jacob has anything. Okay, he is out of signal. Hey, Mercedes for the super chat. Do you think the Two Rivers, Wisconsin will get hit bad today? I'm very nervous and thankful for your stream. I wouldn't be nervous. I think generally speaking, again, across all of Wisconsin, the main concerns will be damaging winds and hail. Again, there could be a couple tornadoes that are strong and maybe even intense, especially back over in central and southern Wisconsin. I think our greatest threat is still in this corridor, but for right now, it's not looking like anything is tornadic, at least for now down here. But I do think the tornado threat in the next hour or two will start to ramp up, especially as our low-level jet intensifies across southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. And we do have several storm chasers, including Connor Croft, Freddie McKinney, Storm Intermedia that's out here in northern Illinois, and they are ready to go whenever storms start to fire up and get going. We are expecting, again, the potential for several tornadoes today. And we also have Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, which I don't know if I have them correctly on here. Let me make sure it's actually on here right. All right, that is not correct. And it broke. All right, I'm going to try to fix that. I got to really fix this stuff after the stream. By the way, huge shout out to Susan. I don't know what is up today with another $500 Venmo donation. W's in the chat for Susan. You're way too kind. I've been watching you since the beginning, Max. Congratulations on graduation. I really appreciate that, Susan. W's in the chat for Susan. You are way too kind. That's like the second, I don't even know, that might be the third $500 donation today. That's insane. You guys are way too kind. But I really do appreciate the support.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Sauk and Columbia counties in Wisconsin, back over near the Wisconsin Dells and near Baraboo. Area of rotation is going to be in this little hook echo down here, moving up towards I-90-94, also going towards Lake Delton. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We will have a storm chaser soon coming up on this. Let me keep an eye on him. In the meantime, we need to do the shames in the chat. We need some, like, shame spams in the chat. We got 4 people parked under an overpass. 4. This is back over on the south side of Eau Claire, which right now the storm is warned for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is no tornado warning as of now. We do have rotation for the record south of Eau Claire, but, yeah. Again, do not park under overpasses. What is this guy doing on the middle of your screen? Bro's parking in the left lane. Is that the... I'm pretty sure that guy's parked in the left lane. Bro, what in the world is happening here?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is unbelievable. That person is literally parked on the road. And I mean, we got some, like... we got some gusty winds. They have issued a tornado warning on this storm, which I do agree with, for Eau Claire. So if you are in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the town of Washington, Lake Haley, Chippewa Falls, or the town of Lafayette, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rotation's really coming together right now over the town of Washington, and this could produce a tornado as it crosses over I-94 over the next few minutes. Again, this is a pretty populated area, so if you know any friends or family in this area, make sure that they are in their safe place. And we got another car parking under the overpass, and bro, I don't know what's going on here. This is so stupid. Literally, this does nothing for anybody. Bruh. What is going on? This is what causes accidents. This is what caused... there's literally no reason he parked under overpass. Again, if there's a tornado, you're a debris filter. Like, all the debris is going to filter literally under the overpass. It's not safe for anybody. And this is, again, live in our tornado warning on the south side of Eau Claire. And this is absurd. This is absurd. This literally, I mean, they are literally blocking the road. I cannot believe this. At least 23,000 of you that are watching can share with your friends why you should never do this. And maybe we can start a movement where we don't park under overpasses, because it's literally the dumbest thing going. And now all these cars are there's gonna be a huge traffic jam now. I mean, all the people on the top right, top left of your screen. This is unbelievable. And we could have a tornado drop, though, here in Eau Claire over the next few minutes. Strong rotation near town of Washington. There's 100,000 people in this tornado warning. And yeah, I don't even get this. I have this camera on, by the way, because this is literally like right next to where a tornado would be. Again, we don't have anything confirmed by any means. The velocities are slightly broader on the latest scan, but this would be right. This is right over the area of rotation within the next 2 minutes or so. Because the camera, if you look bottom right of your screen, rotation's right now on the south side of the town of Washington, and then the X is right about where the camera is on I-94. My goodness. Can you turn the camera? I cannot move the camera. There's nothing to turn it to. They might be, actually, I don't know. I don't know if the camera guy's watching, because he might be, but if he is, I don't know if you can look up and try to look towards the actual area of rotation. Velocities are weaker on the latest scan, but no matter what, this is, again, this is why I always preach, do not park under an overpass. This is what happens. We saw this happen in West Virginia for a really marginal storm, like a few weeks back, and the traffic was backed up for over a mile. I mean, this luckily there is not that many people on the roadway, because like if this could easily be backed up for miles if this was near rush hour. You dunk for the sewer check, and I'd be your advisor for Wisconsin town pronunciation names. Actually, Riley kind of does that already. And radar's bottom right of your screen. Rotation's weaker right now over the town of Washington, but we're keeping an eye on this storm. This is right over where the area of rotation is. And then also back over near Reedsburg in Wisconsin. We are keeping a close eye on that storm. Could produce a tornado as it goes towards the Wisconsin Dells and Lake Delton. Hey, Daniel, for the generous super chat. On the bottom left of your screen. It is quite literally unbelievable what is happening on the south side of Eau Claire. This is what it looks like on radar. Again, the rotation's a bit broader. If we have a tornado, it'd be going right over the town of Washington right now, coming up on the Park Creek Estates, and then moving towards the town of Lafayette. There was a report of quarter-sized hail here in the last minute or so. Back over near the Wisconsin Dells, we do have a discrete supercell here that is tracking up towards I-90-94, just to the west of Baraboo. So we're keeping an eye on that in case that does produce a tornado. And then otherwise, really no tornado warnings as of right now. It's just those two. The one that was back up west of Rice Lake is going to be allowed to expire here in just a few minutes. This is back underneath the area of rotation. The wind is currently going in the direction of the cars, which means it's more of a west to east wind, I think. Yeah, this would be more of a west to east wind right now. So this is probably some level of our RFD surge. But again, there's legitimately no reason to be parked under an overpass right now. I just want everybody to know that there's barely any wind here over the town of Washington. Latest scan showing main area of rotation now, off to the northeast of the interstate. The camera's moved, and there's another car parked under the overpass right there. Might be some construction over there. You can see the rain curtains moving right to left. The traffic is now backed up for almost a half a mile because of what these people are doing. The camera's moving. They're trying to see if we can see anything, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to see if there's a tornado. I doubt we'll see it. With it being more of a rain wrap tornado if we have one. They have upgraded the warning to 2-inch sized hail, so it's still radar indicated rotation. Actually, you can kind of see back there a little bit. There it looks like some low clouds out in the distance. Winds are picking up a little bit again, but again, this is nothing to park under overpass for, and you should never do it anyways. But you can see at least on the top right of your screen, the clouds are pretty low, and you got everybody parked under an overpass. All right, people are now starting to move, which they should have never been parked there in the first place. But yeah, back there, that's where we're looking for a potential tornado to be kind of back in there somewhere. I'm not seeing anything very definitive. Rotation on radar is now over the east side of Eau Claire, east of Altoona, near Park Creek Estates, west of Fall Creek. It's coming up on K and Q roads over the next few minutes. It is still a radar indicated area of rotation. Cameraman was called in. He's called in. He's currently... Yeah, he's looking to see if we can see a tornado or not. It looks like there's low clouds right now. I don't see a clear wall cloud or anything like that. If you're in Eau Claire, definitely stay away from windows because of not just the tornado threat, but also there's 2-inch sized hail falling, and that could also turn into wind-driven hail, which means that we could have hail going into windows, and that could easily crack them, or even break through windows. So keep that in mind. 2-inch sized hail can definitely do that, especially if they're flimsy, kind of weak windows. Again, this is inside of our tornado warning. Really, the only shot I think we have of this. Let me see. I think this is the main camera shot. Very ominous skies. There are still people parked under the overpass, but thank goodness the people on the road actually moved. That was the biggest problem. If we have a tornado, it'd be somewhere in the middle of your screen. Middle left. It's just now looking... This is looking east again on I-94. Area of rotation is currently over Park Creek Estates. Definitely some low clouds there on the left side. What's that right there? Oh, that's a raindrop. There's a lot of raindrops on this camera. It's looking now the camera's looking more south and southwest, which should be looking at our storm south of town of Washington, which is not currently producing a tornado or really any rotation. We do have a new photo coming in from Freddy on Twitter back over in Eau Claire. So this is what we're talking about with our hailstone sizes right now in Eau Claire, or at least in the vicinity. 2-inch sized hail is currently falling, which again, this is right around hen egg sized hail. Also, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Sable says our weather lord and savior. Very interesting. Thanks for sending that in. All right, once again, if you're just tuning in, again, we still have an ongoing threat of a potential tornado east of Eau Claire right now. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view. Actually, let's go back to the live shot here. Look how low the clouds are. This is looking in the direction of our area of rotation. Looks like a lot of scud, which is usually... This is not really indicating a tornado here, but... yeah, there's definitely some scud here. This is often confused for tornadoes, which, again, there's no tornado with this, but definitely some low clouds. I might have a wall cloud trying to form here. Velocities have gotten a lot weaker. If we had any tornado, it would be going more towards Fall Creek now. With all the storms merging together, it's gotten messy again. Had a brief shot at producing a tornado, but main area of rotation is now northwest of Fall Creek. Thank you guys for 1.2 million subscribers. I guess we just crossed that. Appreciate the support. Hey, Supernova for the super chat. I don't know what camera that would be. You look for more cameras, Riley, see if there's anything in the Wausau area. Or not Wausau, I keep saying Wausau. Eau Claire. Just anything in the town. Alright, camera's once again moving. All right, back over to Wisconsin Dells. This is a storm that has been tornado warned. Rotation's gotten a little bit broader, it looks like, over the last few minutes. Actually, look at that. I don't know, that might actually be a possible tornado. We don't have a debris signature, but the velocities are tight east of Reedsburg. Moving more to the northwest, and it might be occluding out. We may have a tornado there, just to the north of Rock Springs. We have another storm also southeast of Baraboo that's trying to come together. We have an area of convergence right over Bluffview, just west of Lake, Wisconsin, and that is heading up in the direction of Baraboo. So we may get a new tornado warning for this area in southern Wisconsin here shortly. It's definitely a storm that we need to keep an eye on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning as we were speaking about it. New tornado warning for Baraboo, Portage, and along the I-39 corridor northwest of Poinet in southern Wisconsin. If you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This storm definitely could produce a tornado at some point here soon. There's no doubt about it. Definitely need to keep a close eye on this. And we will have a storm chaser coming up on this in the next few minutes, so we're keeping an eye on that. We are now up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 tornado warnings. Again, we got a large area of storms now. Models have been depicting this for days now. That we're going to see a long stretch of showers and thunderstorms, and they are stretching literally all the way from northwest Minnesota back into Wisconsin, and we are starting to get closer to the threat of tornadoes increasing, like rapidly across parts of Wisconsin. The wind shear is starting to ramp up. We are definitely seeing that now as well. And again, the storm that's near Baraboo definitely has my attention, especially with how strong the velocities already are on the east side of Bluffview. We definitely could get a tornado out of this storm as it moves towards I-90-94 and eventually going towards Portage. So we definitely need to keep a close eye on this. For the Eau Claire area, just a little update. If you're back up near Eau Claire, the velocities have gotten a lot weaker, and they have gone ahead. Oh, this is the other storm. The velocities have gone a lot weaker. We still have a small area of convergence coming up on the town of Lafayette, but at this time, not as much of a concern for a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, and just a little update on our other tornado threats as well. So we've been talking mostly about Minnesota and Wisconsin, but our 5% tornado threat stretches all the way down to the southern border of Kentucky. I think the reason that we're not really seeing storms sort of pop off and initiate there is that it's very warm and there's not a lot of moisture. So right now in Chicago, it is around 95 degrees and our dew point is around 63. That is almost a spread of 20 or more degrees. And when you just see the dew points and the temperatures become that far apart, it becomes really, really hard for storms to sort of convect and get going. In order to see any storms that may produce a tornado in this area, we're going to have to see those temperatures come down or the dew points go up. And I don't really see a chance of that happening anytime soon. But for now, we're not going to see any sort of storms in that area while we have the spreads that we do.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, also, heads up, we just got another severe warning. That's going to be for Wisconsin Rapids, Stevens Point, Plover, and Pittsville. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Also, in Eau Claire, we just had a report of tennis ball-sized hail. This is in the downtown area, basically, or just on the east side of Eau Claire in Altoona, Wisconsin. So according to a trained spotter, there was tennis ball-sized hail reported here. And once again, we've seen some very significant hail already today out of these storms. And this is a photo that was sent in to us on Twitter by Freddie back over in Eau Claire. So this is around 2 inches in diameter at least. So definitely impressive hail that we've seen so far today. Also, Riley, if you get more photos and videos, let me know of other stuff. Stevens Point, a great college town. It is a college town. Thank you, Civ, for the super chat. In northern Indiana, if there are cams on the ground, you can use my footage. Appreciate that. Thank you. I would expect that they'll probably cancel the tornado warning for Eau Claire. Not seeing really any rotation anymore that's that concerning. Should be mostly a hail and wind threat here around Chippewa Falls and also Eau Claire. But continue to stay weather aware. We're keeping an eye on almost every storm in this line. Most of them are currently wind and hail producers, really not much of a tornado risk. Everything further down to the south is starting to ramp up for tornadoes. And wow, that could be some level of contamination, but the velocities have definitely gotten a lot stronger here over the last few minutes near Eau Claire. And we are going to put on CJ Ziegler, bottom left of your screen. He is coming up on this storm right now. Velocities have been intensifying rapidly, and we could get a tornado at any moment. I'm going to put up CJ on the bottom, or he's already on the screen here. I'm going to have to get CJ's actual stream link here so we can put his audio on. CJ Ziegler is currently looking at a low wall cloud there on the left side or middle of your screen right now. This storm's about to produce a tornado, I think. This could legit produce a tornado in the next few minutes. I'm getting CJ on our screen with audio.
I'm gonna be ready to
get ready to.
So again, low wall cloud. This storm might produce a significant tornado in the next few minutes. The velocities are really strong right now. This is coming up on Derwin's Glen and coming up on I-90-94 near Portage. And there's a low hanging wall cloud back there.
Oh, but that is not.
That might not be far from producing a tornado.
Wait, what is that in the background?
I think it's going to in the next few minutes.
Oh my god.
Just southeast of Baraboo, which is pretty populated.
Okay, so here's. I'm trying my hardest here. that's some really good velocity, though. I'm just saying, right? You're a star now, CJ. Max velocity stream. Hello from Max velocity stream.
You are on our stream. We're gonna put them on the bottom left of your screen. Again, that is CJ Ziegler on the storm just to the west of Decorah here in southern Wisconsin. Southeast of Baraboo. Definitely very low clouds right now. Could produce a tornado at some point here in the near future. We have now 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to stay down here. Also, the storm that's northwest of Madison has also been trying to rotate a little bit. I still think it has a little bit of time until it does something, but we need to keep an eye on that one too. But this one is obviously the most concerning. We have a very strong area of convergence coming up on I-90-94 near Portage. And CJ should have another view of that here in a moment. He's just positioning. Riley, look at Twitter stuff. See if we got any more photos and stuff. High risk tomorrow chance? I'd say the chances are low. I honestly don't think we're going to see a high risk tomorrow. I don't think there'll be enough confidence for it. The problem is, like, there could easily be a bunch of prefrontal storm or just a bunch of storms in the morning or early afternoon that are out in front of our frontal boundary, and that could literally limit everything tomorrow. So that could literally affect our tornado threat and stuff like that. Let me see if there's any other cameras down here. Actually, a couple cameras on the lake. This is a live shot. I want to go to this. This is on the air. Again, we have very strong rotation right now, southeast of Baraboo. And if we go over to this camera here, I'm going to put this slot 3 and we'll put it up on full screen. I mean, first off, this is actually on the lake here. So this is on Lake Wisconsin, I believe, north of Lodi. And you can actually see the wind's been picking up, the camera's shaking a little bit. And then this is CJ's view of our storm, which you can actually see the entire mesocyclone from this distance. Kind of buried behind the trees now. And now he's going to be getting off the exit, so we'll have a better view of this in a second. But again, very strong rotation. There's a mesocyclone for sure there. I would say there's at least some level of contamination here, but we have a wall cloud. You can barely see it over the tree line there.
Get that drone up. Want me to switch the drone when you're ready?
Dude, all right, he's gonna put up.
We're gonna switch the drone view, guys. Soon.
All right, so CJ's gonna put up the drone here, so we'll have a drone shot of this.
That's good. That's no problem.
Okay, good. Be careful. Hey, everyone, we're right in front of a very strong...
I'm gonna stay on him because he's gonna have his drone up in like 2 seconds.
We're gonna be deploying the drone right now.
The mic is on me, by the way, so if I'm not recording, I can't hear you. Just letting you know.
Okay. Oh, we're back. Oh, we were. All right. Okay. All right, we're on max stream, by the way. Okay. All right, go. Tell me when you're ready.
Yep.
Ready?
Not yet.
All right, drone's going up. You can see the wall cloud right beyond the trees there.
Oh, for sure.
Velocities are bottom right of your screen. This is going to be heading into Durward's Glen. Glen, I cannot speak over the next couple minutes.
5, 4,
All right, here goes the drone.
2, now.
Drone
There's
view
the
going
storm.
up.
Wow.
Woo! You're live.
Should come back in a second. There we go. That's the storm. That is a large lowering. Very low clouds.
Dude.
That's...
See that on there?
Yeah, I see it.
My goodness.
You want to see what Max is saying?
I'm saying, oh my goodness.
It's really strong right now, so...
I mean, velocities are on radar really strong. We also got a little storm that's forming to the southwest of it. Could nudge into it a little bit.
You good?
That could also produce, kind of ramp up the tornado threat here. This thing, I think, is about to drop, though. We got a huge lowering. I mean, a huge wall cloud right there. Got a hook gecko and everything on radar that's now much more apparent.
All right, yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Latest scan showing the main area of rotation now over Durward's Glen.
Yeah, I understand.
And this could easily produce a strong tornado. I mean, the velocities are off the charts. That was a pretty cool CG right there.
We got low clouds according to Max, and according to the view.
Wasn't a CG, it was just cloud to cloud lightning, but nonetheless, there is definitely, at the minimum, a large wall cloud, and I don't think this is far from producing a tornado. Again, velocities have been very strong. This is the strongest area of rotation that we've seen today in terms of the velocity winds. Like, they are very strong, could easily get a strong tornado out of a storm like this as it moves up towards Portage. This is our only active tornado warning, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. This is literally the only tornado warning that we currently have.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, the timing is ridiculous. We have a new tornado warning. That's going to be over near Nellsville and Greenwood. And that is actually a strong area of rotation coming up on 73 in Greenwood. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We also have Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney, who's going to be coming up on this here soon. So I'm going to get him on screen somehow. Let's do this first.
North on the freeway.
Going to CJ, who's on this other storm.
Maybe
Your
north,
Barbu.
Just do one more exit, yeah.
I just need to quickly put up Freddy on here somehow.
I think the next our exit is pretty close.
Yeah.
I think if we can try to get to the
So this is, I think it's the button. Wrong one. This is Freddie McKinney. He's looking at the storm now from a distance.
Yep. Okay, right above the trees. All right, here we go, guys.
By the way, Freddie McKinney is going to be somebody that we are working with heavily over the next, or at least over the long term.
Let's go get this tornado.
Got some exciting news coming up here soon. Freddie McKinney is currently coming in from the north side on I-39, heading towards Portage into
tornado,
Cora.
Man. Approaching the Portage, Wisconsin area right now. Tornado warning for Portage, Wisconsin. Oh yeah, it's coming right up towards Portage.
Oh yeah.
See if we can see it on the right side of the screen here. That's what he's looking at. He's just north of the he's on the north side of the tornado warning right now. So he's closing in right now. We got CJ on the bottom left of your screen, and then I'm gonna figure out a way to put Freddy on the bottom. I'm on the bottom right of your screen. So again, strong area of rotation right now coming up into Decorah and Portage over the next 5 to 10 minutes. We are also keeping an eye on the storm nudger, if you will, back over just to the southeast of Baraboo. Apparently that's what it is, Baraboo. And so that could actually influence the storm a little bit. We'll see what happens in the next few radar scans, but still a very concerning storm. Back up near Nelsville, southwest of Loyal, we have an area of broader rotation on the latest scan that is currently tracking towards Highway 73.
Right there, and if we have to run, we can run.
Okay.
It's back over to Freddy.
Go. All right, starting to get view of something here.
On right, your screen is a rotation coming up on Portage.
We're coming in from the top side. We're in the direct path of it. If it is on the ground, it's coming right at us. Warn for 2-inch hail.
Hold on. Pretty please. Patting the area where the 360 is. Hold on.
Keeping an eye on CJ still. He's not looking at anything yet.
Does it connect to your phone?
It's been connected since.
Okay, good deal. Good deal. We might have to go live on that soon.
You know, the clouds above us look kind of bubbly.
Yeah, I was starting to get a view to the right.
Now we're gonna go back to him in a second. And Freddy's located right about here. All right, that's where he's located. CJ's somewhere over here, kind of just to the east of the inflow notch. Rotation on the last few scans has gotten a little bit broader, but it's mainly because of this storm merger that's happening on the southwest side. And depending on this storm interaction, it could definitely affect the longevity of this storm, or at least the short-term potential of a tornado. And then the long term, it could actually produce a more significant tornado if that storm merger is successful.
Yeah, I think we got.
Freddy has a view of this. We're going to see it in 2 seconds. On the right side of your screen, you're going to see it. He definitely has a wall cloud. Does not look as large as before.
There is something in there. I can kind of see it,
Yeah.
but I can't tell what.
Look to the right. Look
Yep.
to, oh,
Right
there it is.
there.
What is that? Big bowl.
Giant bowl.
Big bowl. Big bowl.
I'm actually going to start recording on the 360.
Yeah, go ahead and get the 360 running. Got a bowl. I don't know if that's a funnel or if it's just
That's what CJ saw
got a bowl
before.
lowering. Cannot confirm what that is at the moment. Gonna hit this exit here.
It's really,
Coming up into Portage.
I mean, that's really low and also really scuddy.
You guys are just now tuning in. We're by Portage, Wisconsin right now. We got a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado coming into Portage, Wisconsin.
So again, very
Block
low
here.
clouds. There is a bowl lowering on the southwest side of Portage. I think CJ
A good angle of it somewhere.
has some sort of view of this. Is that it? Or is that just a different spot? That doesn't look the same. Unless it has already weakened, I'm not sure. We'll keep Freddy bottom right. The velocities are not as strong as before, for the record. Again, we have a storm merger coming in from the southwest, so it's definitely weakened this a little bit in the short term. It could re-intensify in the long term as it moves into Portage, but a little bit weaker over the last few scans. Also getting a report in the chat. In Ridgeland, Wisconsin, there are tree limbs down. Again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Back to our tornado warning near Neilsville or Nelsville, west of Granton. The velocities have gotten much broader. Not seeing as much here in terms of a tornado risk, but stay in your safe place if you're in Greenwood, Loyal, or Longwood, just to the west of Marshfield. Be keeping an eye on that. All right. Another radar scan in a second. Yeah, we're mainly watching this storm right now near Portage. If it does produce, we could easily see a strong tornado. Thank you, Cassidy, for the super chat. Can you do a check for north of Wisconsin Dells getting strong winds and hail? It'll be mostly wind and hail. We're not talking about any tornado risk right now for the Wisconsin Dells area. Everything's mostly just wind and hail in your neck of the woods. Let's go back over to Freddy.
Right here.
Freddy's about to pull off here,
Okay.
see if he sees anything.
That cone went bye-bye.
So again, this is in our tornado warning near Portage.
Like...
It was trying earlier. It was like a very pronounced cone coming.
I'm gonna pull it by this guy here. See what we can see here.
So this is a view of the storm here from Freddy.
I'm gonna hit the windshield wiper quick.
Yep. Yeah, I got a lowering, but there's nothing defined at the moment.
It was a lot better, a lot more defined earlier.
Yeah, it was. It makes me wonder, is it locating more east now? Maybe we're gonna have to shoot east of Portage. Or go down through Portage.
Hey, Savannah, for the Get to membership.
We might have to go down through Portage.
So it
But
looks
that's
like...
the lowering right there, Chad. You can't, there's no tornado.
The lowering that I'm seeing here is not as large or even as low as before. And again, I think the storm merger from the southwest has more to do with it.
Here.
With that said, if this thing can organize again, it could produce a significant tornado. It wasn't far from it a few moments ago. We had a huge wall cloud.
We might have to just go through Portage. That might be the call here. Let me see if I can figure that out real quick. See how it routes through this town.
Oh, that burned through battery.
Yeah,
this is also another photo from Altoona. Got some more hail photos back over in Altoona. That's around golf ball sized hail or so. That's back up near Eau Claire. We've had a lot of hail reports. That was from Garrett on Twitter. Let's go back to the 3-cam view. We'll have CJ bottom left and Freddy bottom right. This is the last few radar scans. Again, the rotation's definitely gotten broader over the last few minutes, but we may see a new area of rotation develop here. We definitely have a little bit of a meso maybe trying to reform here going into Portage. This will be tracking up towards Marcelon, west of Cambria, and south of Dalton. So if you're in any of those areas, definitely stay weather aware. That's our new area to watch for an area of rotation. It's not really strong yet, but that's where we're going to be watching for a potential of a recycling stage here. Just to the east of the Wisconsin Dells. Hey, Dustin for the super chat. Just drove past the tornado pass and saw quite a bit of damage from the tornado near New Richmond. There must have been a lot of people listening to you because there's about 30 cars here looking. Well, there was a tornado there for sure earlier. We had a debris signature on radar too, and it was on the ground for about 5 or 10 minutes. We have had some photos and videos sent into us of that tornado. This is the only video that I've seen so far, but I think there's plenty of them out there. This is from Kyle Martlett of that tornado back over into Richmond, Wisconsin. This is approximately an hour ago or so now, but this had a large wall cloud for a long period of time and then actually produced. So pretty impressive. That was definitely our strong. If I had to guess, it was probably our strongest tornado of the day. Let's go back to here. Tornado warning for Portage does end in 5 minutes, but we are watching this area for potential redevelopment of rotation going towards Marcelon and Dalton. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are starting to see our storms initiate in Illinois. This is a look at satellite, and we can start to see a few little puffs on the satellite here. So these are going to be our potentially tornado-producing storms. However, when we look at these storms on radar, they're still very, very small. But these are something that could potentially grow bigger. We did talk about how the dew points and the temperatures were quite a bit apart. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn those on, and we can sort of look at the spreads between our dew points and our temperatures. So over here in Sterling, we can see that we have a temperature of 92 and a dew point of 67. When we see spreads as significant as that, it makes it really, really hard for these storms to become tornadic. Nonetheless, I feel like there is enough storms convecting along this line now that we could see one of them, maybe two of them, but like I'm just trying to say a couple of these could become tornadic, but not all of them with the environment we have here. So this is sort of our line here, and we only have 4 or 5 storms really growing upscale on it right now, but there's going to be more over the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, we are keeping an eye on, obviously, not just Wisconsin, but we are going to start to see Illinois pick up with activity over the next hour or so. And so again, the first storm that is fired off out in front of our line is back over near Rockford, and we got plenty of storms. And honestly, these are going up really early. This is earlier than almost every model was showing. It's currently 4:45. Most models did not show anything until 6. So we are seeing storms fire off very early across parts of northwestern Illinois, and I would honestly fully expect that we are going to see some significant severe weather within the next hour or two across northern Illinois. So definitely a bit of a concerning trend there. Otherwise, we have a little storm near Rockford moving into Belvedere and just to the west of Hartford, but for right now, that is just mainly a hail and windstorm. Nothing tornadic really about that, at least for the time being. Back over to CJ on our,
the audio still bugging?
On our tornado warning.
I haven't seen anything about
That's not CJ. This is CJ.
this other storm is kind of colliding.
CJ has a pretty decent view here. He's underneath the storm. This is east of Baraboo, coming up on Portage. Main area of rotation is moving into Portage right now. Bottom right of your screen. Still have an area of convergence here. He's kind of underneath it right now. Freddy's still repositioning. Also, we do have Tornado Pagey, which doesn't look like their feed's working again. Riley, their feed's not working again. I don't know why. Oh, nope, now it is. Never mind. Let me try to fix this. You guys are going to see magic happen in real time. So this is Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They are currently coming up towards that storm in northern Illinois right now.
It doesn't look as glitchy as it was.
Maybe they actually might be going to Wisconsin.
I wonder if it's Bella Box that does the bonding.
Probably it might be.
You guys can hear the audio, right?
I have to use Speedify.
I just want to make sure you guys can hear the audio like as we speak. Just let me know. Just confirming. All right, CJ's underneath the storm in Portage. Just what it looks like in downtown.
The worst time possible.
Area of rotation is literally is about to move right over the town of Portage. Thank you, Sandra, for becoming a VIP Velocity member.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's definitely. Oh, no.
Yeah, look at that.
The clouds are still low. It just, again, it does not look as organized as before. We had a massive wall cloud earlier. I mean, like, we could have easily had a strong tornado if it wasn't for that storm merger. And now it's kind of fighting a lot of other storms around it again. But there's still rotation here. I mean, it could produce maybe a quick tornado over Portage.
Those are not moving, so my camera's not being wiped.
No, I see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning for multiple counties in Wisconsin. Green Lake, Marquette, and Columbia counties in Wisconsin. That'll pop up in a second again. We have two tornado warnings, or now three tornado warnings actively. Oh, never mind. Now we have two. The new one, I think, is just a reassurance here. All right, so this is for Portage. That's going to be for Marquesand, south of Montello, Dalton, Kingston, and Marquette. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to go back to CJ. He's still underneath this storm in Portage.
I'm glad we made a decision.
Thank you, Deadly Mouse, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yep.
Yeah, hopefully we do a little better road network, more flat terrain.
Yeah.
Rotation right now is right over the town of Portage. Looks a bit more elevated than before.
Oh yeah, look at that. Being off flatter. Yeah, we're just with the trees, but if we get out of here fully, should have pretty good view overall.
Yeah.
Might be to stop real quick.
Mark it, thank you.
Really nice, so I could take a really quick.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Let me see if Freddy has a view.
Yeah.
Keep going to Storm Runner.
All right, gotta be careful.
This is
gotta be
Freddie
careful, but
McKinney's
it's
view.
trying right here in town.
This is still a radar indicated area of rotation.
This is Portage, Wisconsin.
A nice CG.
Got some scud up there on the top right.
Gotta watch to the right too, just to make sure there's not another area. Make sure there's not any other areas of interest here in town.
Try to sneak glimpses between the houses.
We're watching this right here. It's coming into Portage.
This is the latest radar scan. Again, we have strong rotation again over the town of Portage. So this is strengthening yet again. And so again, a tornado could literally drop at any time. We have 2 storm chasers that are looking directly at this. And as I've mentioned a few times, this literally could drop a tornado with this recycling. So I'm definitely not ruling out a tornado here over the town of Portage, coming up on Bellefontaine, Dalton, eventually going towards Kingston and Market, as well as Markesan here in southern Wisconsin. And I know it looks really messy. We got a lot of storms around this thing, but it is definitely trying to, you know, produce here. The velocities have once again strengthened just north of I-94. Freddy is going through a low signal. Looks like both chasers are in low signal areas in the town of Portage, but we are keeping a close eye again on both of them, as a tornado definitely still remains possible literally at any time with this storm. Let's see if we can get back to Freddy. All right, he's on low signal. The traffic cam in Portage. Let's see if there's any decent ones. There are cameras in Portage. Not entirely sure if there's any decent ones, though. Actually, one right in downtown.
Should be good now. We're basically almost underneath where the circulation is here right now. That's why I'm kind of like backing out just a little bit. It should be like right here.
Wow. If I can get this camera up, I'll show you guys.
Get a bearing on it, though. You see anything to the right?
I'm actually going to full screen this.
You see the edge of the wall cloud?
This is what it looks like right now in this tornado warning. I had a view of it looked like a lot of dust kicking up, and now they're looking somewhere else. There was a pretty clear view, it looked like, of a lot of dust or some sort of really strong inflow moving across the town of Portage just a second ago. It's a live shot in the traffic camera here in downtown Portage. Not seeing anything anymore.
Just can't get an angle.
Freddy is pretty much underneath
houses and things right now. Heads up if you're in Portage,
Wisconsin,
right now, guys. Portage, Wisconsin. Tornado warned storm here. This is right where we were sitting just a second ago. Yep. Maybe we can see something here now. This is like a little bit of a view.
Latest radar scan, weaker rotation again over Portage. Another storm merger weakened the rotation, which is a good thing for Portage.
I still see that.
Still keeping a very close eye on this storm, though. This is the closest to producing a tornado on the radar right now.
Pull over.
Across all of Wisconsin.
Pull over here
real quickly, I do want to go back to live radar. This is back over in western Wisconsin, east of Eau Claire, west of McMillan, and west of Wausau. This storm has actually been strengthening again, so we do have a couplet forming just off to the north of Neilsville that's heading up towards Loyal and Greenwood. Latest scan broadened it, but there was actually a pretty strong area of rotation there for a scan or two. That is currently heading into Loyal, Greenwood, and eventually going towards Colby and Abbotsville. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, there's not really much rotating right now in southern Wisconsin. Even though we got a lot of storms firing, they're very premature so far, but in about an hour or so, they should be a lot more matured and probably producing more of a tornado threat here in the near future. And back over in western Illinois, as I've mentioned, these storms are firing off very early compared to what we were expecting. And I would fully expect that we are going to start to see significant severe weather take place across parts of northern and central Illinois within the next hour or two. And we'll probably end up getting a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch very soon.
Just to make sure there's not something buried in the rain over here or something, you know.
Let me see if CJ has anything here.
There could be something back in here, because this is
not the right button, dude. I keep clicking that button.
Observe a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30.
Oh, this is confirmed. What happened? This is a spotter's confirmed tornado.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you, Cap.
It apparently got upgraded. It was corrected. So this has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So reportedly there's a tornado in progress over Portage. It's going to be moving towards Markesan. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. So again, an observed tornado. This is according to weather spotters. A few brief touchdowns were reported near Portage. This is CJ's view. She's currently driving and trying to position out in front of it.
There is a tornado, you know, you don't want to get like you know, T-boned by it. That's obviously.
This is Freddy. He's still in the town of Portage. Maybe back to CJ.
Looks like they got.
So again, apparently there's a tornado, or at least a few brief touchdowns in the last few minutes over the town of Portage. If we still have a tornado, it's likely on the east side of town.
Yeah, that tornado warning got corrected, but I don't know what got corrected on it. From what I'm hearing, it is in Portage by Highway 33. I'm calling this site down to record. We want to take a left, probably. Coming up.
So he's driving away. I'm gonna go back to Freddy. This is in downtown Portage.
Yeah, if you just get out of this town, that would be ideal. Thank you, A. X. Yeah, if we can just get out of this town of Portage, would solve a lot of our problems here right now, so.
Portage does look like a nice town. I saw somebody say in that chat.
That would
Does look
solve
nice.
a lot of our problems.
I don't know why the feeds are really lagging on the bottom left. I have Freddy on one of these. I put Freddy bottom right just so it actually updates. For some reason the camera's broken. So once again, if you're just tuning in, confirmed tornado over Portage. The velocities have gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. If I had to guess, it was probably a few brief tornadoes on the southwest side of town or on the south side of town around 445, 450. And over the last few scans, the rotation has once again broadened out. And the reason why that's happening is because of all of these storms that are moving from south to north into our hook and inflow. So it's kind of choking this storm off a little bit. It's kind of leading to a threat of a tornado being much lower. As long as this keeps happening, like when we have all these storms merging into that supercell, we are likely going to continue to see a struggling tornado risk with this particular supercell. So that's at least what we're seeing as of right now. Again, that could change at any time, but generally speaking, that's what we've been seeing so far, at least with that supercell. And then back over to the east of Eau Claire, we still have a supercell that's trying to produce a tornado coming up on Loyal and Greenwood. This is the main area of rotation. It's going northeast towards 98 and eventually going towards Atwood and Colby. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Still a chance of a tornado dropping there. We should get a watch here very shortly, I'd say, for Illinois. I don't think we have a watch yet, but we should be getting a severe watch, but probably a tornado watch here shortly for the Chicago area. And really across a large chunk of northern Illinois. There's also a report of a rotating, believe it or not, there's a rotating supercell in Harrisonburg, in Virginia. So this storm here actually has a rotating wall cloud. So if you're over in Harrisonburg, Virginia, stay weather aware. That's actually, that area has a slight risk of severe weather today, believe it or not.
He's on road, he looked up
back over to Freddy, who's inside the confirmed tornado warning.
Road 33. Road 33. He's just sending all the units after me right now. He gave me a warning, but now he's just gonna like send me in. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shut these off.
The Perry County guy.
There's the wall cloud right there.
Oh yeah. Very high.
Wall cloud is way higher than before.
I don't know if this is recording or not. Are the mic's recording?
Nope.
Okay, good deal, good deal. But yeah, we got a tornado warned supercell here.
Hey, Stacy, for the $25 Venmo, appreciate that.
Just passed through
Stay
Portage.
safe.
Just passed through Portage.
I'm gonna get a drink real quick. We'll be back in 2 seconds.
Wisconsin here.
You can hear the sirens. I can't see the lights though.
Yeah, he's behind me. I'm trying to go, but this guy's slowing down. He's gonna make me get stuck behind the cop, and the cop will probably come up here and then block the road, and then I won't be able to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you, CM, for the $50 super chat.
Already go. Pull off.
Northwest Indiana should be mostly wind. Could see a strong
Must
tornado.
Pulled off or something. Look at these guys. What are they doing? Taking cover underneath a tree. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
That guy's taking cover underneath a tree.
That is. Why is somebody putting a
Here's
car
the wall cloud to the left.
underneath a tree?
That's the wall cloud right there. I don't see anything to find though at the moment.
I agree.
Really don't see anything to find here. at this moment in time. So we're gonna have to just kind of keep cooking east here. I think it's dealing with all these mergers right now. It's just kind of.
Is he running from a cop? I don't know. I missed the story, I think.
Now,
no
when
clue
it
what he's
gets
doing.
through all these mergers, it could
Freddy's in
try
trouble.
to, you know, re-intensify, maybe reacquire a more focused area of rotation. That's when this thing could potentially drop another tornado. But at the moment, it's dealing with a bunch of mergers. That storm back to the northwest is looking really interesting right now, too. Now, of course, but that one's probably out of our reach. We'd have to fly back to the interstate and then fly north, and then it's already lifting north at a pretty fast clip, so I don't think there'd be a way for us to catch that.
Hey, Riley, for becoming a member.
Oh, look at the wall cloud to the left. Yep. There is kind of a cut, actually. There's kind of a clear slot with it.
Oh. Thanks, Jen. Apparently the location's not updating.
So yeah, it looks pretty elevated to me, from at least what we're seeing. So, storm does appear to be a bit more elevated as of right now, but we'll continue to watch it closely in case it does produce another tornado. It's gotten very messy. The main area of rotation would be coming up on Marcelon, Dalton, and Kingston, and eventually going towards Manchester and Markesan. Freddy's keeping pretty good pace with that storm right now, so we'll keep him on the bottom right. Still has a bit of a wall cloud there. And right now near Rockford in northern Illinois, really not much there, just mainly hail and wind. Actually, let's go back to Freddy.
You got it on there?
I believe so.
Okay, there's actually a bit more of a view now, at least. A little bit more of a defined lowering trying to develop there on the right, but they just went to low signal. Wonder if CJ has this. Yeah, CJ kind of has it as well.
Lowering
Freddy is...
and a wall cloud just to the left, and there is a
Freddy does have a little bit more of a lowering, maybe trying to form.
Here at the moment.
Velocities have actually again uptrended in the last couple scans. It might try to produce again here at some point. Velocities have definitely increased a little bit over the last few minutes. It's coming up on Bellefontaine, Dalton, and Kingston in southern Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get around this guy when I get a chance. Yeah, couplet's tightening up on radar again. Yep. Couplet,
yeah,
the latest scan there, it is tightening up to the north, so I'm about to blast around this guy, get the 22. Looks like this guy's turning.
I'm going to put him bottom right of your screen, but again, there's definitely an area of rotation that is formed again, just to the north, or west, excuse me, of Marcelon, northeast of Portage. This was a confirmed tornado over Portage not long ago, but they were reportedly brief touchdowns. There was at least a few brief touchdowns. It's a very messy storm right now. We have a bit of an inflow. It's just kind of cut off a lot of because of the storms down to the south. And as long as we keep having storm mergers, it's going to struggle to produce a tornado. But if it can clear out a little bit, we definitely have a window where it could produce a tornado going into Dalton and Kingston and as well as Marquette. So all of those areas we're keeping an eye on right now. And I believe the Clark County, Wisconsin tornado warning, which is this one west of Marshfield, that is still radar indicated. With that said, it has actually upticked in rotation a lot over the last few minutes. So tornado threat increasing if you're in Loyal, Wisconsin, just outside of Greenwood, south of Atwood. That's going up towards Colby and Abbotsford over the next few minutes. It's back over to Freddy on the storm, northeast of Portage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I need to get this 22.
He's behind some trees, but we do have a new tornado warning. This one is south of Duluth. So this can be right along the Minnesota and Wisconsin border near Holyoke, west of Dairyland. It's moving right along the border, just east of Bruno and west of Gordon. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is currently tracking to the north. Long-term going towards Duluth, or Duluth. Definitely have rotation, though. It's broad area for right now, but it could produce a tornado at some point here in the next 15 minutes, going up towards Holyoke. Pretty rural areas as of right now. Honestly, this storm, too, could potentially get tornado warned. We have a little mezzo there west of Hayward, going up towards 53, and that's currently tracking to the north and north-northwest. Long-term going towards Hawthorne. All right, we're going to go back down to the tornado warning cell north of Madison. Let me actually check the Madison storms real quick. Got a little area of rotation actually developing near Marshall. It's near Waterloo, just to the southeast of 151. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Little area of rotation trying to form there. It's not much right now. The main storm right now that we are concerned about is this one near Marcelon. The velocities have intensified a lot over the last few minutes. This is as of 3 minutes ago. Area of convergence right over CM, coming up on Bellefontaine, and eventually going into Dalton. Freddie McKinney, bottom right, is on this. Let me check and see if CJ's on this as well. He is. This is CJ's view. Right side of your screen is where we're looking for that wall cloud that's been on the storm for the last probably 30 minutes at least.
There we go. Finally getting to the open area now.
Rotation is mainly coming up on the northwest side of Bellefontaine. Definitely low clouds.
Oh yeah, we're getting I say maybe pause here. Pause here. This is a good spot. Maybe stop in here. Because well, if you see on radar, we're kind of ahead of it right now.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, like try to do a U-turn. I think.
Nah, I don't want to block the road, and the camera's.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Again, very low clouds here. Main area of rotation is now northeast of Portage.
Yep.
Freddy's still positioning. I'll stay on CJ here.
We do. There's like no road.
Scud City.
On this.
Have I ever storm chased? I mean, I've hurricane chased. I chased Hurricane Nicole. There's actually videos on YouTube here about it. I think they might put up a drone in a second, so we'll keep an eye on that. I do want to point out that there is a new severe storm west of Milwaukee that has just fired. This is currently producing the threat of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming up on Menomonee Falls, Waukesha. Tornado threat is not zero with this, but it's very low, at least for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Nothing imminent, but we are going to keep an eye on it for a potential tornado risk as that moves to the northeast. We've had a lot of hail reports in and around Madison, Wisconsin as well. Anywhere from 1 to 2.5 inch diameter hail so far across Madison. That is all moving now towards Columbus and Watertown and Lake Mills, and as well as Beaver Dam. So be ready for some significant hail.
Very tight rotation.
Behind some trees.
I got a 502 scan.
It's back to Freddy inside our confirmed tornado warning.
Back. And then hit that couplet coming up from the south here, but
so
I'm gonna blast up on this
screen.
one, and we should be able to turn around and hit the other one, I think, if need be. Should be right in front of us here somewhere.
All right, no clear view as of right now.
Might be heavily rain wrapped.
Oh.
Yeah, we make it into a
Heck. Well, I could still hear Freddy. New haircut? I got a new haircut like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago now? Almost 2 weeks ago. Let me go back up to the northern tornado warning. Oh, this one's been upgraded to confirm too. Why am I not getting alerts? Okay, so apparently this is also now a confirmed tornado for Loyal. This is as of the last 2 minutes. So our northern tornado warning has now been upgraded to confirmed. That's heading up towards Colby and Abbotsville. So again, confirmed tornado right now heading up towards Abbotsville in Wisconsin near 98 west of Spencer. Don't see a clear CC drop as of right now, but this is just west of Spencer. It's pretty much a fully rain-wrapped tornado moving to the northeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. We now have 2 confirmed tornado warnings. Again, one west of Marshfield and another one here east of the Wisconsin Dells, which this one I don't think is on the ground anymore, but there is definitely an area of rotation there that is on the stronger side of things. Back over to CJ on the storm near Dalton. So we have 2 different confirmed tornado warnings right now, and then
just to the left of the
one
road,
tornado warning west of Duluth.
This is an urgent alert. Tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I don't know what's going on. My audio's breaking.
Yeah, I know.
Alright. For some reason... This is so weird. Okay. I don't know why audio is double playing. We do have a new tornado warning now. This one's going to be for Clark County, Wisconsin, and it is a confirmed tornado warning. It's just...
A new tornado warning
has been issued. They're just issuing it on top of the warning that we already had. That is going to be for Colby and Abbotsford, just outside of Loyal. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Again, very strong rotation that is fully rain wrapped, heading up towards Atwood right now, and it's going in the direction of Colby. Highway 29 is also going to be in the path of this. Be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. This is off to the west of Wausau. We also got damaging winds and hail coming up towards I-39, Stevens Point, Plover, Wausau, and 29. A lot of severe weather upcoming here as this activity all moves off to the northeast. New tornado warning is going to be for those in Adams, west of Coloma, and as well as west of Hancock, west of I-39 near Friendship. Main area of rotation is right over Friendship, moving to the northeast. This one's a broad area of rotation, but with it being discrete, it can definitely produce a tornado here in the near term as it moves towards Highway 21 and just southeast of Big Flats. We are starting to see a lot more severe storms now firing up across western Illinois. We got 2 warnings now, one for Sterling, another one for Kewanee, west of Princeton. That's mainly going to be for hail and wind. The tornado threat should start to increase in the next 2 hours across northern Illinois, including the Chicago area. So get ready for that. Also, we got a new area of rotation developing near Rio. This is just south of this storm that's already produced a few tornadoes near Portage. We'll have to keep an eye on that. They have updated this tornado warning. It is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated.
So,
this is
gotta
Freddy.
be really careful, just kind of creeping up here.
Freddy's being careful with all the trees around him. He's currently near the center of the rotation. I believe he's on Highway 22.
We're very close to it. It's so incredibly rain wrapped, this circulation, so. Oh wait, it's clearing out. It's clearing out. It's clearing out. It's clearing out.
Heck yeah.
Clearing out.
Might have something up there in the middle.
Shut that off. It's clearing out. What is that? Ooh, wait. What is that to the left? Oh, there. Ooh, we got a bulk off for sure.
That's a large lowering right there in the middle.
We broke through it.
That's what we like to see.
He has low connection, but there is definitely still some sort of lowering there. Let me see if CJ has it. CJ's in the same kind of area. Velocities have been kind of in and out this entire time because of all the rain around this thing. It's gonna be a fully rain-wrapped tornado, or almost fully rain-wrapped if we get one. So Freddy's at least has something here.
It beat to the left. About 11 o'clock.
This is currently radar indicated rotation. Nothing officially confirmed yet.
On this
I'm going to keep him on the bottom right of your screen because he is having some signal issues. That's, again, just off to the north of Marcelon, coming up on Marquette. Fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. Just to the west of Kingston as well. Looks like it's clearing out again.
Very low wall cloud.
Just a very low wall cloud.
All right, so Freddy's saying there's a very low wall cloud. It's kind of in the middle of your screen. You can barely see it. Again, connection's very low here.
Just buried in the rain up in here. Oh, we found it.
And this is on Highway 22.
Area of interest, but I don't think
I just want to throw it out there. We are up to
If-
26 severe
if
thunderstorm
there's
warnings,
something
which is actually kind of
to the
bonkers. I'm not going to lie.
A little hail. See up here to the left, there is some motion. See
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Low clouds.
There's some motion in whatever that is. See anything to your right, Eli?
Another lowering?
Yeah, anything rotating or?
If it is, very broadly.
Yeah, nothing crazy. I think it's
Nothing
right in
crazy.
front of us. Yep. Right in front of us here is where it's trying. No tornado, but rotating wall cloud right in front of us. Crossing this 22, I think. What do we have here? Chasers.
So again, low clouds are not touching down right now, but
Yep.
been trying for over an hour to produce a more significant tornado. It's just all the storm mergers.
Crossing right here. We're gonna want to flip back around and go after that other. Alrighty. We're gonna flip back around.
And Freddy's gonna be bottom right of your screen. Back up into Wisconsin Rapids, west of Stevens Point. We have a new tornado warning. This is an area of rotation just to the south of Port Edwards that is currently moving up into Wisconsin Rapids, Rudolph, Byron, and Junction City and Millador. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter.
A new tornado
get away from windows, get on the lowest
issued.
floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is currently moving off to the north, going towards Highway 10 and Highway 13. West of Stevens Point. The other tornado warning that was just issued is going to be for Marathon and Wood counties in Wisconsin. This is what it looks like across the board. We'll have the other tornado warning pop up in a moment, and there it is. So that's for Marshfield and McMillan. Now up on Stratford, Fenwood, and Vienna. Main area of rotation is right over here near Highway 10. It's actually not in the tornado warning technically yet, but it is going to be in the warning in just a moment. It is currently tracking to the northeast. Again, significant tornadoes are possible with any storms that can stay somewhat organized. So we have a very favorable environment right now for strong tornadoes if anything can stay organized. We're sitting at 7 tornado warnings and 27 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Riley, look for cameras in these areas. Let's see if there's any other chasers on any of the other ones. Hey, Mari from Coming to Member, welcome to the Velocities. Just back over to Freddy inside the tornado warning east of Wisconsin Dells. Looks like he's turning around. Rotation's gotten weaker on the storm that he's on. He might be going down to the south now for the other storm. There's another storm that has just formed over the last 30 minutes or so east of Portage that is beginning to rotate. Got a little hook echo here on the back end. So a little hook echo right here that has begun to form. And then we also have rotation that's starting to pick up coming up on Cambria and Randolph. So that's another storm that we need to keep an eye on. We got some storms also near Columbus and near Lake Mills that are not really tornadic at this point, but definitely wind and hail producers. And then west of Milwaukee, we have a ping pong ball sized hailstorm currently moving towards Menomonee Falls. What's the record for you for warnings? The highest amount of tornado warnings we've ever had at a given time, I think, was 30. Yeah, it was like 30, I think. That was back on that outbreak. I think it was the beginning of April. And then the highest amount of severe warnings we've had was 49, I believe. And that happened a couple times. That was actually like 2 weeks ago. At 5:04 p.m., we did have a confirmed law enforcement tornado back over in Loyal, Wisconsin. So this tornado may still be on the ground. We don't have any clear view of it on radar of it being on the ground, but the velocities are still strong. Just to the west of Spencer, heading up towards Colby and Abbotsford, just to the east of Greenwood. So tornado possible there. It's going to be a fully rain-wrapped tornado heading up towards Abbotsford. And rotation's got a little bit broader here west of Marshfield. Just a little mezzo here on radar near Highway 10, tracking up towards Mann and McMillan. Not really seeing much on this tornado warning either near Adams. Why they actually issued this one? Velocities have gotten weaker over the last few minutes. I'm not seeing much west of Colima. We still don't have any watch yet in Illinois. Again, we should be getting a severe watch or a tornado watch here soon for Illinois. Oh, they actually just issued it, as I said that. All right, well, we now have a tornado watch for Illinois. So this was just issued. This is going to be for those in the Chicago area, Chicago suburbs, Decatur, Lincoln, Champaign, Galesburg, and Peoria. This goes until 10 o'clock tonight. A couple of strong tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to the size of apples is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also likely. This is a very populated area. Again, if you know any friends or family here across northern Illinois, northwest Indiana, I know we've been talking a lot about this area throughout the week, and we were talking a lot about how it was a conditional risk of storms even firing. Well, storms have fired, and we are probably going to see a pretty decent amount of severe weather over the next few hours across northern Illinois. So if you know any friends or family that live in this area, you can share the stream with them, get the word out there, make sure that they're ready for hail, wind, and the potential for tornadoes as well. I would fully expect that we'll be talking about at least some degree of significant severe weather over the next few hours across northern Illinois. For the time being, we got at least a couple of storms that have fired off back over near I-80 in Dixon. These fired again very early on. We were not expecting storms to fire up this early. None of this is tornadic so far, but I do think the threat will definitely increase here very soon as these storms go towards DeKalb, Aurora, and as well as Ottawa, and eventually towards the Chicago suburbs. So if you're over in Chicago, we got about 2 hours or so until storms are in your area. I think we'll have storms in that area within about 2 hours or so. That'd be my ETA. By the way, heads up, if you're back over in Harrisonburg, we've had reports of a large rotating wall cloud at one point. We have 2 different storms that are rotating, one over the town of Harrisburg and another one in Shenandoah in northern Virginia. Not imminent currently for a tornado, but we could see a brief tornado at some point. A strong tornado risk is not currently expected in Virginia. All right, we're going to go north to south on our tornado warnings, beginning with the one south of Duluth. This one's broadened out a lot over the last few minutes. I'm not really seeing much rotation on this supercell. There's another storm that's back over near Cromwell that is a little hook. That could try to produce something at some point as it heads up towards Highway 210.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Wow. Okay, we have a new confirmed tornado. This is all the way back over to the east of Grand Forks. This is in northwestern Minnesota, kind of out of left field here, near Highway 75 south of Warren, west of Red Lake Falls. For Grand Forks County, North Dakota, and Polk County, Minnesota, during this tornado warning, seek shelter. This is a confirmed tornado that has been confirmed by law enforcement moving up towards Warren. So our tornado will be located near Highway 75, heading up towards Warren over the next few minutes. Still have a confirmed tornado warning north of Neilsville. Again, I don't know if we have anything still. This is a while ago when it was confirmed south of Colby, but it is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation. Rain-wrapped tornado heading up towards Colby and Abbotsford right now. If you're back over near Wausau or Stevens Point, be ready for significant damaging winds and a potential tornado threat. We are keeping an eye on these storms. Nothing that really jumps out to me right now that is imminent for a tornado, aside from the one that's already been producing one. That's south of Abbotsford. And then back over near Friendship, still a broad area of rotation, going towards Big Flats and Plainfield, and then back over near Beaver Dam, and also near Monticello. We still have rotation, actually, just south of Monticello, west of Marquette, that is coming up towards Sandstone Bluff. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning on that here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we also have an area of rotation just to the north of Fall River that is moving towards Wapun. That might produce a tornado at some point as well. All right, we have another tornado warning. This is for Ashland and Sawyer counties in Wisconsin. We're up to 8 tornado warnings and 19 severe warnings. That'll pop up here in a second. This is all the way back up in northern Wisconsin, east of Chef Lake. This is a tornado that'll be embedded in our line of storms, heading up towards Glidden and Draper. So seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning.
Here we are.
TX Storm Junkie with a super chat saying just wanted to help out a fellow.
This is back over to Freddie in Partyville,
I appreciate you
Wisconsin.
there, DX.
So he's now, I believe, probably repositioning from the storm that he was just on. And it looks like we lost him there for a second. We'll go back to him in a second. But he's currently now just south of the tornado warning. There are storms further down to the south that are starting to look a little bit more interesting. Mainly to the west of Watertown. I would definitely keep a close eye on this storm near Beaver Dam heading towards West Bend. That one definitely could become more of a problem in the near future if it's able to stay discreet. Not really much of any rotation yet, but the main area that we'll be watching for would be right over the south side of Waterloo. By the way, this is Vince Walty. You can actually watch him in the Radar Omega app, with the top link in the description below. This is his live shot right now. He's also on YouTube of that storm that is right there on I-94. Also part of the Project Weather Eye, which is basically where the Radar Omega app, you can see all sorts of different cameras that get deployed during the day of an event. We're going to be using those a lot more here in the near future, but this is a really good shot right now of our storm down to the south and southern Wisconsin. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Vince as he moves right along the interstate. Again, this is back over near I-94. Very low clouds. Definitely a potential tornado threat in the near future near Waterloo, going up towards Watertown. We go back over to Freddie here for a second.
And Rachel with the super chat saying, y'all are doing a great job. Be safe, and I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat there as well. You guys are incredible. You guys are absolutely incredible.
We appreciate you guys.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Got the best. Got the best.
Hey, Donkey for the super chat. What should we expect in Kalamazoo? Kalamazoo, I'd fully expect a wind threat and hail threat at the minimum. That should be like at least what you're preparing for. It'll be pretty scattered, I think, across southwestern Michigan, but there's also a chance for a isolated tornado or two. Generally speaking, this is what it should look like over the next few hours. So this is right about now. So again, we got plenty of storms already out there across Wisconsin and Illinois. By about 6 to 7 o'clock, storms will be knocking on your doorstep if you're in the Chicago suburbs. And then eventually by 8 to 9 o'clock, storms will be approaching southwest Michigan, northwest Indiana, and eastern Illinois. But keep in mind that the HRRR model is just a projection. We've already seen some storms fire up out in front of this line. So this model is already kind of inaccurate with the exact positioning of our storms that are currently ongoing. Because we have a couple over here. We have multiple in this area that are not even showing up. And we even have a couple storms that have been trying to fire west of Chicago. So... but nonetheless, this is a general projection over the next few hours of what we can expect. We'll have pretty much numerous, almost widespread storms within the next hour or two across eastern Wisconsin and Illinois, and eventually that'll move into Michigan, Indiana, and then Ohio as we go into the late evening and early overnight hours. All right, let me go back over to live radar. Being mispronounced by Max should be a badge of honor. Yeah, honestly, at this point, it really should. This storm looks nasty. I've got to say, this one northwest of Watertown, it's not tornadic yet. But I really do think that this actually has a legitimate shot of a significant tornado if it can stay discreet. And so far, it has stayed very discreet here, just outside of Beaver Dam. Also, we do have an area of rotation near Cambria and Randolph coming up on Fox Lake, going towards Waupun and Alto. And then also just southeast of Montello. That was one that was rotating for quite a while, produced a few brief tornadoes just east of Baraboo in Portage, but no longer is tornadic, at least for now. Further off to the north, we still have multiple tornado warnings across central Wisconsin, one of which still has some broad rotation heading up towards Plainfield and Bancroft near I-39 west of Colima. Back over in Wisconsin Rapids, we still have an area of rotation here that is just west of Plover, coming up on Stevens Point. And that's a broad area of rotation, not really as strong as before. We still have an observed tornado warning coming up on Colby and Abbotsford. We are starting to get to the point where we have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We're starting to get to the point where our radar sites are just so far away from the storm where we don't have a clear radar view. With that said, the only radar site that has a decent view of this does show a tight couplet. So there could be a tornado moving into Colby and Abbotsford over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards the west side of Maine and Wausau, kind of in the suburbs here. They have issued a new tornado warning for Marathon, Wisconsin. So that is Marathon County, excuse me, Wisconsin, just west of Wausau. Name Alina for the super chat. I'm glad I pronounced your town name right. That's a W. Huge shout out to West Tennessee with the very generous $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. This is back over to Vince Walty. Again, you can see him on YouTube, also on the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. Also, the owner there of Project Weather Eye. This is a live shot of that storm that is in southern Wisconsin. Clouds are very low, pretty good storm structure as well here. And I do think that this storm near Watertown could become tornadic here pretty soon. We're gonna try to get him on our actual camera box thing here soon. Thank you, Eric, for the sewer chat. Local weather saying EF2 possible in Portage, Michigan around 9 p.m. as dynamics.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I mean, there's a chance of an EF2 tornado or even stronger than that in Michigan, but it's gonna depend on if we have actual discrete supercells and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility that we could have a strong tornado. We're up to 10 tornado warnings. Holy crap. We have a new tornado warning for Terrell County in North Carolina.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in North Carolina. This is for Columbia. It's actually a strong area of rotation right now. This is near Big Swamp and Cresswell, going over Columbia, North Carolina. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Pretty good amount of hail and wind probably coming out of that too, right near the ocean. We also have another tornado warning in Dodge County, Wisconsin. They're popping up everywhere right now. We don't even have anything in Illinois really yet that's tornadic. And the warning hasn't popped up yet. Oh, here it is. All right, so this is our new tornado warning. This is the one that Vince is on, near Watertown, Horicon, and going towards Mayville. Waiting for the radar to load. There it is. All right, here's your latest radar scan. We definitely have an area of rotation developing near Reeseville, going into Lowell, Juneau, and as well as Horicon and Mayville. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is a pretty dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast. Could easily produce a tornado as it comes up into Juneau, Horicon, and Iron Ridge in southern Wisconsin. Again, please seek shelter if you're in this warning. Hey, Eric, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Congrats on the BBC interview, Max. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did. For those that didn't hear, I got like a little interview on a radio show called The Media Show, I think it was called, on BBC on Wednesday. It's pretty fun. On there for like 10 minutes. You guys could probably search it up on Google if you want to listen. I also have an article, I think, coming out with Wired newspaper or something like that here soon. About weather broadcasting. Should be interesting. Completely unrelated to the weather that's happening.
Send it after the one to the southeast. One to the southeast is tornado warned, but this thing's looking pretty nice here at the moment, too. So
Freddie is coming up on a storm that is not tornado warned, but is rotating near Cambria.
Yep. Watch all through here, too. But it should be...
It should be to the left.
Should be to the left, yeah.
So Freddy's on a non-tornado warned cell, but I personally think there's a chance of a tornado. The velocity's been trying to come together.
Scud. Yeah, there's a lot of scud. There's kind of something there. Looks a little interesting. See that to the left? That's rotating to the left. You see that?
I'm trying to get it on stream.
That is rotating right there. Whatever the heck that is. Might even pull over here for a second.
A little bit of rotation there.
Just to kind of make sure.
I'll have a better view, I think, here in a second.
Let's pull off here real quick. I just want to see what the heck's going on there. That is rotating.
You want to take stream for a sec?
I'm going to flip it around and actually go back to that road. Take it a little bit north.
We're back down to 8 tornado warnings and 18.
Just in case it were to drop.
Severe thunderstorm warnings. That's again Freddie McKinney. He's on the storm again just to the east of Portage, which there has been some rotation on this storm over the last few minutes coming up towards Fox Lake and Manchester. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that going towards Waupun and southwest of Ripon. Definitely not pronouncing half those names right. Back over to the west of Wausau, we still have a confirmed tornado warning. I don't see anything, though, that would definitively say we have a tornado anymore. Velocities have been much weaker going into Abbotsford and Colby, just to the west there of Wausau. And then anywhere in Wausau, near I-39, we got plenty of severe weather upcoming. Again, 4 tornado warnings in the general vicinity, in addition to damaging winds and hail. And even near Stevens Point, which is a big college town over here near Plover. We have mainly a threat of wind. Wouldn't rule out a tornado, though. This supercell is actually a little bit more discreet near Wisconsin Rapids. That's tracking towards I-39 right now. So be keeping a close eye on that. If you're back over in Milwaukee, we got an impressive supercell. This is the west of Milwaukee right now. Look at this thing. It's over the last few scans. Actually got a little hook echo forming here, just off to the east of Oconomowoc, north of Summit, heading up towards Richfield and Germantown. Slinger would also be in the path of this. Main concern right now is ping pong ball size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado threat sometime in the near future. Also, our tornado warning in northwest Minnesota is still confirmed. Back over to the east of Grand Forks, they've just updated it. Reportedly, this is still a confirmed tornado, even though velocities have been pretty weak. If we have a tornado still, it's tracking up Highway 75 going towards Warren. This was reported again by the Polk County Sheriff's Office, east of Crookston. We're in Warren, Minnesota, excuse me. Be ready. You might get a tornado warning here shortly. Also, on the storm near Reeseville and Lowell, we still have a broad area of rotation, strong velocities aloft. I don't think this thing's far from producing a tornado. This is back over to Freddy.
I
just biffed it.
I don't think this one does it, Chad. I think we have to blast after the one to our southeast. That thing.
So he's again in Cambria. There was a little bit of rotation there near Randolph.
Hard right turn, so we gotta go for that one.
But it looks like it's weaker on radar. They might be going to a different storm now.
Real quick, does this road kind of take us? Yeah, we'll just head back down the road that we came up on. So.
Bottom middle of your screen, that's Tornado Pagey. She is currently located near the storm near Waukesha, and then Storm Intermedia is all the way back over into western Illinois right now, near Portage, where we're currently looking at mainly a hail and wind threat. Tornado threat will start to increase in about an hour here across Illinois as our low-level jet really starts to crank. So be ready for that. All right, let me see if I can do this now. Hey, Duck Eagle for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right, this is
By Beaver Dam.
Going full cam to Vince Walty. Look at this. Wow. Vince has a crazy looking structure. This is our tornado warning near Watertown. And you can watch Vince Walty and many other storm chasers in the Radar Mega app. You can download it with the top link in the description. That is a crazy looking storm.
Way, man. All right, delete.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's a crazy looking camera. Or camera view. Back over in North Carolina, we have a confirmed tornado. I'm not even kidding. They just upgraded this to a confirmed tornado. In Columbia. So,
a new tornado warning
my goodness,
has
we're
been
up to 10
issued.
tornado warnings. We have a confirmed tornado in Columbia. In North Carolina, going towards De Leon Ridge, Alligator, Newfoundland, and Mills Ridge and Pleasant View. So, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, because there's actually a tornado being reported. This is according to Public. It's a public confirmed tornado. Actually, wait. No, that's not confirmed. My bad. We have a different confirmed tornado. Wait, that's not actually confirmed. That one's not, but that could be on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado north of Greenville. So north of Greenville, north of Greenville and North Carolina, we have a confirmed tornado. That's going towards Washington. So this is the one that was just upgraded. It's actually moving more towards Washington right now. This has been observed by the public. That's Beaufort, Pitt, and Martin counties in North Carolina. That's actually wild. So again, another view from Vince of the storm just to the north of Watertown. We also just got a new tornado warning just to the north of that storm. Unbelievable looking structure. Velocities are definitely strong over near Lowell right now, going up towards Juneau. And Huracan's also in the path of that. Really crazy looking supercell here. By the way, this is back over in Eau Claire from earlier today. This is from Jeff Petro over in Eau Claire. This is actually crazy because, again, we were expecting very large hail today. This is right around tennis ball sized hail. So again, if any storms, especially if they stay discreet,
warning has been issued.
We could easily see some very large hail. That's right around tennis ball sized hail there from Eau Claire a little earlier today. Our new tornado warning is for Marquesan, Alto, Brandon, and Waupun and Oak Field, just to the west of Fond du Lac. It's moving to the east-northeast. Main area of rotation right now is located just north of Cambria. I believe Freddy's actually on this. Let me go to Freddy real quick.
I just ain't gonna do it.
Freddy is on this the new tornado warning cell near
problem. Like one day
Marquesan.
It's just like it hates me, and the other day it loves me. It's just like.
Also, new tornado warnings bottom right of your screen near Sanborn in northern Wisconsin.
Like an abusive girlfriend or something, you know. It's just like. It's just very, very temperamental, you know.
What did Broda say? All right, I don't know what he was talking about a girlfriend for. Let me go back over to Vince. Project Weather Eye, and on Radar Omega here north of Watertown is where we do have a tornado warning, and again, probably the craziest structure we've seen today. Almost undoubtedly. Put his audio on here.
Big storm.
You know, I got everything from Giant to quarter size hail coming down in Beaver Dam right now.
Big storm.
I'm sorry, go give it the 5.
As we go throughout the rest of this afternoon. We have Giant size and all the way up to quarter size hail coming down.
Be driving right into this thing. Velocities have been strong at times. It's driving right into it. Very low clouds.
Guys, I'm really watching this back here.
Bro, Vince can draw on his... That's actually cool. Bro, Vince can literally draw on his camera. That's actually really cool. I've never seen that from a chaser. Hey, Waco for the super chat. I think the chances are pretty low tomorrow for sure, but Saturday it's a low chance in Waco, Texas, of tornadoes. Back on the bottom left. And rotation right now is moving up. It's getting a bit more rain wrapped, but it is currently moving up into Juneau. And it's going to be moving up into Horicon and Iron Ridge over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. And also our tornado warning north of Cambria. This one's been weakening in terms of our rotation over the last few minutes. Freddie McKinney's on it. Haven't really seen a whole lot of rotation on this storm as of late, but we're going to keep an eye on it in case it does try to recycle. It is still discreet. And west of Wausau, it's just a really messy area of storms. We actually do have an area, though, a little couplet coming up on Vienna right now, moving to Edgar, and it's going to be moving towards Highway 29, just south of Marathon City, west of Wausau. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But otherwise, it's a lot of broad rotation right now. A lot of wind and hail for sure around Wausau. We'll keep an eye on the tornado threat. A couple tornado warnings in northern Wisconsin as well. These have been, for the most part, on the broader side of things, but more of a weak tornado threat moving up into Glydion and Morse. Also heading up towards Mellon. We got a lot of severe storms firing up across Illinois right now. We really only have 4 storms that are actually doing something, but they are all starting to intensify. I would definitely keep an eye on our storm that's south of Dixon for a more long-term threat of severe weather, with hail being the main concern right now. The tornado threat should start to increase as that goes towards Rochelle and eventually going towards DeKalb. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's put back over to Vince on our tornado warning cell.
Visually versus radar, and that's why I support. We don't charge them anything, guys.
South of Beaver Dam.
I'm not going to. Typically, you guys know.
This is south of Beaver Dam, south of Horicon. Thank you, Indy, for the super chat. Southeast Pennsylvania weather tomorrow and Saturday. I watched today's forecast. We go more in detail about it, but I don't expect a whole lot of severe weather in Southeast Pennsylvania tomorrow or Saturday. Need to add everybody on here.
Honest to God, I'm not joking, that I've ever seen.
And this is our tornado warning cell here near Juneau. We actually have a couplet over North Lowell coming up on Oak Grove. And Vince is on the south side of this tornado warning right now.
I mean, honestly, I drive all over the country and live stream all over the country, guys, and I see a lot of wall-to-wall severe coverage, and this is by far the best right now. I am seriously impressed with these guys. This is fantastic. So, you know, if you guys are local to Madison, if you've only got one screen and you're watching me on your screen,
thank you, Cat, for the super chat, Marcus.
Okay, because if you're trying to make life and safety decisions, I can't make those for you because we're not.
Go back to here. I'll have another radar scan in a second on this storm. Still pretty impressive structure. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just hit 8 tornado reports on the day, 4 in Minnesota and 4 in Wisconsin. So that means this is technically officially a tornado outbreak, and we're still not done with this event. So 8 tornadoes on the day and more to come still.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, we have a bunch of tornado reports. We got 4 west of Minneapolis from earlier, and we also have 4 from more recently. So there's been a ton of tornado reports, pretty much a small-scale tornado outbreak at this point at the minimum, and I fully expect that we will see more tornadoes over the next few hours. So if you're in any of the risk areas, you need to be staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive warnings. And we've even had a tornado back over, I mean, nowhere near this area, but over North Carolina, a confirmed tornado by Public. So we've actually had a confirmed tornado already outside of our main area that we're talking about today for the potential outbreak. All right, latest scan, we are still seeing a tight area of rotation coming up into Juneau, moving into Horicon over the next few minutes just south of Rolling Prairie. That's moving towards Burnett and Mayville, just to the west of Iron Ridge. But we are still keeping a very close eye on that storm. That one is really the closest, in my opinion, to producing a tornado in Wisconsin. The other stuff is very messy. Should be a lot of wind and hail here in the near future. Let me see Storm Media looking at right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Minnesota. This is going to be for Marshall and Roseau counties, or Roseau counties. It's probably going to be up there near Grand Forks. I'll wait for it to pop up. All right, yeah, it is up here. This is far northwestern Minnesota, near Middle River and northwest of Epsley. Main area of rotations near Highway 89, tracking towards Strathcona and Middle River. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter and get away from windows. It's back over to Vince on our tornado warning in southern Wisconsin that has a tight couplet on radar. North of Watertown, coming up on Juneau. It's a live shot of that storm from the south near Richwood.
He probably would have told us if he was upside down in the ditch.
Bottom right of your screen, that's the couplet. And then this is Vince, which you can track him on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. Currently north of Richwood.
He's good, he's just driving along.
Thank you, Indy, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that.
Is he about to get smoked by a tornado?
Nah, I'm good.
Looks like a little wall cloud back there still.
Okay, they're talking about a TDS possibly popping on radar. Be near you, I think.
Definitely have a little wall cloud back there. On the right. Very low. Very low clouds.
Dude, yeah, I don't see anything like that, but I don't know if they could be ahead of me.
Thank you, Barbara, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I'll go back to him in a second. We'll keep him bottom left of your screen. And this is our area of rotation right now near Juneau, coming up on Horicon. It is still radar indicated rotation, nothing confirmed as of right now. I do want to point out that even though this storm is tornadic, it also is going to be producing very large hail. We've had ping pong ball sized hail reported recently, but this is definitely a hail core that would be promoting upwards of 2 to 2.5 inch diameter hail moving to Horicon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You can see this is what the storm looks like from a distance. Definitely low clouds. Got a wall cloud back there on the kind of the middle right of your screen, just beyond the tree line there. And so this thing is definitely trying to gear up to produce a tornado moving into Horicon, Wisconsin over the next few minutes. Down the road, it'll be going towards Theresa and Lomira, Campbellsport, Wayne, and West Bend in Wisconsin. Another tornado warning for Dodge County in Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is for Westboro, Medford, north of Abbotsford, near Highway 97. And another one for Portage and Marathon counties in Wisconsin. Okay, that's not good. We have really strong rotation right now over Juneau. Very strong rotation right now over Juneau.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Could easily have a tornado here in the next few minutes. This is coming up towards Horicon right now. That could easily produce a strong tornado. Moving up towards Mayville. The new tornado warnings that we have are south of Wausau near Stevens Point and Bancroft. We have one for Stevens Point. Main area of rotation is now near Mill Creek, approaching I-39. That'll be moving northeast just south of Lake Dubay, and that's going towards Bevent eventually, and also Rosholt. And then we have another tornado warning for the Bancroft area. Area of rotation currently moving northeast, and that'll be coming up towards Highway 10 here pretty soon. Again, we could easily get a strong tornado at any moment. Very strong rotation right now over Juneau. It's going to be moving to Horicon and Mayville in the next few minutes. We have Charlie. Hey, Hayden, can you give me the Charlie link? I'll send you the name. I can probably get it myself, but I don't know if he has something. Or Riley, if you can get that, one of the two. I just need the ingest link. I can do everything else. Just want him on here just in case. Yeah, whatever all the ingest links are, give me one of those. We have another radar scan in a second. Again, potentially a strong tornado either in progress or about to drop coming up on Horicon and Mayville in southeast Wisconsin. We got Vince Welty bottom left of your screen. That's just south of this couplet. I believe there is another chaser nearby that is also coming up on this. I'm trying to get them on right now.
A new tornado warning.
And we have a tornado warning in Virginia. That gives me 1 second. I'm trying to add this. All right. We have a, all right. First off, the tornado warning for Dodge County, Wisconsin has just been upgraded to confirmed, which I think it's this one. They just upgraded this to confirmed. There is a debris signature. Yeah, there is a tornado. So we definitely have a tornado right now in progress in Juneau. So tornado in progress. Again, for Juneau in Wisconsin, they just upgraded this warning to being confirmed. And that's coming up on Horicon, Mayville, and Iron Ridge in Kioski. There is a debris signature literally over the town right now, and this could easily be a strong tornado. The velocities are very strong right now. Coming up, actually, we have gate-to-gate shear around 120 miles per hour, so likely a strong tornado moving up into Horicon, Mayville, and eventually going towards Theresa and Lomira. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. There is an evident debris signature on radar, as the National Weather Service has put it. And there is definitely a tornado here, currently tracking to the northeast into Horicon. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to take this seriously. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a significant tornado that is going to be tracking up towards Mayville and I-41 here soon. So if you're anywhere in this warning, you've got to be in your safe place right now. Dangerous tornado currently tracking to the northeast. There's a very clear CC drop on this, and Horicon is the main town that's going to be next in the path of this over the next few minutes. And it's also pretty discreet. I mean, there's not really much stopping this right now. The only thing that would stop it is if we start getting more convection out in front of the storm, which has been a pretty common theme today. But this is really one of our greatest concerns, are storms like this. They can easily produce the potential for strong tornadoes, and I would find it hard to believe we don't have a strong tornado here right now. Freddie McKinney, bottom right, he's also going towards this, so we might have another view with him here soon. But very tight velocity signature right now. Back over to Vince, who's just south of it. That's what it looks like just from the south of where the tornado is. This is a confirmed tornado once again near Juneau, Wisconsin. Riley, look at chat.
Alright, so we got a confirmed tornado near Juneau, guys. Just to my north. Like 4 miles. 5.1 miles. We're gonna get on 60 and go east. There's a high probability we're gonna see this tornado, guys. So if you are in Juneau, well, if you're in Juneau, this is probably gonna be past you before you're even getting this. Stand by here.
Again, Vince is currently tracking towards this.
This is an urgent alert.
Another one?
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another tornado confirmed in... Or is this the same storm? We have another confirmed tornado in North Carolina. North Carolina, believe it or not, is producing, which is actually wild. Apparently there's a new confirmed tornado east of Greenville. So this is tracking towards Washington and as well as Bath. So if you're in those areas, seek shelter. The tornado warning for Columbia remains radar indicated. Also, your tornado warning for Virginia north of Charlottesville has had a wall cloud at pretty much this entire time. Velocities aren't super strong. That's heading towards Highway 29. It's actually crazy that we're seeing stuff in, North Carolina. All right, latest radar scan. Wow, that's a big debris signature. We definitely have a probably at least a strong tornado right now moving through the south side of Horicon. Large debris signature here. It's gonna be coming up on Mayville over the next few minutes and going towards Nita. This is a big debris signature. We'll likely get a new tornado warning here in a few moments, going towards Mayville and also the west side of West Bend, also going towards I-41. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, we're probably going to see a new warning for that. It's probably going to be a PDS warning because we have now crossed the criteria for a PDS tornado warning.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this meets the threshold for a PDS tornado warning, assuming that the next radar scan continues as strong as it currently is. Now, granted, velocity scan over velocity scan, it was way stronger over Juneau. It's a little bit broader and weaker and smaller. But if it continues to stay strong here, we will likely end up seeing a PDS tornado warning for those near Mayville, Teresa, and also near Iron Ridge. That's going towards I-41. So again, very dangerous storm right now, tracking to the east-northeast. If you know any friends or family here across really anywhere in Wisconsin, make sure that they're aware of this. You can share the stream with them. Again, we're live here with commercial-free coverage throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening. We still have tornado warnings back up near Wausau, Wisconsin. The main one that I'd be most concerned about is going to be the one near Stevens Point. Strong area of rotation here, north of Stevens Point, heading and basically crossing over I-39, eventually going towards Bevins. And also Galloway will eventually be in the track of that. And everything else that's west of Wausau, I think, is mostly wind, but we definitely could get an embedded tornado somewhere in that activity. This is back over to Vince. He's currently trying to punch out in front of this tornado. We are starting to get a view, though, of the leading
so maybe
edge.
I'll go to Hustisford and then due north, I guess.
Starting to get at least a view of the leading edge here of this tornadic supercell, because he's currently tracking east on Highway 60. The tornado's north of Highway 60
near Horicon, or you know anybody that lives there, take action right now.
Unfortunately, the debris signature is significant.
Tornado coming for Horicon right now.
Going back to radar, this is what it looks like. Latest scan just came in. Tornado is going to be located right over Highway 33, and we have a big debris signature here, moving right into Mayville. So this is a significant tornado in progress, and that's tracking up towards Teresa, and eventually going towards Hoquiam, Lamira, and Wayne. We should get a new tornado warning again at any moment for a lot of this area. Because this is likely, even if it does occlude, which it could, this will probably be producing at least a risk of a tornado all the way up towards Sheboygan and as well as Plymouth. I'm going to go back to Vince.
1 mile east of Horicon.
Okay, so it looks like Horicon, it may be past you now, some Mayville area. copy that. I gotta get the stupid thing to load.
Yeah, it looks like the tornado has passed through on the
Once we get past these trees, might have a slightly clearer view of this. I don't know if we're going to see the tornado from his perspective, but he's kind of see the leading edge still there. Just not a clear view of the tornado quite yet. Huge debris signature over Horicon, though.
Oh, it's stupid iPad. God dang it, it got knocked off of the internet again.
So again, tornadoes right now located over Horicon, coming up into Mayville over the next few minutes. And Freddie McKinney, bottom right, is going to be coming in from the north on this storm. Vince is actually the closest to this out of the chasers that I'm aware of. But we don't have a view yet of it. We are at 13 tornado warnings, by the way. A lot of them are in Wisconsin. I mean, almost every one of them is in Wisconsin. We do have a few, again, back over in Virginia and North Carolina. We have 2 right now. But the bulk of them, about 10 or 11 different tornado warnings, are across the state of Wisconsin. And most of them are just south and west of Wausau. I've got to be honest, this storm right here...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Goodness.
Seek shelter immediately.
I've got to say, the storm that's just south of Wausau, this could be a potential significant tornado maker if it continues. It is very discreet. Hook Echo and everything near I-39 going towards Bevent, and just south of, or just west of Wittenberg. I'm gonna go back over to Vince. Vince is coming closer now to this confirmed tornado. This is what the storm looks like right now. Very ominous view. Yeah, you can watch Vince Walty inside the Radar Mega app as well.
You are my most concern right now. We are about 10 minutes from Mayville.
This is looking west. If we have the tornado be more to the north here. Should have a different view here in a minute.
Yeah, still 35 miles an hour.
Copy.
Dodge, there is no injuries at this time out here.
Latest scan does not show a debris signature anymore. Strongest rotations over Mayville. I'm gonna go back to Vince in a second. You can actually faintly hear the tornado sirens going off there near Iron Ridge. We have a new confirmed tornado warning in North Carolina. This is, again, public confirmed tornado going towards Washington and Choco Winity, eventually going towards Bath. This is going to also be going up towards the Pamlico River. It's currently tracking to the southeast, so we're keeping an eye on that. Riley, if you can make it there, then go for it. I'll take... I'll just message you. All right, let's go back to... All right, we'll stay here. I've already pointed this out a couple of times, but this storm that's just to the south of Crowenwetter and Bevent, again, is discreet and does look concerning. All right, I do think that there is a chance, again, for potentially a significant tornado if this thing is able to stay organized, which again, it's a very discreet supercell. This is one of many discrete supercells that we have, but this one's very discreet, coming up towards Wittenberg. So if you're in Wittenberg or back over in Namwood, definitely stay weather aware. I do think the tornado risk will stay elevated with that storm, with it being out in front of our line of storms as well. We have a couple storms rotating near Bancroft and Plover coming up on Highway 10 just south of Stevens Point, so we are also keeping an eye on those. And just one tornado warning right now in southeastern Wisconsin. The initial tornado that we had on this storm has occluded. I do want to point out, though, that there is a new area of rotation developing right over the southwest side of Mayville. So there could be a new tornado dropping here in the next few minutes, and that could also produce the potential for a significant tornado as it moves towards Theresa, as well as Lomira. So we need to keep a very close eye on this storm. It's going to probably be a tornadic supercell for quite some time. The storms that are back over near Milwaukee are mostly hail and wind producers. Nothing tornadic quite yet. This is Vince on the storm here north of Watertown near Horicon. Still a pretty good view of this.
You're needed in Juneau at the 196 Trailview Court. This is going to be the Trailview Adult Family Home. Caller reporting they've been hit by a tornado. There are 3 residents and 1 worker. Lots of damage. No working cell phones. They are in the basement. Believe they are okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. I think that's
you guys can listen to my stream. They just paged out a fire department somewhere. I didn't catch it. Can you just let me know where they sent them to? I think it was a trailer park.
Apparently that's scanner reporting some sort of damage or something. I didn't get the entire thing. Sounds like there is damage there near Horicon and Juneau, Wisconsin, from this tornado. I mean, the skies look actually crazy.
Guys, we're very close here.
And unfortunately, it looks like we have a new tornado in progress in Mayville. So we have briefly...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This tornado just briefly lifted and is now dropped again. We have a new tornado in progress right over the town of Mayville. So there is a CC drop over the town of Mayville, which means that there is another tornado in progress that's going to be moving into Theresa and eventually towards Highway 45. They have just issued a new tornado warning, which I believe it's for this storm here near Mayville. But again, there is a CC drop clearly over Mayville, and unfortunately, there is damage being dealt to the town of Mayville right now, tracking off to the northeast, going towards Lemira. So the new tornado warning is going to go up towards I-41, Lemira, Campbellsport, Eden, and as well as Wayne are all in the path of this. Near I-41 and Theresa. So again, this is probably a strong tornado. Again, as Riley alluded to a few minutes ago, this is a tornado that was already meeting PDS criteria, meaning that this could be a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. At this point, I mean, it probably will be able to be, PDS again here. I mean, it has not been PDS yet, but it definitely will probably meet the threshold in the next few minutes, assuming that this tornado does intensify and grows in size. But we clearly have strong rotation right over the town of Mayville, and our tornado right now is on the east side of town. It just crossed over German Street and is coming up on State Highway 61, going into Theresa and St. Colleen. It's a live shot again from just the south, just from the south here.
There's not going to be much fire response up there. They just did a mutual aid box for everybody basically up there to come down to Juneau. So I imagine they're going to have to cancel the box and send everybody back up that way, but there's not going to be much for mutual aid.
That's the leading edge of the storm here.
Juneau. And in fact, they might have, I hope nobody drove through the path of this. I'm going to just go north on 67. That'll keep us in play for it.
Bobby, latest warning has the speed increased to 45 miles an hour, 37 knots, and 2-inch hail.
Copy that.
Did you have a house struck by lightning on Coney High?
Again, he's coming in from the south right now. Our confirmed tornadoes over Mayville. We'll have another radar scan in a second.
I'm going to disregard the hail risk right now. I just don't see a whole lot of signs of hail in the thing. I mean, I'm sure it's capable of it, but they tend to overdo the hail. MKX tends to overdo the hail on these a lot. I'm not too concerned, but if it gets crazy, we'll just have to deal with it at this point.
Yeah, copy. Understood. I agree with that based on the reflectivity.
Alright, let's go back to here. I'm gonna keep... Freddy's actually coming up onto this right now. There's a lot of chasers all of a sudden coming over here. Alright, latest radar scan. Might be some sort of contamination. This could still be our tornado coming up into Theresa right now. It's not clear yet. Velocities haven't updated. Again, probably a significant tornado, though, moving into Theresa right now. If you are in this tornado warning, again, get to your safe place away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Need to fix... I don't know what Freddy's going through right now. Let me... Alright. This is the latest radar scan, waiting for velocities, and yeah, my voice is dying. We have definitely still a strong tornado in progress moving into Theresa right now. Still have a couplet on radar. So this is a strong tornado moving to Theresa, coming up towards St. Colleen, eventually going towards Campbellsport.
A new tornado warning.
And it's also heading up towards 45 and Eden, just outside of Kewah Scum. So again, this is a significant tornado still in progress, moving to the northeast. Be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this tornado warning. You know, any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they're aware of it. It is a significant storm right now. So I don't know if this is going to work. Hey, and check what I just sent you. There's a chaser has a view. For some reason, it's really laggy. All right, Vince is currently driving into
Give any updates, but
the south side of this storm, south of Mayville. It is very dark and ominous right behind where this tornado is. And again, there's been reports of damage in the Mayville
area.
area.
Knows anyone in Mayville? Can you get us some information here now?
Horicon and Juneau.
Alarms, and I'm concerned that could be water flowing through sprinkler systems because the building's been hit.
As of now, they have units dispatched to Juneau and Horicon, correct? So because I'll have to go through Horicon to get to Mayville. Just wondering if I stop there or continue to Mayville.
They have a box open, so they're doing mutual aid.
All right, I found a way around it.
Juneau area.
I got it.
I was under the understanding that their box alarm was supposed to pull people from Mayville as well, but I don't know if that happened or not.
So again, very ominous skies here. This is on the backside of our tornado-warned cell. Our main area of rotation, once again, is over Theresa. This tornado is about to cross over I-41 in the next few minutes. And again, this is a significant tornado that's going to cross over I-41. We also have a traffic camera coming up here that I want to try to see if I can get up on screen. I'm going to put that there. There will be a couple traffic cameras that this tornado, if we still have it, which it probably will be, once it crosses over I-41, things are going to get extremely dicey. I'm going to put that camera... Try to put that bottom right, maybe. Get rid of Freddy for a second. I can find it. All right, bottom right of your screen. It might not look like anything right now, but there is a camera right here, right on I-41 that's in the path of this. So that's why it's there. But still a significant tornado in progress near Theresa. Latest radar scan does show a much smaller debris signature, so that's good news. Hopefully it has occluded. Waiting for velocities to update. But still a tornado, more than likely, might just be weaker on the north side of Theresa. It's about to cross over I-41 in the next few minutes. While I wait for velocities to update, I do want to go back to this Wisconsin camera. It's starting to get a little bit windy now. You can see the camera shaking just a little bit. I think the tornado is, if it's still on the ground, is going to be coming up over this camera in the next minute or two. Hey, Riley, are you listening right now? Say something in Dibble if you are. No PDS warning on this storm's crazy. It met criteria the first time, but it was just so quick. It was such a quick tornado. All right, that camera's going to start getting crazy, I think, in a minute. But this is the latest radar scan. Velocities are not as tight as before. There is still rotation, though, moving over I-41. It might try to recycle again as it moves into Campbellsport. Look at the hook and as well as the inflow on this storm. It is very organized. Currently tracking towards Campbellsport. So again, this is a very organized storm moving off to the northeast. And here it comes. So you can see the wind starting to pick up a little bit now. You can see the wind picking up right there. So this is right where our tornado would be located, right about here. This is, right now we're kind of in the rear flank downdraft, so the tornado would be at the very top of your screen if we still have one. I don't think we do anymore, but it's definitely not impossible with how the velocities have looked on radar. So you can see the wind really picking up now. The camera's starting to shake. If there's actually a tornado, there is a chance, too, that the camera does go out because of power outages. But for right now, it is up. Hayden, I need you to add Riley to the spotter dot thing. He's not on the program. You put him on real quick. On map. Look how strong the winds are. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge RFD surge. This is easily 70 to 80 mile per hour winds here. That semi's got to be careful. Literally got winds going perpendicular to the semi. Everybody's slowing down right now.
A new tornado warning
My
has been
goodness.
issued.
The winds are really strong here. Once again, this is in our tornado warning. Where our tornado will be located is now crossing I-41 if it's still on the ground, coming up on Campbellsport in Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Actually, we have a new couplet, and I'm going to go to this camera here. This camera is a little bit further to the north. There's likely a tornado. Yeah, there is a tornado now in Lomira. So there's a brand new tornado that has just formed over Lomira. And this is a live shot here right next to where this tornado would be in Lomira. It's going to be going into the town of Lomira just west of Ashford and Campbellsville. It's a completely different tornado, it looks like. That's about to cross over I-41. And you can see the wind picking up. The winds are coming from south to north. And so this should all kind of wrap around. And there should be a tornado off to the left somewhere. And again, I don't know if any of the camera people are currently watching, but I don't know if there's any way to change the position of this camera. With that said, the camera may have just gone out. Looks like we just lost the camera. So there is definitely an active tornado in progress here. This is also right in that same general area. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen. So again, this is our new couplet. It is currently near Lomira. This is northeast of Mayville and Horicon, which is already an area that we've been seeing at least this storm produce tornadoes in. And there's now a brand new tornado, small debris signature in Lomira, and that is currently coming up on I-41, and it'll be crossing I-41 in the next few minutes. Look at this hook echo. It's massive. We got a huge inflow notch as well going right into the storm. But we have lost 2 cameras on I-41, probably because of this tornado. Either lost them or just lost connection. Further down to the south, it's a lot of hail and wind right now, just to the south and west there of Milwaukee. Let me see if I can get ready. Freddy bottom left. Freddy's coming up on this, I think, too. Is Freddy in this? Oh, Freddy's about to be in this. Let's go to Freddy.
Big left edge.
Freddy is currently on the north side of he's on the north side of this tornado warning near Lomira, which again, that's where our tornado's located. This is what it looks like. Tornado's coming up towards Eden and Campbellsport here soon.
That could be a tornado. That
might be.
Could be a tornado, chat.
There's a huge edge right there, left to right.
Mezzo. I think that's it, though.
Just so low.
I think that's... I can't confirm that's a tornado, but that looks very suspicious right there.
I don't think this is a large tornado, by the way. I know there's a huge edge. Highly doubt it's that large, but...
That's where it would be. If there's a tornado, it's in there.
Hayden, I don't see Riley at all in here.
Chad, I'm not calling it a wedge. I don't know if that's the tornado or not, but it definitely looks pretty... Definitely looks like it could be.
Rain curtains.
Gotta get around this guy, bro. Big left edge on it, though.
Huge left edge.
That could be a tornado.
Try to keep the camera on that left edge.
I don't have a new scan. I got 611 here, so. I mean, that would make sense that would be it right in front of us. And now I'm losing it in the rain. That might have been it.
Latest radar scan. We go back to radar.
That might have been it right in front of us.
He's bottom left of your screen. The latest radar scan is showing
a new tornado
the main area of
has
rotation, which has definitely gotten broader, but it's a large swath of at least wind now moving to Campbellsport. I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore, but that tornado would have just crossed over I-41. This is also a live shot on the traffic camera here, which is where we would have this tornado if it is still on the ground, which the camera is shaking like crazy again, and very high winds yet again near Lomira. So this is right on the interstate, which is where the tornado would have just crossed. It is very low visibility, and then we also have very high winds, and possibly a tornado all at the same time. And these cars that are driving here, they're barely moving.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that looks pretty sketchy. We have another tornado warning. Multiple. We have a new one for the Stevens Point area near Plover. Main area of rotation is just east of Plover, coming up on Amherst Junction and going towards Peru, south of Poland. We still have an area of stronger rotation southeast of Wausau, going towards Highway 29 that we are currently keeping an eye on. That is tracking to the northeast, and then back up near Tomahawk and Merrill. This is a new tornado warning. Rotations near Highway 51, northwest of Pine River. Going towards Tomahawk and as well as Harrison. Just back inside of the tornado warning, everybody's moving very slowly here. Again, still very high winds with where we just had a tornado near Lamira. The semi looks like he's coming to a stop. Guessing there's people parked under the underpass again. And Vince Walty has damage. Vince Walty has some significant damage from this tornado.
Robert Union, Edward, David.
Hopefully everybody's okay here. Vince is in Mayville, where we have damage. It is still very windy here, which is actually crazy because the tornado passed like 20 minutes ago.
I'm trying to get to it.
So there is tornado damage here. This goes to give you an idea of the power of a tornado.
Whoa, what is this? Is that a power? Is that a whole power?
It looks like a power line's down right there.
Alright, this house looks okay. Slow down and make sure there's nobody waiting. I think they're all right here. I don't see any major damage to that house. However, this house, is that a roof? No, that's a tarp. All right, disregard on the roof. That's a very large tarp.
So again, there's damage here. That's back over in Mayville. And this is Freddy who's driving through now. It looks like some of the RFD surge with this confirmed tornado warning near I-41. Any tornado that we have at this point is going to be pretty rain-wrapped. We have a tornado. It's coming up on Campbellsport and Eden in Wisconsin, eventually going towards Plymouth, and Sheboygan would eventually be in the track of this storm if it were to stay tornadic. Which it's gotten a bit more messy here as of lately, but nonetheless, you cannot see like anything.
See that?
Yeah.
Went to zero visibility there for a second.
It's like almost no visibility here.
Gosh, hail's getting bigger. Got people underneath the overpass.
Don't do that.
Typical. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's literally no way you can see anything on here, on this roadway.
Wow, we got some crazy.
It's on the Interstate 41. Got hail, you got wind, you got everything.
Just in case for a windshield, you'll all be safe.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, you never know. We might actually have to put a new one after this chase. I don't think it's that bad, though. It's like underneath that level. It's like ping pong.
Yeah.
I think it's max ping pong.
Ping pong ball-sized hail is falling here.
I'll say ping pong.
Nearly no visibility.
Through that south quadrant of town, it's like Highway 28 that goes east-west Clark Street all the way down to basically the south side. Be
careful.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
I would say moderate damage, but I don't.
Just back over to Vince. He has damage there in Mayville. He's driving through the town right now. A lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down. There's another big tree, it looks like, down there.
Copy, understood.
Back over to Freddy.
Where's this exit, bro? 2 miles. Pull off of this exit 2 miles, reevaluate, because we might be able to go for the tornado warning to the backside. I don't think we're catching this one, just because this is what we have to drive through. There is a tornado warning storm to the north. Gosh, dude.
There's literally no visibility. If you're traveling along I-41, might not be the best idea. It is, honestly looking kind of sketchy. There's a lot of wind. I don't know if we have a tornado, but there's definitely a lot of wind. All right, let's go back through some of our tornado warnings. Again, across central Wisconsin, there's been a bunch of storms here that have been producing the potential for a tornado. Still concerned about this one near Crowenwetter going up towards Ringel and Hatley. Believe it or not, Riley is on the bottom middle of your screen. He is currently located, I think, near Ringel. I need to get a double check on that. His spotter dot's not working, but he's in that general area. And he's actually chasing this storm, so we'll have a live view of that. He's probably the only chaser up here, and I told him to go chase because that storm actually looks concerning. So we're keeping an eye on this. He's going up towards that storm is going up towards I-29. All right, back over in Chicago. I know a lot of people are asking about the Chicago area. So far, most of the storms are off to your west. We don't have anything tornadic quite yet. It is mostly hail and wind as of right now, but I do fully expect that our tornado threat will increase within the next hour as our low-level jet starts to ramp up here across parts of central Wisconsin, or central Illinois, excuse me, and northeastern Illinois. The storm that's north of Chicago is mainly going to be hail and wind. We also have a few storms southwest of Bloomington that have been ramping up, producing mainly hail and wind. There is a tornado possible label there just off to the northwest of Springfield that is currently potentially going to produce a tornado at some point down the road. Also, if you're over in Virginia, we're not covering this a whole lot because, again, the threat of a tornado here is low and they're not really expecting strong tornadoes over here, but we'll keep you posted if anything does drop here. Right now, the main storm is the one north of Charlottesville that could produce a tornado. Couplet right now is tracking to the southeast, going towards Charlottesville and as well as I-64.
A new tornado warning.
And we also have a tornado warning near Washington, and this storm's been weakening, so this one's no longer as much of a concern. It's going over the Palico River anyway, and it should be weakening, maybe a fishnado threat, but low tornado risk overall. We have another tornado warning west of Sheboygan. This is going to be for those east of Fond du Lac and south of Kiel, and this is going to be for radar indicated rotation. The tornado that we had has occluded, so no longer as concerning of a storm. Freddy is still driving through this storm, though, regardless of the tornado threat being a bit lower. The wind and the visibility have been near zero this entire time. And this is what it looks like right now inside the storm. How does Green Bay look? Green Bay will be mostly a wind threat. Thank you for the super chat. Mostly a wind threat. We are back up to 10 tornado warnings. Vince has damage on the bottom right of your screen back over in Mayville where we had a tornado rip through that area. We may see a new tornado threat start to ramp up as well on some of these other storms that are currently ongoing here west of Menomonee Falls and I-41. The threat of severe weather is still far from over. Somebody's trapped near him? Well, that's not good.
Might have had a tornado, possibly.
This is, again, Vince is with the damage. Apparently there might be somebody trapped. Hopefully they're okay.
We're done after this, right? I don't have a hail core coming. I can't see to my west. Sorry. I didn't look for a guy in the car.
That's some of the tornado damage. Again, at least tree damage across this area, and some of these trees may have landed on roofing. Keeping Vince bottom right. Let me go to here. Where's this link? I'm gonna go back to Freddy just for a quick second. I gotta fix something.
That one egg with the super chat saying more news. New warning for golf ball size hail in New Berlin.
Gotcha, gotcha.
I lost the link.
Appreciate the heads up in the super chat there, Mr. Egg.
Here it is. All right.
It's very mixed. Saying.
All right, I'm going back to radar here. Just got to fix something really quickly. Hey, and I'm going to give you a link, and you got to update Tornado Pagey. Sorry, guys, we've had some technical stuff happening today. I'm just fixing it real quick. All right, it's in cams. All right. Did Freddy go through the worst of it? Freddy's been going through a lot of it. Mostly a wind at this point. Again, this storm was producing a tornado. It could produce another one. Looks like we actually have an area of rotation again over Eden. So new tornado could form here near Eden, heading up towards St. Cloud and Mount Calvary and Greenbush. But generally speaking, the rotation has not been as strong as before. Huge wind threat, though, right now, moving in the direction of Sheboygan, and as well as Plymouth and Greenbush over the next few minutes. The southern storms that are moving towards Milwaukee are really messy. There is not really much of a tornado risk, and even if we had one, it's going to be a short-lived tornado risk, as these storms are quickly approaching the Great Lakes. But at least for the next 30 minutes, we are talking about at least a significant wind and hail threat across this region, maybe even an isolated tornado, anywhere from about Milwaukee and Kenosha all the way back up towards Oshkosh. Let's go back to Wausau. This is the storm that's back up near Crowenwetter. Some rotation currently located just east of Crowenwetter, going up towards Ringel and Hatley. It's not as strong as before, but that is still a discrete supercell, so the threat of a tornado is a bit more elevated. We also have rotation still east of Stevens Point near Poland, going up towards Rushholt and Peru. That could also drop a tornado just outside of the college town there. And back over near Bancroft and Plainfield, the storms here are a lot weaker than before. Still a low tornado risk, though, as those storms move to the northeast. Back from the power shutting off in Juneau, Wisconsin. The Wi-Fi stinks, but doing all right. Well, hopefully you're all right. There was a tornado that rolled through that town not long ago. We've had multiple reports of damage around Mayville and also around Horicon and Juneau. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, in addition to northeastern Wisconsin, where a line of storms will continue to pose a risk for damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk. So a new watch may be issued here soon. There is damage outside of Juneau, which does appear pretty significant. We're getting reports of a silo, or at least a couple of silos that have been heavily damaged, basically flipped over and on the ground. This is a photo of that. Let me pull it up here. This is a photo of the damage back over in Juneau in Wisconsin. So you can see a silo pretty much flipped over. Heavy damage there, it looks like, to a barn, maybe a home there as well. That's some of the damage that we're getting out of this tornado. Obviously, if you've not already seen, bottom right of your screen, Vince is on a lot of the damage there in Mayville, which is a little bit further to the east. This was moments ago. You probably already saw this on stream, but I just want to quickly show it. This was a video here of the wind picking up back over in our tornado warning cell when we had a tornado crossing over Lemira, Wisconsin. That is a shot there of very high winds, probably around 70 to 80 miles per hour that rip through I-41. We're back down to 5 tornado warnings, which, believe it or not, that is like the lowest number I think we've had in the last probably last 3 hours, if I had to guess. We've been live for a little over 3 hours now. Actually, we've been live for 4 hours now, and we've been pretty much above 5 tornado warnings this entire time. I don't think it's going to last very long, but at least for now, it's, you know, a little bit lower. There is a little bit of rotation, it looks like. Maybe not. There's been a little bit of broad rotation trying to develop on the storm northwest of DeKalb. It doesn't look like much anymore. Storm Media is also back over on the storm near Mendota, but I'm not seeing anything on that right now. Just a strong storm. Got a lot of severe storms firing up around Peoria and as well as back through Springfield. These should be mostly hail and wind producers, but there's a chance for an isolated tornado or two. Keep in mind that our environment across central Illinois is highly conditional for storms to actually produce tornadoes because of our mid to low level moisture, but the amount of wind shear that we have across central Illinois is very high. So I do think the tornado threat is going to start to increase here over the next hour in and around the Bloomington area, Decatur, and just south of Ottawa. I'm not seeing any rotation on our storm near Peoria right now, but there's at least some broad rotation on our storms developing between Springfield and Lincoln. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Freddie deserves Culver's. All right. Again, if you're tuning in from the Chicago area, nothing in your area yet. This is the area of storms that'll be coming in over the next hour or two. So by about 7:30, 8 o'clock is when the most significant threat will probably be happening. And again, that might not be much. It's still a conditional threat. I do think at the minimum, though, there will be some hail and wind and perhaps a tornado or two. And keep in mind, a strong tornado is still a possibility. We have a little area of rotation right now over Eden. This is, again, where we've been monitoring multiple tornadoes with this supercell. Rotation's at not that strong as of right now, but this is the main area of rotation at this point on this supercell. It's been much broader over the last few minutes. Also, the storm near Crowenwetter and Wausau has actually become more of a left-moving storm, so it's not as significant as before. Velocities have definitely weakened. So probably not going to see this tornado warning continue for much longer east of Wausau. Rotation north of Merrill has been pretty much all rain wrap. This is more of our QLCS line of storms that is moving across northern Wisconsin, where damaging winds will continue to be possible, maybe an isolated tornado. The storm east of Stevens Point is still producing a broad area of rotation, moving over into Rosholt and eventually going towards Wittenberg. So I'll continue to move northeast. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be posting a bunch of updates on there throughout the next few days with all the severe weather upcoming. Don't forget, by the way, I know today is a big day, which I'm going to try to pull up the risk here. This is today's severe weather risk as of right now. Again, it's a large enhanced risk of severe weather across the Midwest. And keep in mind that only Wisconsin's been really used up for our environment so far. We're really only about halfway through our severe weather event today, if that. We still got another halfway to go with storms now just initiating across Illinois. These will eventually move into Indiana and Michigan and Ohio, and even across parts of Kentucky, producing a threat of significant hail, wind, and potentially even a few tornadoes, and a strong tornado or two are also possible. And then by tomorrow, we have a moderate risk of severe weather. So it's going to be a very long next 24 hours. There's a lot of severe weather upcoming. And again, we'll be providing commercial-free coverage throughout this entire stretch of crazy weather. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's going to be a busy, busy, busy stretch. This is Riley, who's back over near... Where was this again? Currently east of Crowenwetter. This was a storm that was rotating. It's not rotating as much anymore. And it looks like he's lost signal.
What's gonna have to happen?
Go back to him in a minute. And then this is again, Vince. If you have not already seen, pretty significant damage in and around Mayville from our tornado that just hit this area not too long ago. You can also watch Vince in the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description. Looks like an ambulance or a fire truck is right there in the middle of your screen on the road there. Can't tell what that exactly is, but there's some sort of emergency personnel that is now on the scene here. From what I heard from Vince, or at least somebody said in the chat, that there was somebody that was trapped in one of these buildings, so hopefully they're okay. Yeah, that is Vince. Let me go over to Freddy.
Return to Poplar Bluff.
All right, Freddy's north. All right. On the phone with my sister in Plover. It's a good idea. If you know any friends or family in the path of any of the severe storms, definitely make sure they're aware of all of them. Again, Milwaukee area is about to get hit by at least damaging winds and hail. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk in the near term. Looking at the terminal radar site, looks like a large area of wind that is going to be moving to Milwaukee over the next hour or so. A golf ball sized hail is also possible in Milwaukee. And then further to the north, not seeing really anything too crazy in terms of rotation. The storm that produced multiple tornadoes across southeast Wisconsin's gotten a lot broader. It's more of a hail and wind threat right now, moving into Greenbush and Plymouth and Kiel, west of Sheboygan. So not really too concerned about that storm at this point, but we'll keep an eye on it. More of a wind and hail threat. A lot of the time when these storms get closer to the lakes, they do weaken. Tornado-wise too. Like, we've seen that a lot. Like whenever a storm's producing a tornado, a lot of the time they actually do weaken. And so that's what we're currently seeing, it looks like, back over near Sheboygan. We still have a couplet back up near Rochult, going up towards Galloway and Tigerton. So that's still a tornadic storm. The one here near Rib Mountain in Wausau has gotten a lot broader. It's more of a wind threat. Currently expecting around 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds to move right through Wausau over the next few minutes, going towards Antigo and Merrill. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that storm. Alrighty. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Jayla, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I'm in Green Bay. Are we good? You're not good in Green Bay. I mean, the storms haven't even reached you yet. Still got a little bit of time until the storms are knocking on your doorstep. Let me see if we can get Tornado Pagey back on here. They're on the storm. Who is the number? Is it this one? Nope. That one. There we go. All right, we got Tornado Pagey. I'm on the bottom left. After I move Freddy off here. I gotta get more organized. This is so... All right, there we go. All right, Tornado Pagey's bottom left of your screen. They're currently located near Milwaukee, and so they're tracking those storms that are mostly hail and wind producers. If you're in Milwaukee, you might want to protect your vehicle if you've not already. Let me go back to Chicago. Yeah, nothing really right now yet west of Chicago, but storms are still firing up. It's going to take a little bit of time for these things to organize. I do think the storms that are back down near Lincoln could easily become concerning here very soon. And actually, this one near Lincoln has at least a big surge of wind. Might actually have some rotation developing right now near Evans and Bell, going towards Lawndale and Atlanta. So that storm's starting to organize a little bit there in central Illinois. This is way further down to the south than the majority of our storms right now. Even back over in Springfield, we at least have hail and wind. Definitely watch out for a potential tornado threat if you're back over to the west of Randolph or southwest of Bloomington. This could be a long-term problem, especially if it stays discreet, and it is a right-hand moving supercell, which just makes it that much more concerning.
I just have beautiful
traction.
Driveway or
back over to Riley, currently east of Wausau.
I think. Yeah, this is definitely a road.
On our tornado warning.
And my AirPod just died. GG's. Yeah, that's fine. I'm turning around. I'm gonna look into it.
We're gonna have a view into the storm here. Sorta. There's a lot of trees in Wisconsin, which makes it hard to view some of this stuff. This is near Ringgold specifically. Kind of see the storm a little bit beyond the tree line there.
I think he's
also, all of our tornado warnings have been downgraded. We no longer have a confirmed tornado anywhere in Wisconsin. It's all radar indicated again. That's a view of the storm, though, here from Ringgold.
Kinda looks mid.
All right, well, that's Riley for you. All right, let's go back to radar. Yeah, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation on this storm anymore. Initially, we had a discrete supercell. Again, we talked about this a lot, but we had a discrete supercell literally moving towards Ringgold, and it was moving more to the right, which actually favors more wind shear and more of a stronger inflow. And then as of lately, it was much more of a left-moving storm, which basically just occluded back into our kind of segment of storms moving along Highway 29. I still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, though, with this like back-end area near Crowenwetter. But I think the chances are low, so might have something out of that. And then the Rochult storm doesn't have much more time, I think, to produce a tornado. The velocities are much broader, and we also have a lot of convection coming out of the south. So that tornado threat's starting to get choked off a little bit. I don't think this tornado warning is going to continue, but I do think we should have like a 70-mile-per-hour severe warning here, west of Sheboygan. Velocities have gone a lot weaker. If we have a tornado, it would be located near Highway 23, which, again, I don't really think we have a tornado, but if we were to have one, that is the general area of where the main rotation is at this point. And even then, doesn't look super impressive to me. Thank you, Little, for the super chat. Oh, we're sitting at 4 tornado warnings. Stormer Media caught a impressive landspout last night in Nebraska. Yeah, that thing was on the ground for like 30 minutes. It was actually really crazy. Yeah, we had a landspout near North Platte, Nebraska for 30 minutes last night. It was crazy. We have more damage, by the way. This is a drone shot from CJ Ziegler, which I think actually I can just click on this. So CJ Ziegler has damage. This is back over in, let me get the exact location. This is just outside of Beaver Dam, so just east of Beaver Dam. Look at all the trees down. So even more damage here across southeast Wisconsin from these storms, and unfortunately we've seen a lot of trees down, lots of power lines down, some roof damage as well in many different areas. This is not the same area, by the way, where Vince is, which Vince is in Mayville, which has had a lot of damage. Looks like some...
I can't say it.
Looks like some car damage as well. Good shout out to Jane with the $20 super chat from Appleton. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cookie, also for the super chat. My sister in Plover says hi. How's it going?
Yeah, I can't say for sure. We're not.
And looks like there's a police officer there, probably responding to some sort of damage. There's another storm literally coming in, by the way. There's a new storm that formed right over the radar site.
A new tornado
pretty sure
has been issued.
That's where he is. But yeah, nonetheless, there's definitely damage there. I'll keep him on the bottom right of your screen. Brand new tornado warning in North Carolina. This is going to be for Beaufort and Craven counties near Washington. New area of rotation is formed just southeast of Washington near the Palmico River, moving towards Aura. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning away from windows and lowest floor possible. All right, Riley has an update for us on the storm. Back over here near Cronewetter, Wisconsin. Go ahead, Riley.
I think Max is watching. Hopefully he is. There's a few seconds of stream delay, but I don't know if you guys can see here. We're ahead of this storm that's south in Wausau right now. And if you can't realize, actually, I don't know if I can go stand out here in front of the camera, but it is super, super still. And if we're going to see a storm produce a tornado, it would not be this still right now. You can basically see none of these trees are moving, and I'm actually feeling that it's quite cold out here right now. It's about 65 degrees, so although there still is a storm, it's not the warm air that we need in order for it to produce a tornado. So this is something that's probably not going to produce a tornado. We did see some brief inflow tail on that storm that already died. Ahead of this, that was tornado warned. They're probably going to allow this warning to expire. It's just too cold and too still here. The rain and hail is actually about 200 yards down the road, so I'm going to go ahead and get back in my car because I'm not trying to get hit by golf balls, but I actually have an anemometer on top of my car. So we're probably going to sit here and wait for the storm to overtake us and let you guys know how windy it is. But now it's starting to hail, so I am going back inside the car.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the in-depth analysis. Bro was outside of his car. There is, again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on this. There's actually like a little bit of rain-wrapped rotation over Wausau, but I find it hard to believe we're actually going to have a tornado out of that. Actually, see, if we go back to Riley, there are some low clouds on the left, but nothing like crazy, just like the storm base. The storm's definitely been falling apart here. So, bro, touch grass. Hey, you hand for letters for the super chat as well as okayest. Yeah, hopefully Milwaukee doesn't see a whole lot. Let's hope. Right now, this one looks like in Milwaukee. The worst of the damaging winds are still about 5 minutes away or so. Damaging winds and hail are going to be coming in here over the next few minutes. And right now for Milwaukee, 60-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail is the main concern. How Kalamazoo, Michigan be tonight? It's going to depend on our storms over the next couple hours. I would still expect for Kalamazoo damaging winds, hail, and an isolated tornado being the main concerns. That is what I'd be mainly watching for. I'm going back down to Lincoln here. It's back over in Lincoln, Illinois. We've had an area of convergence over the last few minutes near Bell. Possible tornado trying to develop near Lawndale, heading towards Atlanta, Illinois, and as well as Waynesville. Generally speaking, this storm is, in my opinion, not far from producing a tornado going towards Bloomington. Keep in mind that our environment is very favorable for tornadoes, especially in central and northern Illinois over the next few hours, assuming that we continue to see discrete supercells. And our significant tornado parameter values, which is plotted on here, are definitely on the higher side of things for most of Chicago, back even towards St. Louis. But again, the main corridor that we've seen storms fire off so far in is mainly around Bloomington, and then also just north and west of Chicago. So we should continue to at least see a risk for damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes transpire here. And what's very interesting, and I got to point this out because I do find it kind of surprising, but by 10 o'clock tonight, the STP values are actually very high back over in Kalamazoo. And I'm not saying that we're going to see strong tornadoes, but it's going to depend a lot more on storm mode. And the HRRR right now shows a messy line of storms going through Kalamazoo right around 10 o'clock tonight. And if that's the case, the tornado threat would be more on the low side of things, even with there being a lot of wind shear. But could have some embedded tornadoes in that line of storms, for sure. All right, let's go back to here. So let me go over to Riley here.
We're going to go to Wittenberg, I think. I don't know. Is Max watching? If he's watching, he should tell us if we should try and catch the other couplet or sit here and watch it.
Riley, is that a lowering or is that just the base?
No, that is what you call literally nothing. So I think what's going on here is we're actually kind of uphill of everything. So it looks like it's lowering, but it's not. It's down to 64, 65 degrees around here. So it could be a lowering, but it definitely would just be scud. I do think the storm off to our southeast does still have some tornado potential, so we might go towards the town of Wittenberg on Highway 29, and we may be able to catch up to that one if it did try something silly, and it one should be actually quite cleared out behind it, so you'd be able to see that.
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know. I'm not confident that those storms are going to produce. They're very messy right now. Again, so Riley's on the storm here near Wausau, and that one has been struggling. I mean, the main area of rotation already kind of died out. We have a little bit of rotation, looks like on the east side of Wausau, but it's very weak, and the storm doesn't appear as if it's imminent. This is, again, back over to Wausau. This is what it looks like, just east of Wausau, but yeah, the main area that we'd be looking at for any sort of tornado potential at this point would probably be our more southern storms east of Stevens Point, but those have been pretty messy, and the velocities and all the rotations mostly rain wrapped. But oops, that's a live shot there from the Wausau area. Thank you, Wow, for the super chat. I don't know where that is in Michigan, but again, I think generally speaking, almost anywhere in this area will have a threat of damaging winds, some hail, and a couple of tornadoes, and then our threat is much lower to the east of this area, or north of this area. I'm screwed tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be, I think, a big day. We've already I'll talk about it more probably at some point in the live stream, but again, we have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow in the Ohio Valley. Really reminds me of May 26th of 2024. It's pretty reminiscent of that day. The setup and everything. I'm not saying it's going to be exactly like that, but we could easily have multiple strong tornadoes tomorrow, in addition to very high winds. I think the wind threat and the hail threat are going to be the greatest concerns, but yeah, I would expect that tomorrow is going to be a pretty busy day.
Low boundary, so it's about to get really, really windy here in a second.
So Riley's now punching, I think, into the Wausau tornado warning. that
I
correct,
don't know
Riley?
if he can hear us, but we're actually going south right now. So we're going to intercept the outflow boundary. I think this is actually the main boundary that's associated with this system altogether. This might be the cold front. Our plan is actually to go to 29 and take 29 further to the east and hopefully catch up to the backside of one of the storms to our south. It looks a little bit more favorable. And I don't know, at the absolute least, a little bit more. We got winds at like 20 miles an hour.
That's Riley's update. Thank you, Nurse, for the super chat. I watch this a lot from British Columbia. No tornadoes here, but I appreciate how much of a channel, or how much of a boon this channel is. Thank you so much for your hard work. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nurse, for the super chat. Thank you, Call Sign, and Brian also for the super chats. What's Clarksville, Tennessee look like later today and tonight? I don't expect a whole lot in Clarksville. It should be mostly just isolated wind and hail. Lake Forest, Illinois. Says Brian with a super chat. This is on the north side of Chicago. The storm that is severe is already moving offshore. So you're not done with severe weather yet because we got more storms off to your west. But that storm that went right over Waukegan and also Lake Forest is already moving into the Great Lakes. So severe weather threat is lower. It's not zero because of the storms back off to your west. They did put a tornado possible label on this little activity near Toluca going towards Streator and Reading. Tornado possible label on that. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well. That's northeast of Peoria. And then back over to the south of Bloomington. Got a big surge of wind right along I-55 going into Broadwell and Lincoln over the next few minutes. Probably around 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds paralleling I-55. The rotation on the storm that's near Atlanta has completely broadened out, so there's not much there anymore. But we'll continue to watch it closely. Now let's flip through.
Rockford, you are A-okay. You got nothing to fear in the rock.
I want to quickly go over to storm intermedia just for a brief moment. I think they're repositioning, but you can see the cumulonimbus clouds bubbling up there on the right. This is over in Mendota, Illinois. And some big storms are going up right now across western and central Illinois. And this is what it looks like right now, live radar. New severe thunderstorm warning also for Bloomington. They have put this out for golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there's a tornado possible label here in and around the Bloomington area, going towards Colfax, Lexington, and Cheonia. Also, let me get off this. This is back over in Milwaukee. Hey, and I'm not sure if you're looking at cameras, but let me know if you have any near Wisconsin. This is a live shot right now in the Milwaukee area. The wind is picking up right in Milwaukee. So around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are likely in Milwaukee. This is one live shot of the high winds moving through Milwaukee right now. Right in the downtown area. Why does it say confirmed tornado? Should not say that. See if we have any other live shots here. This is literally going to be moving right over the lakes here in a minute, but going right through Milwaukee. This is another live shot. See if I can get this onto the actual full cam here. This is another live shot. The camera is shaking a lot here. Very high winds right now moving through Milwaukee. There's a full cam view of that here in downtown Milwaukee. And 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are moving through the town. The highest wind is going to be moving offshore over the next few minutes. My goodness, there are several cameras that are shaking like crazy. We probably have 70 mile per hour winds here right along the lake. I don't know what's going on with this camera, but this thing is like going bonkers. This is easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, though. If you look bottom right of your screen, this is right over the south side of Milwaukee. Very, very high winds, probably 60 to 70. Try to get a couple more cameras up here, right along the lake here. So again, that camera's shaking like crazy. This is also another live shot. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let me try to fix that. So very windy right now, Milwaukee. This is another live shot in Milwaukee. This is on I-43 at Brown Street. So this is a little bit west of the main area of wind, but you can still see the cars driving across the screen. You can see how the wind's picking up there. A bit more of a, almost not really a skyline view, but at least looking at the traffic here, and you can definitely see the wind around 60 miles per hour, low visibility, traveling southbound. The wind is still very strong here on Memorial Drive, or Lincoln Memorial Drive here on I-794. Right along the lake on the south side of Milwaukee. Starting to calm down just a little bit. Just a little bit. We'll go a little bit further south. See if we have anything down there. It's a different live shot. This is gonna be back over on Layton Avenue in Wisconsin. See how the wind's picking up right to left. This is looking southwest. This is back down near St. Francis. It's on the south side of Milwaukee. Damaging winds again around 60 to 70 miles per hour here. Also, this is a live shot from Tornado Pagey. I know the right number here. They had a decent view of the storm. Now they don't. They had a decent view of the storm back over near Milwaukee from the outside. They have it again. We'll go back to them. See the wind picking up right now just south of Milwaukee. The worst of the wind's about to be moving into the Great Lakes, but we got a little bit more coming up here in the next minute or two. Storm Intermediate's got a beautiful storm, by the way. This back over in central Illinois. Near La Salle. Overshooting cloud tops there as well. And then let me go to this Tornado Pagey. Why does the stream keep coming off? What the heck? All right, that happened twice. Oh, wow. The wind just picked up a lot. This is on the south side of Milwaukee. It's on Oklahoma Avenue. So again, winds are right now around 60 to 75 miles per hour. There could even be, I wouldn't rule out a microburst either in the Milwaukee area. The winds are definitely very high. Once again, in Milwaukee. Thank you, Hannah, for the super chat. Thanks for all you do. Feeling nervous tonight, just west of Kalamazoo. And congratulations on being a new meteorologist. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, Kalamazoo, I'd still be mostly concerned about wind, but there is a tornado threat. Just have ways to receive warnings and you should be fine. The people that shouldn't be concerned are the ones that already are aware of the weather. There are people that are not aware of the weather, that have no clue what's happening, and then they get caught in trouble. So, if you're aware tonight, and you have ways to receive warnings, that's the best way to do things. And you're already in a good position, if that's the case. This is Tornado Pagey. This is the storm that's back near Milwaukee, so this is a view from the outskirts. I believe they're going southbound now on I-41, but left side of your screen is that storm now exiting towards the coast. It'll be moving into Lake Michigan here shortly. This is what it looks like on live radar right now. Let me see if I can, yeah, we'll stay here. So this is what it looks like on live radar right now near Milwaukee. And so you can see the yellows, that's your highest winds. They're mostly now over I-43 or I-41 and 43, and they're now moving into Lake Michigan. So the worst of the wind is about to move offshore. Near South Milwaukee and as well as the Shorewood area. So that's definitely some good news. We're definitely starting to see some improvement across southeastern Wisconsin. We still have some other storms that have attempted to fire off behind the line, which in all honesty, I'd be surprised if these actually end up producing anything when it comes to a tornado threat, but there could be some additional wind and hail across parts of eastern and southeastern Wisconsin over the next hour with any of these storms that fire off behind our main cluster or line of thunderstorms. My goodness, what is going on here? Oh, the wind's been crazy. This is another live shot. The wind has gotten absolutely unbelievable here in Milwaukee still. It's still going. It's on Lincoln Memorial Drive. Look at this semi, can barely move. The wind has gotten actually crazy again. Holy crap. I thought it was done and it just picked up again. This camera's shaking like absolutely crazy and nobody can drive going, I think that's westbound. I really thought the wind was done and it's still going. I wouldn't rule out a microburst with this either, which is usually like a small area of very high winds. And this appears to be around 60, 75, maybe even 80 miles per hour. Near Jones Island on the south side of Milwaukee. My goodness. Just when we thought it was done. Still going. Wind is getting calmer again. Maybe it'll actually be calm this time for real. I mean, it's unbelievable that the wind was still that strong, to be honest. It's still going. This is what it looks like on live radar now. So again, velocities are mostly offshore. Likely had some sort of huge burst of wind in the last minute. Maybe on the back side of, maybe another like downburst there near Jones Island. That was crazy. Thank you, Horrible Humor, for the $5 super chat. How bad is it going to get in Algan, Michigan? Again, the way I will put everything for Michigan, because I have a lot of people asking about Michigan, is that if you're in this general area, that is where we're expecting the most significant area of damaging winds and tornadoes. All right, if you're anywhere outside of that area, it's more isolated. More isolated in that region. Nonetheless, definitely stay weather aware. It's like CJ is flying his drone again. There's more tornado damage in Wisconsin. This is some of the damage that we are seeing. This is back over. Let me get the exact location again. CJ is back up near just southwest of Mayville is where this is located. That is tornado damage again from earlier. We had 3, I think, different tornadoes happen near Mayville, and this is another example of damage that happened out of these tornadoes. Lots of roofing damage, collapsed walls as well in some of these buildings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning. That is going to be for Langlade and Lincoln counties in Wisconsin. There's a lot of different tornado damage here.
It should be up. Is it? Okay. Yep, it's up. Yep, Max is on it. Yeah, this is live film speed right now. Tell me if it goes out, because I'm not looking right now.
Wow. Yeah, the north side of town is so bad. Oh, this whole...
Here's your new tornado warning just issued. This is going to be back over in just northeast of Wausau, west of Antigo. Main area of rotation is currently coming up on Ormsby and eventually going towards Summit Lake. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Going back to CJ, a lot of damage here. The battery level is low on his drone, so I don't know if he knows that. I'm guessing he does. I was about to say that he might want to bring the drone back down. But again, this is a lot of the tornado damage back around Mayville. And it's definitely significant. I mean, there's a bunch of buildings damaged here. It'd be some sort of like... Maybe some sort of school there? I couldn't even tell.
Wow.
Okay, I'm returning to home. We're gonna move the north side of town.
Alright.
Northeast side.
He's going back to where he was.
Honestly, worst case, we might...
Yeah, that's definitely some significant damage. And again, we had a tornado roll right through. Let me find it on the map here. We had a tornado, at least a couple different ones. We had one through Juneau, and the one that he's looking at, I'm pretty sure is that one. And then we also had one near Horicon and another one near Mayville. I think we had 3 separate tornadoes, maybe even 4. We had another one near Lamira. So that is some of the damage there. And now everything that was tornadic, at least in Wisconsin, has mostly moved offshore. And we actually could see some fish-nados go across Lake Michigan over the next hour or two before that goes into actual Michigan. Back over to the north again, we do have a new tornado warning near Antigo that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. This is a storm that, actually the rotation seems to be a bit further south than where the warning is. There's actually maybe 2 different mesos. We have one west of Antigo and another one just southeast of Doring, both moving to the northeast, and one of them is outside of the tornado warning, south of Elkcho. So that'll be moving northeast. Chance for a tornado there. The storms near Wittenberg and as well as Tigerton have become very messy. Not really expecting much of a tornado risk in the near term with those storms. We'll be keeping an eye on it in case something does change. And then further down to the south, we still have an ongoing threat of damaging winds and hail across central Illinois. They have a tornado possible label on our storms near Bloomington, but I'm not seeing much right now that would indicate that we're going to see an imminent tornado. But we're still keeping a close eye on that. Let me go ahead and do this. Let's do... Is Freddy still alive? I don't know if he's still alive. He is still alive. I'm going to keep him off for now, though. Are we going to get more redevelopment in Wisconsin, or is this the main threat? This will be the main threat. There will be some brief redevelopment behind our line. We've already seen a couple storms fire behind the line, but none of these are really going to be that severe. There's a low chance of hail and wind with any redevelopment that happens. The tornado threat is pretty much 0 out of the redevelopment stuff. All right, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me pull that up here. All right, here it is. This is a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. I've had a lot of people asking about Michigan and Indiana. Well, here's your answer. We're going to get a tornado watch here soon, and that's going to include areas like Indianapolis, Lafayette, Marion, Muncie, South Bend, Warsaw, Logansport, and then back up into Michigan. It'll include Kalamazoo, Holland, Grand Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Cadillac, and Traverse City. We are expecting severe storms capable of embedded tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail, which will overspread this area tonight. And a tornado watch is likely. So this is an 80% chance of being issued, which honestly, it'll probably be issued. I highly doubt they won't issue it. Notice that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is actually between 120 to 150 miles per hour. So we are still talking about the potential for strong tornadoes across this region this evening. Additionally, very large hail up to 3.5 inches in diameter remains possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts around 80 miles per hour is likely across this region. So we will have a new tornado watch here very shortly. Make sure that you're staying weather aware. New tornado watch should be issued very soon. Why is my yellow still on here? There we go. Thank you, Bell, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Richard, for the $20 super chat. Do the Great Lakes affect these storms as they move over the open water? Sometimes they do. It depends on the water temperature, too. Water temperature can actually play a factor in these storms and their intensity and what mode of severe weather they're bringing. To be honest, I don't know what the water temperatures are, but on Radar Omega, we can actually look at the marine tools and look at the buoys. And this usually gives us an indication of the water temperature, which right now the air temperature is about 60... or 83, excuse me. So it's about 83 on the east side of the lake. I thought there was temperature readings on some of these buoys. Is there not? Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, the sea surface temperature is 58 degrees right now near Benton Harbor. So it's pretty chilly. It's pretty chilly. But a lot of the time when it moves over colder water, the odds of there being, I mean, in some cases it can actually help, but with the water temperatures being in the mid-50s, it's definitely going to be more of a wind threat for now, and then our tornado threat should re-intensify as it moves over warmer land near Grand Haven and Holland in about an hour or so. Thank you, Dave, for the $20 super chat. No problem at all. This is back over in central Illinois right now. Got a lot of damaging winds and hail currently spreading across the Bloomington, Randolph, and Clinton areas. So keeping a close eye on that. The line of storms, though, again, has now moved officially through most of Milwaukee. There are still severe warnings in place, but the line has now moved offshore for Milwaukee. Sheboygan's actually about to get hit by some high wind. Let me see if we can get some cameras there. Yeah, this is actually what it looks like right now in Sheboygan. Let's pull this up. Let's do cam 3. This is live in Sheboygan. This is where we're expecting damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. And once again, visibility is low on the roadways. Winds are very high. It's also another live shot. So very high winds right now moving through Sheboygan in Wisconsin. Tornado Page, he also has some pretty cool structure. I don't know what just happened to the camera. There's some cool structure where they are. I'm gonna see if they look at it again. And pretty high winds right now moving through Sheboygan. Cameras are shaking, which definitely means there's high winds. Probably around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Don't know if it's quite reaching 70. Definitely stay away from windows if you're in this area. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. Is North Chicago safe from tornadoes tonight? It's a low chance. It's not zero, though. The odds are lower than before because most of the storms that we have ongoing right now are kind of falling apart there west of Chicago. But if something can reorganize in the next hour, wouldn't rule out a tornado. I think the mid-level moisture, and in general, I think the amount of instability that we have really across the board, it's pretty high. Like the amount of instability that we have is high. The problem is the storms that we have in Illinois are just so far away from our low pressure center, which is going to limit the wind shear a little bit. Vince Walty's coming up on more damage. Let me see if we can get him up on stream here. This is Vince Walty. More damage near Mayville. I think we'll have a shot of that here in a second. There was a big silo down. We saw that earlier with one of the photos, but I'll go back to him in a second once we have that view again. Thank you, Amanda, for the $20 super chat. Congratulations on graduating. I appreciate that. We've been a meteorologist for about 10 days now, I'm pretty sure. I think it's been about 10 days. Meteorologist max velocity. Is there anything else, Aiden? Or is that it? I don't know if there's more up here. My good in Green Bay. Green Bay is getting mostly strong storms right now, nothing severe. So I'd say if you're in Green Bay, you got like about half an hour until the threat is pretty low. There will be more storms during the after sunset hours, but they'll mostly be strong. Severe weather is pretty unlikely with those storms. Tornado Pagey has a rainbow. See if I can get them on here. PDS Rainbow Intercept. It's back over near Milwaukee.
Knew that was coming.
Just south of Milwaukee here. Got a Rainbow Intercept.
Oh wow, you really can see that.
Thank you, Nick, for the $5 super chat.
No, you're good. Sorry for all the motion, guys.
It'll be on the bottom left of your screen. Hey, Nick, for the super chat. Beyonce's in Chicago for a concert at Soldier Field. Better keep the queen safe. Yeah, I mean, the weather shouldn't be bad in about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now. Honestly, what is a little bit surprising, and I've talked about this a little bit, these storms actually fired earlier than expected, which I think has actually hindered the longevity of these supercells, which are not really supercells, they're more cells right now. But with that said, what is interesting, in my opinion, is that these are coming in a little bit later than forecasted, too. These are going to be moving into Chicago right around 7:45, 8:15 or so. They're a little bit later than forecasted as well, which is interesting. And it's also outflow dominant. I mean, this entire segment of storms is outflow dominant. These storms here near Aurora and Naperville could actually become a little bit more, you know, significant if they're actually able to develop, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I think there's just such a short window for those to actually develop. West of Decatur, I would keep a close eye on this supercell. Back over near Decatur, Illinois. This thing's blown up over the last few minutes. Not really rotating a whole lot right now, but there's a hook on this storm. I'll have to keep an eye on this. Moving into Decatur over the next few minutes. Thank you, Lear, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Kim with the PayPal donation. We've been watching for a little over a year now and follow you on Twitter. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that. How does Maryville, Illinois, or Indiana look? Asks instant regret with the super chat. Let me look where that is. I don't know why it still says confirmed tornado. That thing has not changed like at all today. So back over in Gary and Merrillville, anywhere in northwest Indiana, this is the main storm activity that we're going to be watching for. And I think the predominant or main concern will be hail and wind. There is a low tornado risk if any storms are able to stay discrete. These are mostly discrete right now, but they're kind of splitting more than, I mean, this one's kind of just moving directly northeast. Might be a bit more outflow dominant. These storms are also racing to the northeast. I mean, they're moving at like 55, 60 miles per hour to the northeast. They're actually pretty fast. This is back over to I-43 near Sheboygan, Wisconsin. This is a live shot where 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds are moving through right now. This is really the last of the severe portion of our line of storms here in southeast Wisconsin. It's kind of the last part of it. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Highway went completely vacant. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have to give props. People that I don't know if this is just how the highway usually is at 7:18 on a Thursday, but if people are staying home because of the weather, that's honestly a W. I think that's probably what's happening there. Yeah, I'm not seeing much rotation. There's like a very broad area of rotation over the northwest side of Sheboygan, but there's not enough time, I think, for that to produce a tornado. We have one tornado warning active right now, and that's in Wisconsin, west of Antigo. Rotation's been pretty broad east of Merrill. It's mainly going to be a little bit of a wind threat moving to the northeast, potentially a brief spin-up tornado as that continues to track that direction. Thank you, folks, for the super chat. We'll talk more about tomorrow, either later in today's stream, or we'll talk about it in my... I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. I'm not 100% sure on that yet. I do think a video is likely tomorrow morning, talking about Friday's threat more than anything. All right, let's see. CJ has more damage from our tornado earlier. This is more damage back over in the Mayville area of Wisconsin. So again, more tornado damage. A lot of trees down here. He had a home that looked like destroyed a second ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And while it's on CJ, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't think it uploaded yet. Which way is it? Southwest, that makes no sense then. Are you sure it's right? Because the path is north. Yeah, I was gonna say that makes no sense. Okay, I'm just gonna head back. Alright, get ready to switch to the other camera in like 30 seconds. Yeah, switch to the dash cam.
Right now?
Yeah.
Alright. Ugh.
All right, we are back, and even has the silos down, it looks like, right here too. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is in southeastern Wisconsin near Mayville, where we had multiple tornadoes earlier, and there is damage in this area. Also, I think we need to do some shaming again, if I can get the right camera on here. This is back over in Sheboygan. Got cars under the overpass yet again. And exactly what you do not do during any severe warning is park under an overpass. And actually, I think it's one car. I don't think it's multiple, but there's at least one car there that's parked under the overpass. Get some shame spams in the chat. Shout out to Brian with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. I think we just got a new tornado watch as well. Let me look. Yeah, we just got a new tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch. This is going to be across most of Michigan, from Mount Pleasant, Lansing, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Whitehall, Ludington, Manistee, Cadillac, Traverse City, and Gaylord. This is where we're mainly watching for the threat of a few tornadoes. Scattered 2-inch sized hail and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour will be the main concerns. This goes until 3 a.m. Eastern time, by the way. 3 a.m. It's a late one. That does not include Indiana, which makes me believe one of two things. Either one, they'll add Indiana in another tornado watch, or two, the storms that are back off to the west aren't impressive enough yet for there to be a tornado watch. That's kind of the theory I have right now. So they may or may not issue a tornado watch for that area. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Allie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Give it a little bit of time, though, for maybe a tornado watch for that area. By the way, we have some exciting news. You guys may have seen this on Twitter. Maybe not, I don't know. But Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, bottom left of your screen, they are going to be working with us heavily here over the next, while, long term, as a storm chaser on our channel. And we are also currently finalizing things with other chasers. Can't say anything yet, but yeah, I'm excited for the future. I think we have a really good core group of storm chasers that we'll have on this channel. And once I know officially about things, I'll let you guys know. As many of you have probably already heard, by the way, there's been some rumblings about this. I've already talked about it on a stream before, but there is some stuff going on with my competition where he's basically trying to get chasers exclusively for his channel and nobody else. And what I'm trying to do is just try to get the core chasers that we've had for quite some time and just be able to have them on our channel, because we have to combat it in some way. So we have, I think, a really great group of people that we're going to have on our streams, and I'm really excited for it. And yeah, pretty excited. A lot more details probably tomorrow, I think. Not sure yet. Thank you, Cynthia and Ella, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Tornado warning still does continue here in northern Wisconsin, northwest of Antego. And rotation's been pretty broad here over the last little while. And as I was talking about Tornado Pagey, they have a PDS rainbow. They did a second ago. Exclusivity's gonna suck. There's literally nothing I can do about it. Like, I've been kind of forced into this terrible position where I have to make decisions. I'm not really a business person. I just love doing what I do. So it's kind of hard to do all this stuff, but yeah, we're just trying to do what we can do. Basically about it. Hey, Mochi, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. I've been kind of forced to do stuff, and I literally can't do much about it. So it is what it is. Huge shout out to Mark and Brian with the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Also, shout out to Sean with the PayPal donation. I really appreciate that. Better keep Freddy. We should know about Freddy very shortly. I'm really excited to keep working with Freddy. Freddy's great. I talk to him a lot too. We've been good friends. By the way, a lot of people don't know this, but me and Freddy were like friends even before he was ever on my channel. Like we literally used to talk like almost every day about just random stuff. Like well before anything even happened. So. Hey, Wild Child, for the very generous $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Horrible Humor, for the super chat. I totally agree. I think the biggest thing, and I think that, I get that people come for our weather coverage, but I also want to point out that when a person sees a tornado, when somebody sees big hail falling, whatever it might be, on footage for, like, let's just say, like, in Milwaukee, for example, like, if we didn't have those cameras showing the wind in Milwaukee, I think people would have not maybe taken it as seriously. So I do think when we have, actual shots of stuff happening, I think it's really important that people can see what the weather looks like in real time, which is why storm chasers are actually that important. Like, we actually have visual, and it also educates the audience, like, hey, this is what's happening in X location or Y location or whatever it might be. And so, like earlier when we had, you know, the tornado warning and stuff, you could see how ominous the skies were. It looked really crazy. We never actually saw a tornado on that storm, or at least visually on the feeds that we had, but we did have a lot of shots that showed the very high winds and all that sort of stuff. And I think that all goes into the warning process for really any storms that we have. Like, I mean, if we don't have a live shot of something, like, I mean, it doesn't make a huge deal. We at least can still see it on radar, but having that live shot or having a picture of a storm or even a tornado will make people think really differently about what's happening. So that's why I think, you know, storm chasers in general are so critical for life-saving weather information, or even cameras, like anything. Thank you, Evan, for the super chat for the streamer exclusivity fund. All right, I mean, there's no fun. But I do appreciate the super chat. Connor said he's on board. Did Connor say something publicly? I don't know what he's said. Green Bay, mainly just strong storms for Green Bay right now. Where's the active tornado warning? Northern Wisconsin. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't think this thing's going to continue much longer. Very weak rotation right now, just off to the northwest of Antigo. Thank you, RC, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We have a shame. Yeah, we still have somebody parked under the overpass there in Sheboygan. I don't even know why. I don't know if they're just actually broken down or something. All right, so I guess I can say it, but yeah, Connor Croft is going to be one of the people that we'll have on our feeds pretty much all the time. He's been with us for like the longest time too. So, but Connor's gonna be working with us. He'll also be working with Reed. I don't mind him working with Reed. Reed's great, and yeah, he'll be on our streams. So W for that. Thank you, Hannah, for the super chat. I mean, again, the intention of our weather coverage is to save lives. It's always been what it is, and I've always been passionate about this. So, love doing weather. And I'm gonna, I'll just say it. Freddie is another person that I'm pretty sure will have, like, officially either tonight or tomorrow. I'm not sure yet, but pretty sure that's what's gonna be happening. But again, I've been forced into the position. I didn't want to do anything like exclusively or anything, but I'm forced into that position. So, thank you, Lillian, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. If you're back over in Chicago right now, nothing severe, just strong storms in the vicinity. Honestly, Chicago might get away with severe weather tonight. It's possible. I wouldn't fully say it's over yet, but definitely looks not as concerning. By the way, back over in Pontiac, just to the northeast of Bloomington, this storm has been upgraded to baseball-sized hail. So we have baseball-sized hail falling near Fairbury. This is, again, for Pontiac in Illinois. Specifically for McLean County in Illinois. So again, big CC drop, which does indicate a very large hail core right now south of Pontiac, coming up on Kempton and Colum, moving to the northeast. So if you are in this area, make sure that you're staying away from windows. Wind-driven hail is a possibility with this storm as it continues to track to the northeast. Also, we do have a storm chaser coming up towards this. I'm going to keep an eye on them. We have Storm Intermedia, I think, coming up on this too. Put them bottom middle of your screen. Hey, Sean, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that. W for the person that left the overpass. Oh, did they leave? I think there's somebody still there. Back over in Sheboygan. There's somebody on the other side. I don't know if they were there before. The severe weather threat has moved out now, so there's really not much here, like, anymore. But thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is Storm Intermedia.
70 miles an hour.
This is just off to the north of the baseball-sized hailstorm. And bro did not stop at that stop sign. I caught him in 4K. But that's from this from the north. This is actually not the baseball-sized hailstorm. Sorry, that's actually a different one near Dwight, which is probably producing still some hail and wind, but not as severe. You can see the base there in the distance, so he's coming up on that right now.
When we were in Mendota.
We have Jaden Peppenheim, who is punching through it in the next minute, but it's not the baseball-sized hailstorm. That's what it looks like from a distance. Shout out to Jonathan with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Where's Riley? Riley was chasing, but he's gonna be back. I think he just got back. Yeah, he got back. Oh, you guys can see my Zoom. You're welcome. Yes, we use Zoom. Not an ad, by the way. Riley might be able to provide us an update on what he saw too while he was out there. Thank you, Wing, for the very generous super chat. Can you please convince my wife that I can go storm chasing next season? Why not now? Why not like tomorrow? Actually, I wouldn't recommend chasing tomorrow. Tomorrow looks pretty dangerous. Thank you, Hickory, for the super chat. Helped my family last summer when tornadoes rolled through Cleveland, Ohio. You're the best on YouTube. I appreciate that, Hickory. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for Chicago. We actually got storms that have initiated pretty much over the northwest side of Chicago in the last few minutes. So some big storms firing up here, mainly going to be quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We will be keeping an eye on the potential for a tornado threat. I think it's low. But these storms have now just fired up around the Chicago suburbs. Also, we have no tornado warnings anymore. This is the first time all stream that we've had no tornado warnings. That is actually kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie. So what the satellite imagery right now looks like across the Illinois and Indiana. You can see how the storms have blown up. We got some new storms that have initiated just in the last 15 minutes back over in the west side of the Chicago suburbs. Have a little cool satellite imagery. I'm going to go a little bit more. I really want to do the entire country here so you guys can see this low pressure system too. Look at this. This is crazy. This is your low pressure system back over in the Dakotas. And then you got all the severe weather far to the east of that low pressure system. Pretty cool. Cool little imagery. Cannot speak. And then also this is back over on the infrared imagery. This shows you the cold cloud tops. And again, usually when you see red,
a new tornado warning
has
been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This is going to be for those in Macon County, Illinois. It'll pop up here in a second. I don't know why we jinx so many things, but we do. All right, new tornado warnings north of Decatur. We've been talking about this one for a little bit. North side of Decatur, you're in a tornado warning. Forsyth, Oriana, and Argenta going towards Cisco near I-72. You guys are included in this tornado warning. It's a broad area of rotation. Really, I'm not seeing a whole lot on this most recent scan. But stay in your safe place. If you're in the Decatur area, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm currently is tracking to the east-northeast. A long-term Monticello and Urbana are in the track of this. So our tornado threat is now beginning to ramp up a little bit in Illinois. And the baseball-sized hailstorm I don't think is tornadic anytime soon. It's mostly a hailstorm. But tornado threat's trying to ramp up on these storms. We actually have a little couplet even over Moria or Maroa. I think that's Maroa going towards Weldon and D-Land. We could get another tornado warning on that as well. That'll be moving towards I-74 here pretty soon. There are a large slew of storms that have fired up. This is like an entire line here. Is pretty much fired up across Illinois. Almost a widespread area of storms right now. We also have a new severe warning in the Chicago suburbs for Channahon, Morris, and I-55. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a left-splitting storm, which means that we should be mainly talking about a hail and wind risk rather than a tornado risk. So that'll be tracking in the direction of Joliet here pretty soon. The storm that's on the west side of Chicago has really gotten strong pretty quickly. Probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds over Lombard and Addison, and the hail threat is likely up to $50. So the hail threat is rapidly increasing here, just to the west of Chicago and just outside of Oak Park. Thank you, Ramio, for becoming a member. Also, Carla, thank you for the very generous $50 super chat. Your channel and chat is the best. Keep on keeping going. Appreciate that, and thank you for the generosity. Yeah, Chicago, I might have jinxed it, but I don't think we're actually... I didn't really say we're done. I just thought the threat of storms developing was low. Unfortunately, storms have fired. So, it's looking a little bit sus. We're getting closer to the sus hour here. So, we've hit the sus hour, and now we got storms going just outside of Chicago. This is Storm Media, looking at one of the storms here just off to the north of our tornado warning in central Illinois. This is back over near Dwight. Hey, Duck, for the 5 get to memberships. Appreciate that. Let me just send my chat. I'm going to go outside and get soaking wet real quick. I don't recommend.
All I got was good news.
That's their shot there of that storm. There is a report coming out of northern Maryville, or Mayville, I think, in Wisconsin, that there is debris across the road near the, on Clark Street near the high school. So there may be some damage there to the high school, or at least in that general vicinity in Wisconsin. Alright, this is the latest radar scan. Still a broad area of rotation coming into the north side of Decatur. 2 couplets that I'm keeping an eye on. None of them look imminent, but we do have rotation on both of them. You are in Forsyth, Oriana, or Argenta near I-72. Seek shelter in central Illinois. Thank you, Audra, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And also thank you, Mike, for the $20 super chat. Thanks, as always, for the great coverage. I appreciate that. And thank you, Goose, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Seth asks if I can head to bed in Northwest Ohio and feel safe tonight. You're going to bed at 7:38? Or I go to bed at like 4 a.m. usually. That might be a record. 7:30? No, I mean, if you're in Northwest Ohio, though, I mean, you can go to bed, I feel like, fine tonight. Just stay weather aware. The latest HRRR model shows your storms arriving around midnight to 1 in the morning, and it doesn't even show them in Indiana or in Ohio. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. It really depends on what evolves with this area of storms that's developing in Illinois right now over the next hour or two. But I do think if these do not make it to Indiana, if they just weaken by, you know, after sunset, we might not be talking about anything in Ohio tonight. But tomorrow looks pretty active. Oh, my bad. I forgot it was Eastern time. Still early, in my opinion. I mean, for me, I don't go to bed until like 4, so, you know, it's a little bit different. Thank you, Eagle, for the super chat. A duck tornado to my shop? What? Am I gonna be live tomorrow? No, we don't go live for moderate risks of severe weather on this channel. I don't think this is worthy for a live stream. We do have a moderate risk, though, tomorrow. Tomorrow looks like a pretty long day. We'll be live probably for 12 to 16 hours, if I had to guess. I'm not sure, honestly, if it'll be that long yet, but we'll see. Should be a busy day tomorrow. This is the latest radar scan back up near Chicago. We got a hail core moving right over 290. Coming up on Skokie and Evanston. Glenview is also in the path of this, just outside of Chicago. Tornado threat is pretty low to 0 as of right now. Thank you, Goose, for the super chat. Do you think Indianapolis area is going to get anything nasty tonight? I would give it about a 40% chance. It's all going to depend on this. If this thing falls apart, once it moves into Indiana, you're probably not going to get anything. How's next week looking? It's going to be active. Great Plains are going to wake up. I don't really see a break in sight. I'm gonna be honest. We could be live like every day for the next week plus. Like, I'm not even kidding. There's a risk of severe weather every single day, and it's at least elevated, like a slight or enhanced risk. There's literally no end in sight. And on the Radar Mega app, you can look at all the different SPC outlooks and all the different towns and cities and all that good stuff. This is what it looks like again for tomorrow. Moderate risk of severe weather in place for the lower Midwest. Enhanced risk for West Virginia and Kentucky, even parts of Tennessee. I'm not ruling out a high risk, but I do think the chances of that are pretty low. And then as we go into Saturday, our risk of severe weather is a much larger area, but it's also going to be a lower end risk in general. I think mainly hail and wind for Saturday. And then on Sunday, we're back over to the southern plains where a new storm system will move in. We could have a severe weather outbreak on Sunday in the central and southern plains. And then on Monday, I believe this is the last risk that they have outlined as of right now for the central and southern plains. So we got a long stretch of weather ahead. Let me just double check. Day 6, I don't think we have. Oh, no, we do have a day 6 outlook. Holy crap, I didn't even know we had a day 6 too. Well, I mean, we literally have a slight risk every single day for the next 6 days. So yeah, it's going to be busy. There's literally no end in sight. This is probably the most active weather pattern that we've had since the first week of April. I know we haven't really talked about this line of storms much, but I mean, it's literally over Lake Michigan right now. If you know any fish in Lake Michigan, definitely make sure that they're aware of this line of storms. On the other hand, though, as this approaches land, I would expect that there will be some spin-up tornadoes, especially as it moves into western Michigan, in addition to damaging winds. So if you're anywhere in western Michigan or even central Michigan, definitely stay weather aware as this line moves into western Michigan. Somebody just said, calling Uncle Flounder right now. That's wild. I was calling the fish. All right, here's the latest radar scan on our tornado warning. Again, I'm not really seeing much on this storm that looks tornadic. We'll wait for another velocity scan. Looks more like a wind threat right now for the Decatur area. We've had a little area of rotation as well near Argenta, but that's also been pretty broad. Also, the storm that's back up near Fairbury and Pontiac, that one's been downgraded to 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So I'm not nearly as concerned about that storm right now, in terms of at least baseball-sized hail, but still significant hail. Protect your vehicle. You're back over in northeastern Illinois tonight if you've not already. Hopefully the word's gotten out there about there being, some significant hail. And then in the Chicago area, this storm is now beginning to move a bit more east. It should be moving into the north side of Chicago over the next few minutes with mainly large hail and a little bit of damaging winds. The tornado risk again out of this storm is on the lower side of things for now.
I feel like my heart's gonna explode.
This is back over to CJ. More damage back up in Mayville, Wisconsin.
Oh, it's SOS.
This is near the school, I believe, which there was a report of damage here.
Loading anywhere.
They might. Oh, maybe cell towers. That's probably what's happening. Cell towers probably got hit.
Bingo. Because our stream's not loading, nothing's loading.
So see if we're live or not.
The stream
Here,
is buff.
this?
Stream is not loading.
Hey, Amy for the super chat.
It just says roaming 5G. Cool.
Okay, yeah. Cell towers are down.
Yeah.
And we had multiple tornadoes hit the Mayville area earlier. This is again, a drone shot of some of the damage. I think that's, yeah, we're coming up on some of the damage now.
Yeah.
Stuff everywhere.
That's unfortunate.
Is that part of the school? I think that's part of the school. Or is that a different building? No, that looks like some sort of warehouse. Looks like there's sprinklers going off or something.
sure we're still up based off of this, but none of our devices are connected to Starlink, so we're not going to know. So if we're up, guys, hey, here we go.
Bursted pipes, I'm guessing? That might be it.
Wow, I have to get some footage myself. So.
Here, can you get video with this?
Video camera?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, I can do it. How do you, ban it?
I think we're losing the drone a little bit. I'm gonna put him bottom. Or put him bottom left or bottom middle. I'll do bottom middle. Alright, CJ's gonna be bottom middle. Thank you, Janella, for the $10 super chat. Just became a VIP member. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. I think we got a better view now. Yeah, that's some damage to homes right there. Looks like. At least some minor damage. This is again back over in Mayville, Wisconsin, where we had a tornado roll through earlier. There's a lot of debris in the trees here. Thank you, I, for the super chat. I was Ligma, Ohio looking tonight. There's no way there's a place called Ligma, right? Is that actually a real place? Or are you talking about Lima, Ohio? I don't know if you're talking about... I don't know what one you're talking about. Looks like that. Is that an RV flipped over right there on the bottom? There's an RV flipped over right there on the bottom. And we just passed it. Bunch of homes damaged here in Mayville. I knew that wasn't a place. There's just no way. Looks like a roof got partially ripped off here. Huge tree down right there. Power lines down. Whole lot of damage out here in southeast Wisconsin. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Or as a map. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. It's like tracking back to where he is. We got a decent amount of tornado damage here in southeastern Wisconsin from our tornadoes earlier. He's flying by a little bit more damage here. Again, our only tornado warning, the rotation's really broad, so we're just gonna stay here for now.
This seems like a regrouping facility. Yeah.
Hey, Christoph, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Commercial buildings torn up pretty good.
Oh wow. Just debris all scattered all around.
Shout out to Eric with the PayPal donation. I'm about parked an hour north of Cleveland, watching your storm predictions for the night. My destination getting home is... I don't know why the message got cut off. I can't read the entire message for some reason on PayPal. I'm sorry. It just gets cut off for some reason on my end. Thank you, Roof, for becoming a member. Looks like there's some sort of bulldozing truck or something down there, just kind of moving some of the debris out of the way. Another building that might have sustained damage. There's more trees down there on the left.
I'm assuming so because the stream is still trying to load. What was it that touched down over here? Tornado. That flood. We don't know. No? It'll be a day or two. Yeah.
Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm in central Illinois. Once again, that's going to be back over near Monticello, Cerro Gordo, excuse me. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and there is a tornado possible label on that activity. The southern mode of storms hasn't really done much so far, even near St. Louis, just some strong storms as of now. The tornado threat, again, would be mainly embedded in this activity going to Monticello and Urbana. And back up in and around Chicago, we do have a significant threat of wind that is actually upcoming right now for the Herster area, Kankakee, Essex, Braidwood, and eventually going towards I-57 just south of Joliet. So significant wind threat right now, moving to the northeast. Chicago Heights and Hammond are going to be in the path of that. We also have a storm still off just to the northwest of Chicago that's going to be mainly producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We no longer have any warnings in Wisconsin. That's the first time pretty much all day that there are no active warnings in Wisconsin. But in about 30 minutes, Michigan's going to start to get some severe weather, probably about 30, 45 minutes. Significant threat of wind and maybe even tornadoes within the next half hour to 45 minutes for western Michigan. So be ready for that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Well, we sort of have a period of downtime here as we wait for our storms to get across the lake. I wanted to talk about our moderate risk tomorrow and actually a good trend that I'm seeing on the HRRR. So earlier today, there was about 2 rounds of convection. One of those was basically the leftovers from this system and then our main event tomorrow. Well, in most recent model runs, we're still waiting for the 0Z HRRR to see if this trend continues, but there's actually been 3 rounds of convection. There's been another one occurring in the risk or in our moderate risk area around 12 to 1 p.m. If this does happen, this would probably severely limit how strong tornadoes and storms can be later on in the day. So let's hope that we see this trend continue throughout the next few HRRR runs.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is what it looks like tomorrow on the HRRR. We have a round of storms during the morning, and then another one that tries to fire up just after lunchtime south of St. Louis. And honestly, if this happens, we definitely could still see a potential for even like a strong tornado or two in this environment. I think tomorrow, again, is more of a wind threat for sure. I do think these initial supercells around and just after lunchtime could be a big problem, though, for tornadoes around and just south of St. Louis. And then by the afternoon, we got a big line of storms, or not afternoon, sorry, like late afternoon, early evening. But yeah, tomorrow, I still think it's going to be probably a big day. We'll have to see what the HRRR shows at the 0Z run and see if it continues to trend in the direction that Riley was just talking about. But for right now, it definitely looks like still a day that's probably going to be significant, even if we have multiple rounds of storms. We'll see. Looks like an ambulance is on scene now there in Mayville, which is where CJ is, bottom middle of your screen. All right, tornado warning here in Illinois is going to be allowed to expire. The rotation's gotten a lot weaker, and it's now outside of our tornado warning polygon. Still got a bunch of severe warnings in and around the Chicago area, mostly damaging winds right now. Keeping an eye on the potential tornado threat as well. Storm Intermedia is actually not far from this. I'm going to put them on the bottom middle of your screen. And if CJ has something, we'll go back to him. We have a surge of wind right now near I-55 that the velocities are currently picking up on. We could have some 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds there. We also have another area of high winds moving into Bonfield and eventually going towards Mantino and Piotone just south of Chicago. And then in Chicago, there are strong storms, very limited severe weather right now on the north side of Chicago. That's going to be moving into the Great Lakes. And again, I don't really think that'll be doing much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They issued a new tornado warning. That's interesting. For the Cerro Gordo, Beaumont, and Monticello areas of central Illinois. So they're going to continue this tornado warning. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. Rotations, honestly, on the broad side of things, it could cycle and maybe strengthen here over the next few minutes. It's been pretty broad, though. If we have a tornado, it'll be over Oakley, Illinois, going up into Beaumont, and then eventually tracking into the Monticello areas. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. I was told super serious tornadoes in northern Indiana. Well, I wouldn't say you're going to have a super serious tornado, but I mean, there is a chance of that happening. I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, though. It's going to depend again on our storm evolution here in Northeast Illinois, because I mean, what has already fired is what is coming to Indiana if you actually get anything, you know, significantly severe or anything along those lines. Wow, look at the sunset from CJ. This back over where we've had tornado damage in Mayville. Pretty sunset. Let me go over to Stormrunner Media, who's on the Illinois storm. This is back over near I-55 near Gardner. It's producing up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Looks like a high base storm here.
Appreciate you guys for 1,000 likes, by the way. Thank y'all for continuing to support us. I really do appreciate it. This is pretty, so I hope you guys are enjoying.
That's just from the outskirts of our 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning here near Braidwood in Essex. Just outside of Dwight. All currently moving in the direction of Gary and Merrillville. Go back to the sunset. I was only on it for like 2 seconds. I don't know if it's still there. No, it'll no longer have the sunset.
Only 4 bars.
We got more storms erupting on the west side of Chicago. Got a couple more near Darien and Burbank coming up into Chicago. See Surrow and Oak Park over the next few minutes. Also near Orland Park, Homer Glen, and Tinley Park. Got some more storms blowing up there. These storms have been really rapidly developing over the last 30 minutes. They've definitely initiated, and they're taking off pretty quickly. Severe weather threat is definitely starting to ramp up a little bit here around Chicago. We just got a damage report out of York Center, Illinois. Train spotter reports down traffic light near Finley Road and Eisenhower Lane in Lombard. The time is estimated by radar. So right about 25-30 minutes ago is when that report came in. This is a live shot from Tornado Pagey coming into the north side of Chicago right now. The storm is off to your left there near Evanston, currently producing the threat of quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You kind of see it there on the top left of your screen. I'm going to go back over to Stormrunner, who's south of this area. Coming in on our 70-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm south of Joliet. Hey, Ruthless for the super chat. In Lansing, Michigan at the airport's working. Is it going to die out a little? Lansing, it will probably still see significant damaging winds. I would find it hard to believe we will not see at least some level of severe weather within like 25 miles of Lansing.
They hooked me up with the best Mexican food. Oh, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, my stomach and Mexican food rarely get along, so I tend to avoid it.
Go back to him in a moment once he gets closer to the storm. Lots of lightning in Joliet. Definitely a lot of lightning with these storms. And again, they blew up really quickly. The storm that, I mean, this kind of almost looks like there's a hook echo on it. There is not. But I just want to point out that these storms are blowing up pretty quick around Chicago. The majority of these storms will pretty much be just hail and wind. The tornado threat should be on the lower side of things with these. As long as they continue to be more left splitting. A lot of these storms have been splitting off to the left. Some of them going right, haven't been rotating quite yet. Looks like the updrafts also are really going much further to the east of where our storms are initiating, which could kind of provide rain cooler to weaken them out in general. It's back over to Tornado Pagey coming up into Chicago. Cool view of the storms here rolling in. Still have one tornado warning southwest of Urbana. Rotation's been on the weaker side of things near Cerro Gordo, bottom right of your screen. Thank you, Joseph, for the $10 super chat. Never been happier to have my own town of Burbank be spoken of. There you go. Look at the sunset right there. I know some of you guys wanted the sunset view. There's the sunset view. All clear skies to the west of Chicago, but if you're in Chicago, it is ominous, and we got a hailstorm moving through the north side of town. Back over to our tornado warning. This is east of Decatur, Illinois. Main area of rotation is located near Cerro Gordo, coming up into Beemont and Bodman and Pyatt over the next few minutes. We have a little bit more of an area of convergence compared to before. Have a hook echo, still have an inflow, could produce a tornado as it moves towards Pisotum, Tolono, Savoy, and maybe even into the direction of Urbana. Main concern still remains damaging winds for that area. What looks like in Chicago right now. Again, just mostly hail and wind. Nothing too significant as of right now. Mostly quarters falling out of the sky, some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Those are the main concerns. Any tornado activity right now in the Chicago area? No. Not as of right now. We just got an upgrade. We have an 80-mile-per-hour severe storm now. This is going to be across areas just south of Chicago for Kankakee, Livingston, and this is for Cook and Will counties. So Cook and Will counties in Illinois. You're now included in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I believe that is this storm right here. We're just waiting for the warning to pop up. Or will the warning not pop up? It's this storm, though. I don't know. Oh, there it is. All right, so this is for Joliet, Orland Park, or just outside of Joliet, Orland Park, Tinley Park, Harvey, and Frankfort. So 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now are moving to the northeast. This is a, again, destructive storm that'll be moving into Tinley Park and Harvey within the next 15 to 20 minutes. The velocities have been picking up on winds around 70 to 80 miles per hour for several minutes now, going up into Manhattan. This is just outside of Wilton as well, going towards Frankfort, New Lenox, and eventually into Harvey. So you might not be dealing with a tornado threat that's that elevated in Chicago right now, but the wind threat is pretty much EF0 to almost EF1 intensity if we were to classify this as a tornado. So if you're in this warning, definitely stay away from windows. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for most of the southern Chicago suburbs here, just outside of Joliet. I know Storm Media is currently punching through the more southern side of the storms, which right now more of a wind and hail threat. Even then, it's been a bit weaker here recently. And significant storm right now moving towards Chicago. Thank you, Chad, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Hey, Matthew, for the super chat. Wanchese, North Carolina had a tornado today. Apparently went right through my street. Or right down my street. That's crazy. We had a few tornadoes over there today. This is back over near Chicago. Look at the storms blowing up here in the Chicago area. Huge cumulonimbus clouds here on the north side of Chicago. Got some Cheetos clouds as well. The orange tinge coming from the sun setting. Keep it bottom left. All right, we do have a new SPC outlook that has just come out. We'll have more details in a second once they actually post it on the SPC website. All right, here it is. So this is our new SPC outlook for tonight. Enhanced risk of severe weather is still in place. Looks kind of like a teardrop for northeastern Illinois, northern Indiana, northwest Ohio. A good chunk of Michigan as well is included in this. So still southwestern Michigan, pretty much all included in this enhanced risk of severe weather. Slight risk also goes from the upper peninsula of Michigan back into all of Michigan. Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, back into Arkansas. Let me see if the probabilities have been updated here. All right, here are your tornado probabilities. Honestly, pretty good news. We still have a 10% hatch tornado risk in place just outside of Chicago, back into southwestern Michigan, just south there of Kalamazoo in northern Indiana, where strong tornadoes are still possible. 5% tornado risk goes from the upper peninsula of Michigan all the way back into southeastern Missouri, and a 2% tornado risk anywhere from the Texarkana area back towards West Virginia. And the significant wind threat and hail threat still have not updated yet. But that's the latest in terms of our risk of severe weather. Once again, storms are currently blowing up around Chicago. We got a big threat of wind and hail on the south side of Chicago right now, including our destructive PDS severe thunderstorm warning that includes Frankfurt, Tinley Park, Harvey, and Orland Park. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving to the northeast. It'll be tracking towards Oak Lawn and I-57 over the next few minutes. So stay in your safe place. Again, treat this as if it is a tornado warning for the Frankfurt, Tinley Park, and Harvey areas. Thank you, Bob, for the super chat. Super disappointed with Southwest Ohio. Want to rock and roll here? It could rock and roll tomorrow. I mean, today might not be, but tomorrow could be a kind of a sketchy day. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Again, we got a moderate risk of severe weather in place, and I would fully expect that we are going to be talking about significant severe weather, even in Southwest Ohio tomorrow. So I'll throw it out there. This tornado warning that we have back over in the Monticello and Benman areas just east of Decatur, Illinois, we have a tornado warning. The rotation's been weaker. What is interesting is that we are seeing a large velocity signature right over Monticello for high winds. So Urbana, be ready to go to your safe place. We probably have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds happening here right now. And this is currently coming up towards Urbana. Frankfurt doesn't have official warning. Frankfurt is in the severe thunderstorm warning. So you should have received a warning if you're in Frankfurt. The 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Thank you, Rick, for the super chat. Am I staying on YouTube? I am staying on YouTube. Am I going to be live tomorrow? We will be live tomorrow. It'd be kind of crazy if we were not live tomorrow. It is a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow. Big day. Today's already been a big day. In my opinion, I mean, again, today was pretty much already a tornado outbreak. At the minimum, it was a severe weather outbreak. Look at all the hail reports we had, by the way. Lots and lots and lots of hail reports across western and southern Wisconsin. Any of those like little diamond shapes, those are the numbers corresponding to the hailstone sizes we've had. It's been a lot of hail today across much of Wisconsin. But tomorrow, the risk will shift a little further down south and east. Should be a long day tomorrow. Fishnado on Lake Michigan. Yeah, we're not far. I mean, there could be fishnados in Lake Michigan, but we're not far from this line moving right into western Michigan. The National Weather Service will probably start to issue severe thunderstorm warnings at the minimum for this area north of Muskegon and northwest of Grand Rapids within the next 20 minutes or so, as the damaging wind threat is expected in this area. I would expect 60 to 75 mile per hour damaging winds, especially since all of these storms are moving over the lake. And with the wind that we are getting out of these storms, I would fully expect that we will continue to see that wind going over basically an area that there's no trees or anything. Obviously, it's a lake. So the wind will pretty much be strong the entire time, all the way up until it gets to the west coast here of Michigan. So we should be talking about some high winds across the west coast, especially right along the shoreline as this line moves in. Just want to throw it out there. I know a few people are pointing it out in the chat.
It was green as I was rolling up to it. But then
Stormrunner Media has been on a red light, this like traffic thing, for a long time.
Much, across the road now at this point, and I'm still sitting here. So
it's been stuck at this light for a while. It's been like that for like 2.5, 3 minutes, I think. I don't know if it's ever gonna turn green again. It might be chalked. Maybe a stream is frozen. It is not frozen. It is still, it's still a red light. It's still red. It's actually wild that it is still red. The light might be broken. Oh, he's going. All right, never mind. He's going. Hey, Stormy, for the super chat. Muskegon, Michigan, bro. Why are you saying bro to me? Because I can't pronounce the town name? That's wild. We'll have a new severe thunderstorm warning probably in the next few minutes for those in Urbana. I honestly, again, the rotation's been pretty weak on this storm. Could get a little tornado near Beaumont. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll be including Tolono, as well as Philo near Villa Grove. Muskegon is a hard one. Yeah, I mean, it is. Let's see, this is approximately 17 miles away from the coast. So 17 miles until this is reaching the western part of Michigan. So I would assume in the next 10 minutes we'll probably get our first warning for western Michigan for wind. Again, tornado watch is in effect for 6 hours. It goes until 3 a.m. Eastern time across most of central and western Michigan. We do not have a active watch in any part of southern Michigan or central northern Indiana right now, but again, I do think that, you know, pretty soon we're probably going to get one if storms continue to stay intense all the way through, you know, eastern Illinois. But so far, they've been not really holding together in southern Illinois. Got a few storms out there, but none of these are really holding together across central southern parts of Illinois. The storms that are going to be probably holding together for a while are the ones heading towards Gary and Merrillville. And this should continue as a damaging wind threat. Wouldn't rule out a tornado. We are starting to see a little bit of rotation near Interstate 57. I would say it's more wind than anything, but maybe a little bit of rotation there. And then back over near Tinley Park, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are moving through right now. And maybe a little bit of rotation embedded in that, but nothing clear and obvious as of right now with this line. Am I going to switch the clock to Eastern time zone? I don't think we're in Eastern time zone yet for Chicago. Like, Chicago's in Central. I think... Is Gary in Eastern? I don't know when the time zones change here. Gary's in Central? Alright, I'll have to look at the time zone map. I think it changes after Portage and Valparaiso. I'm not too concerned about the time zone. If the weather starts getting pretty significant in Michigan, we'll change the time zone over. Yeah, it's just after Valparaiso. Basically, our tornado watch here is, I'm pretty sure, unless this county's not, I think this county's in Eastern, but everything else, for the most part, is all in Central. Everything in this tornado watch is in Eastern, and maybe that's why they haven't issued a tornado watch here, but I kind of doubt it. I think it's more just of a confidence thing. Thank you, Jane, for the super chat. How do I send you a video of damage? You can send it on Facebook or on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. New severe thunderstorm warning for Gary, Portage, Valparaiso, and Merrillville in northwest Indiana. That is going to be for damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and there is a tornado possible label for this activity. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. Great reporting, Max. Love tuning in during these concerns around Chicago, family in Frankfort and Wilmington, Braidwood area. At this time, do you think Wilmington, Braidwood area is looking in the clear? If you're talking about Frankfort, Illinois, I'm guessing. Frankfort is in literally the midst of 80-mile-per-hour winds. Assuming that that's still happening, the velocities have not been as strong, but it's also kind of almost perpendicular to our radar site, so they might look a little bit weaker. But if we have 80-mile-per-hour winds still, it's literally going over Frankfort as we speak. So, the highest winds will be going over right now in about 15 to 20 minutes, you'll be clearing out. So, things will get a little bit better here soon. We are starting to get some of the worst conditions in downtown Chicago now. High winds right now moving through the south side of Chicago near I-90-94. Velocities are the strongest near the Greater Grand Crossing in South Shore, just east of Oaklawn. Probably going to be talking about 60 to 65 mile per hour winds in downtown Chicago right now. And then that'll be moving into Lake Michigan here in a few minutes. And then really the biggest concern in about 10 to 15 minutes will be now moving into Indiana and then Michigan. Virtual Railfan has cameras. Let me look and see. I think we have a camera somewhere here. There are a couple over in Portage or Chesterton. I'm gonna get Chesterton on here. That bottom right. It's getting a bit ominous over there. Sirens in Chicago? I mean, I think they have sirens going off for wind. There's nothing tornadic here in Chicago. It's all wind. There's literally nothing rotating here. It's all wind for Chicago. With that said, I mean, stay away from windows. A lot of the time, they do put sirens on for there being, you know, damaging winds or hail. That's usually like what they're putting sirens on for in a lot of places now. It used to just be for tornadoes, but for whatever reason, there are a lot of places that literally have sirens going off just for normal severe conditions. Which, granted, right now for Chicago, it's 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they have just updated this warning for Tinley Park. It is still 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So Tinley Park, Harvey, Blue Island, Orland Park, still talking about 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which again is destructive, currently south of Chicago. Also, we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning for Michigan. This is going to be west of Grand Rapids for Muskegon, Ludington, south of Manistee, and Grand Haven for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this segment of storms. Again, almost all of western Michigan is under some sort of threat here of storms in the next half hour to an hour. So definitely make sure you're protecting loose lawn items. Bring any sort of loose furniture inside as well. Long line of thunderstorms currently pushing into western Michigan as we speak. Lots of storms forming near Benton Harbor. Could they be discrete? Nothing's really that discrete. I mean, we have a couple storms out in front of the line, but they're not really discrete as in like a significant tornado threat right now. And Lindsay for the sewer chat. Is Charleston, Illinois getting anything? I don't know where Charleston is. Charleston, Illinois, you're probably going to get... I don't even know. You might not even get anything. The storms are falling apart, so you might not actually get anything there. We got one storm over Nokomis that could make it to you, but otherwise, I do think these storms are just too weak to actually be producing anything significant. And even the storm that's coming up on Urbana right now, we have had a tornado warning with this cell, but I don't really see much here that looks that concerning for a tornado risk. It's mostly wind moving into Urbana right now. How's Northern Ohio look? Northern Ohio, isolated damaging winds and a very low tornado risk. Between about 11 to about 3. All right, we got some photos coming in. This is back over. Why is it doing this, bro? Discord is like broken. All right, my Discord literally just broke. We have photos and my Discord decided to break. Give me 1 second. We've had so many technical difficulties today. We're at like a record high, I think. We had a lot of technical difficulties to start today's stream, and they just have been continuing. Discord is awful. It gave me a pop-up, and like I can't even can't close out of it or anything. Tough tech day. It's been that kind of day. Hopefully by tomorrow we won't have any like crazy issues or anything. By the way, this is Tornado Pagey here coming into the north side of Chicago, which they're not working either. All right, well, we're just having technical difficulties endlessly today. Storm Winter Media, though, is near Kankakee right now. Pretty ominous skies on the south side of our line here, just south of Chicago.
Breathing room to kind of get an idea of what it's looking like on the underside, as well as getting some good radar updates.
So ominous skies there. All right, I want to show you guys this. This is going to be a few different photos. This is the first one of 3. First off, a nice little photo from Joliet in Illinois of the sun setting. This is from random dude on Twitter. And this was over in Washington, North Carolina, sent in by Ethan Dowell on Twitter. Got some mammotus clouds. This was an area that we actually had a confirmed tornado earlier. So this is, I believe, after the tornado happened. And then this was in Mayville from Colton, coach on Twitter. So this is back over in Mayville. A big tree it almost fell onto the home. And again, we've had a lot of significant damage across Mayville today, unfortunately. We had a big tornado roll through that area earlier. That's one of the scenes there. There's also a video here of some more of the tornado damage. Looks like even a window in the roof got busted out there. And then lastly, another video of that tree being down. Lots and lots and lots of damage. Even got a sign. Look at that sign right there. I don't know what kind of sign that is, but some sort of street sign. That thing got bent completely. And there's some debris on top of that tree there, too. I can't tell what that is. Oh, that's a water tower. It's a water tower in the background. I thought that was like a bag or something. Yeah, significant damage there in Mayville, in Wisconsin. And also this from Kevin on Twitter of hail damage. This is exactly why, I mean, obviously, I doubt he could have done much about this, but this is exactly why you should always protect your vehicle during a day of potentially significant hail, and this car got completely busted through back over in the Eau Claire area of Wisconsin. It's a storm runner coming up to very ominous skies here. Look how dark it is. This is on our storm near Kankakee, which there is a little bit of rotation trying to come together on it. I don't think we're going to see a tornado, but very dark skies. I mean, again, the sun hasn't like fully set yet. I think it may have just fully set. It's like setting in the next like 15 minutes, but it is awfully dark here.
Okay, well, we're definitely not like an intense couplet.
He's on the west side of the severe storm here.
Jerk off doing.
Hey, take out for the super chat.
Gotta love it.
You're in Highland, Illinois. You're probably not going to see much. Just strong storms down there.
The interstate, I'll work on making an event for you guys for tomorrow.
It's not like a couplet or anything yet, but it's definitely trying. Like, it's definitely got a good RFD surge trying to happen.
All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, if you want to go ahead and pull up the 0ZH about 15 minutes ago, we talked about how there was a round of convection coming through around noon to 1 p.m. That's now not true whatsoever, and in fact, the linear line that we once saw is also gone, and we see more of a discrete supercell event around 5, 6, 7 p.m. It is just one model run, so take it with a grain of salt, but this is definitely a concerning trend in the latest HRRR run.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. This is tomorrow. We have a moderate risk of severe weather, and that does not look pretty. If this happens, we are talking about multiple significant tornadoes tomorrow, south and east of St. Louis. That's a lot of supercells, like right around 4 o'clock or so. That is not a trend that you want to see. And we even have some storms out in Kentucky, too. Again, tomorrow's environment is highly favorable for all hazards of severe weather. And the STP values, which is your significant tornado parameter values, they are high. They're high across the board. Our main threat tomorrow should be damaging winds and hail, but like you can't really ignore when we have a lot of wind shear, strong low-level jet as well, and you know STP values this high. I'm gonna be honest. Like if this trend were to continue, a high risk, in my opinion, is definitely not impossible. So at the minimum, we'll probably see a 15% tornado risk in this area, if I had to guess, or like just south of St. Louis. And I mean, yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a long day by the looks of it. Not a good look, not a good trend. See the lightning picking up over in Chesterton, Indiana on the bottom right of your screen. That's back over in this severe warning in northwest Indiana for 70-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible label on this segment of storms. Back over in western Michigan, we still have a line of thunderstorms approaching here over the next 20 minutes. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be moving into the western side of the state here very, very soon. We are starting to see a little bit of rotation as well, just offshore. Again, it's too early to really put out any tornado warnings. We don't know if these storms will be rotating by the time they get into western Michigan, purely because we're over water right now, and things can definitely change within even 15 to 20 minutes. So, but even then, you should be ready for a potential tornado threat with this segment of storms as it moves into western Michigan. Hey, Todd, for the super chat, going to be in Toledo, Ohio for work this Monday through Sunday. Anything coming here? Not really for Monday or Tuesday, but maybe Wednesday or Thursday there could be something. I don't really think there'll be anything too crazy, though. This is back over near Chicago right now.
Later.
With Tornado Pagey. A decent amount of lightning up here in the Chicago area. This is right now just outside of Chicago on the interstate. I think I-55 maybe, or I-294. Pretty dark skies in and around Chicago. The majority of the severe weather in Chicago has moved out. It's now near Hammond and Chicago Heights. They no longer have the 80-mile-per-hour severe warning in place, but there is still a 70-mile-per-hour severe storm. See the lightning out there on the left. All right, we do have some new damage reports coming out back over west of Urbana. This is near Cerro Gordo. Large tree and wires down across the road. The report was relayed by local law enforcement. And this is where we have had a tornado, or did have a tornado warning at one point. So I'm curious to see if that actually will line up with an actual tornado or if that was just wind damage. But that is two reports there. Basically the same report there. This storm has been weakening. It's isolated hail and wind at this point. The tornado threat is lower. I do think there's just too much of a cap in place across central Indiana for there to be much of a tornado risk. I don't think it's zero. I just think the chances of it are on the lower side of things. My cat is looking at me like anger right now. Thank you, CRU, for becoming a member. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Storms are developing out in front of the line in southwest Michigan. We got one south of South Haven that has formed. There's one little storm here near Covert that just fired. But look at the motion of this storm. It's mostly moving to the north. And that honestly indicates that it's a left-splitting storm. And if that's the case, it's probably not going to be producing a tornado. So I wouldn't be too concerned right now. It's something to keep an eye on, but nothing too concerning, at least for now. If you're in Grand Haven, Port Sheldon, Northern Shores, or Muskegon, you ready for significant damaging winds around 80 miles per hour? That is coming up for your location here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Line of storms moving onshore here in a moment. Is the cap going to help Northwest Ohio? I mean, if anything happens in Northwest Ohio, it'd be from the line of storms, which is pretty much outflow dominant, that would impact that area. Like, personally, I wouldn't expect anything too crazy. That's what it looks like right now in Charleston, Indiana. A lot of flies or something flying around on the camera. I don't know what that is. Cannot tell. Anybody know what that is? There's a lot of lightning, though. Got 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that'll be rolling in here pretty shortly. All right, we just got a new tornado watch. New tornado watch has just been issued. This is going to be for much of northern Indiana and southwest Michigan. This goes until 3 a.m., so they've got an issue to watch here. Again, it's conditional. Somebody just said snow. Bro, it's not snowing. This is going to be across northern Indiana, southwest Michigan. It goes until 3 a.m. Eastern time. A couple strong tornadoes are possible. Damaging winds as high as 75 miles per hour and scattered tennis ball-sized hail is going to be possible. So Kokomo, Huntington, just outside of Fort Wayne, Kendallville, Warsaw, Three Rivers, South Bend, Benton Harbor, Lafayette, all included in that. A little under 2 million people are in this tornado watch. Again, it's conditional. I personally don't think these storms are going to survive in this area, but we'll see. If they were to, like, these are the main ones to watch for right now. I don't think we're going to see new initiation further south. Just in my honest opinion. I would really have to say that the greatest threat is this area of storm activity. But we'll see. If anything happens further south, we'll keep an eye on it. We still have the storm near Urbana, but this one, it should be going for a little while. It hasn't really been weakening much. If we go to the Echo Tops, the storm is currently towering up to about 45 to 50,000 feet. So it's a pretty tall storm. I just don't know if this thing's going to last all the way into Indiana quite yet. Hey, Eric, for the $20 super chat. If you're talking about Frankfurt in Illinois, you're pretty much done. Severe weather's winding down right now in the Chicago area. Just south of Chicago is the only severe weather really left over. See the ominous skies rolling in here to Chesterton, Indiana. Hey, Mackie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We got some snowflakes coming down here in Chesterton. Hey, Wendy, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, these storms are highly electrified. There's plenty of lightning. This is back over to Tornado Pagey here in the Chicago area, just south of Chicago now. Coming up on these storms too. You can see the lightning from the backside of the storm. Thank you, Urge, for the super chat.
Crazy looking.
I'll tell you that much.
Alright, let's do this. It's like storm water's winding down. Let me do that. Let's see if we got another Chesterton camera. Let's do this. Alright. Thank you, Evan, for the super chat. Bro, Evan, I have no clue. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I've not found any, like, there's probably some good Mexican restaurants in Florida. I have not stumbled across any quite yet. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. What am I eating for dinner? That's a great question. I didn't even think about dinner. I'm not gonna lie. I'll have to get dinner at some point. I have not had dinner yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have I just realized, I think I've had the tornado warning thing on, and I don't think we've had a tornado warning, but we now have a tornado warning, so I guess this tag actually matters. We have a new tornado warning for Newaygo, Ottawa, and Muskegon counties in Michigan, and that is going to be right up here. All right, so that's going to be just south of Holton and Fremont and Ashland. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation is going to be moving right into Norton Shores, Grand Haven, and Muskegon over the next few minutes, just south of Whitehall. It's all currently over the lake, so there's nothing over land right now, nothing like imminent for, you know, Norton Shores, but it's going to be there within the next 4 or 5 minutes, so it's a good idea to just get to your safe place now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Just get there early, just in case this thing is producing a tornado, and keep in mind that the wind at the minimum will be there in the next, like, 5 minutes. I say 5 minutes, but this is actually still 10 miles offshore, so it's probably going to be about 5 to 7 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, until this is moving onshore near Norton Shores. Any cams out here? Let's see. See if there's cameras up here. Thank you, Speak, for the super chat. I'm glad. Hopefully there were no injuries. Let's hope. Let's hope there was no injuries there in Mayville. I think it was Mayville, right? Yeah, it's Mayville. I've seen people say Maryville, but I'm pretty sure it's Mayville. Hey, Joshua, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Mackie with the super chat for the DoorDash fund. I appreciate that. And also, thank you, Take, for the generous $50 super chat. The humid weather was going to be a problem for tomorrow. It's just scary to me. I hope you guys are safe out there. I mean, tomorrow is going to be, I think, a long day. I honestly don't see there being much of a fail mode tomorrow. The only thing would be a lot of convection in the morning, and that does not appear likely. So, I truly do think tomorrow is going to be a long day. Thank you, Jesse, for the super chat. My wife says hi to Cheese Curd. Appreciate that. I will, for sure. She's currently just sitting on the next to the computer. Hey, Irrigation for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Muskegon, Norton Shores, and Grand Haven. The wind threat is the biggest concern right now, but we could see embedded tornadoes with this line as it moves inland. Fishnadoes might even be ongoing, too. So this is definitely a situation that you want to be staying in your safe place for. This entire line is going to be rolling right into western Michigan over the next 30 minutes. We also have a severe warning for South Haven, just south of Grand Rapids, and that is for 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, golf ball sized hail, and there is a tornado possible label on this line of storms here as well. Severe weather is also continuing across northwestern Indiana, northeast Illinois. The Chicago area has now cleared out. Severe weather is pretty much done for Chicago. The tornado watch is still in effect, but they'll probably end up just removing this here shortly. The main concern right now is Portage, Merrillville, Valparaiso, Gary for 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot there in Chesterton, Indiana, which we should start to see the weather pick up there in the next few minutes. And there's also a severe warning back over near Danville and Georgetown, near Urbana, in eastern Illinois for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. No tornado possible label on that. Hey, Todd, for the super chat. And thank you, Trucking Life, for the super chat. I was never against him. He's kind of done it to himself, though. So, hey, Corey, for the super chat as well. Aren't you worried about South Bend? I never said I wasn't worried about South Bend. I think South Bend, if we do get severe weather and come out of this complex of storms, which has been kind of falling apart, moving towards South Bend, but that's the main area of storm activity that we'll be keeping an eye on. Everything else off to the north is mainly moving into southwestern and western Michigan right now. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate that. No problem, Taylor. Glad I can help out. Thank you, Melissa, for becoming a member. How worried should I be in Michigan? I mean, I wouldn't be worried. Just make sure you're prepared. That's the biggest thing. And we're going to be talking, I think, about pretty much numerous damaging winds at the minimum here across most of western Michigan for the next hour or two, especially with the storms that are coming over the lakes, because, again, all that wind that is going right across the lake is not hitting trees or buildings or anything, so nothing's really slowing it down. So the wind will stay intense into western Michigan, which is why there is not just a large severe thunderstorm warning, but it literally covers all of western Michigan here where the line of storms moving into. Now, I do want to point out that in Muskegon right now, we do have an area of rotation that's coming together right over Norton Shores, and that's the area that we need to keep an eye on for a potential tornado threat. Same thing goes right over near Grand Haven. A few different areas of rotation. And this entire segment will be moving into western Michigan over the next few minutes, and once again, could easily produce a couple of embedded tornadoes. But at the minimum, damaging winds is expected in this area. And also, I think there are cameras actually up here, so I'm going to try to see if we have any view of anything. Looks like there are photo cameras. I don't think they're live, though. This is basically the best we're going to get. Just a photo of the storm rolling in here on US 31. I think it's going to be kind of hard to get anything live visually unless we have any chasers up there. Hey, Sean and Melissa for becoming members. Right, look at chat. Hey, you aim here for the super chat. My local TV meteorologist said secure your trampolines before this all started. We got the trampoline wave making rounds right now. I mean, for the record, I don't think I really came up with much of the trampoline stuff other than the flying trampoline meter. City of Holland has cameras. Can you look into that, Riley? Look into City Holland. Holland, Michigan. I don't even know where that is. Oh, that's further south. Yeah, that would still work. If they have anything. Can somebody explain what a fishnado is? It's basically a tornado, but instead it's over water. It's impacting the fish. A fishnado is not a real thing, by the way. It's just something we made up. It's basically a water spout. Or it is a water spout. We just call it a fishnado here. How does Indianapolis look tomorrow? I think we're going to have a video tomorrow morning, probably around 6 a.m. talking about the threat. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. I think tomorrow morning's video will be dedicated to what's happening tomorrow. We'll also have a little bit of an update on what's happening on the weekend and early next week. By the way, back over in Bloomington, Bloomington, Illinois, we had a lot of hail reports in that area, around 2 inches in diameter. At this point, though, again, severe weather for most of Illinois is winding down. The tornado watch has now officially been canceled for Chicago and Aurora and Joliet. It's still in effect for a little sliver here of eastern Illinois for the next hour. And then after that, that'll be allowed to expire. And then a low tornado risk may continue into central and western parts of Indiana, with hail and wind still possible. I still think if anything were to produce a tornado, the greatest chance of that would be going towards South Bend, LaPorte, and Michigan City. What it currently looks like right now back over in Chesterton, Indiana right now. This is in the severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Valparaiso and Portage. Some snowflakes coming down. It's cold, 22 degrees. No, just kidding. But over in this area, though, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds should continue. Actually, I didn't realize there are traffic cams literally along this stretch in northwest Indiana. I don't know if any of them work, though. Let's see if one of these works. It doesn't look like it. Back to the 3-cam view. All right, back to our tornado warning near Muskegon. The storm is now moving ashore. So expect 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds across Muskegon, Grand Haven, and Norton Shores near I-96. It'll be coming up on Casnovia and Ashland in the next 5 to 10 minutes as well. So very high winds are likely. The tornado threat, again, will be mainly over near Muskegon, where we do have a bit more of a little bit more of an inflow. The velocities are coming together a little bit more up here on the west side. With there being a little bit more of a Boeing segment here, it's kind of on the north side of that Boeing segment. So the tornado threat slightly higher over Muskegon. Generally speaking, though, any tornadoes are the majority of any tornadoes in this line will be QLCS spin-up tornadoes, meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Yeah, there are traffic cams, but again, none of them are videos. They're all just photos in Michigan. Really no point in showing a photo of dark skies. Actually, I mean, this isn't live, I don't think, but this is a photo. I mean, if this might give you an idea of what it looks like right now in Grand Haven. I mean, you can't really tell from this just being a photo, but it is pretty windy. I saw on US 31 at M104. Wait, somebody just said debris in the chat. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Again, significant line of storms rolling in right now to Grand Haven, Norton Shores, and Muskegon, coming up on Route 31. I know a lot of you guys are saying there are a lot of cameras, but again, a lot of the cameras are not like usable. A lot of them are like copyright and stuff, especially like Earth cams and stuff like that. So I'm just letting you guys know. We're not able to fully use those. We'll definitely have to figure out, though, if we can get more cameras up here somehow. Michigan's like one of those states where there are very limited amount of cameras, especially if there's no storm chasers. Hey, Nimrod, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, the main area of rotation that's coming up into Muskogee. Muskogee, that's not the right place. Muskegon is mainly over Muskegon. I cannot speak anymore. And then another area of rotation just north of Grand Haven, crossing over I-96. That's going to be coming up towards Moreland, Sullivan, Ravenna, Casanova, Ashland, Bridgeton, just south of Holton. And that is moving to the east-northeast. All the forecasts are saying different things for Ohio. What is the forecast for tonight? Well, right now we have a long line of storms. This is a general projection of what's going to happen tonight. So by around 9 to 10 o'clock, this line will be moving across most of central and southern Michigan, will continue to produce damaging winds and tornadoes. The HRRR doesn't really show anything staying alive throughout parts of northern Indiana and eastern Illinois, but I would still expect there to be a little bit of wind and hail still remaining. By around midnight or so, the storms are mostly in Michigan. There's a low chance still that some of these storms leak into northwest Ohio, but I don't think we're going to see much of anything severe in those areas. I just generally think if we get anything severe, even in Ohio, it'll be wind. And then tomorrow, as we've already talked about, it looks like it could be a very significant day of severe weather. We could get a bunch of supercells producing the threat for strong tornadoes, very high winds, and, you know, very large hail as well. So be ready for that. Again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning, I think. I'm going to double check the timing here in a second, but I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that. Here's the latest radar scan near Grand Haven. Still some strong rotation over I-96. Some rotation as well over the east side of Muskegon, coming up on Ashland and Casanova over the next 10 minutes. Again, this line of storms moving east at about 55 to 65 miles per hour. So it's a fast-moving line of storms. Could easily get tornadoes with this line as it moves across western Michigan. Live shot bottom middle of your screen is actually in Kalamazoo. So there's a live shot there on the bottom right of your screen, which is one of the cyclone ports on Radar Omega. They'll be keeping an eye on. And don't forget, if you want to check out all these different cameras, like the cyclone ports, you can check them out on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. They have a whole network of them, and we'll have a lot of them tomorrow as well for the Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley severe weather outbreak threat. Just a heads up, there is a discrete cell here near Lee, which we've been tracking for a little bit near South Haven. It is starting to turn right a little bit, and I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado out of this storm. Rotation isn't very strong right now, but with it being discrete, I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado, or even a tornado in general, moving towards Highway 40 and also tracking in the direction of Wayland and Dorr and just west of Plainwell. So this will be something to keep an eye on as it moves to the northeast. Got a little hook gecko and a little bit of rotation there of the west side of Lee. This back to our tornado warning. Hey, Andrew, for the super chat. Muskegon, thank you. Forgot. How does Tennessee look tonight? Tennessee's probably going to be all right. I think overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, though, there could be some storms producing hail, wind, and maybe a tornado risk. I think generally, though, tomorrow afternoon and evening look way more concerning for those in Tennessee. They have an enhanced risk right now for most of Tennessee. I think it'll probably be maintained as an enhanced risk. I still think a moderate risk-driven tornado threat is very well in play south of St. Louis tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be an outbreak. I don't have a good feeling about tomorrow, to be honest. I mean, I haven't had a good feeling about it for days now, and it really does not look like it's going to be a good day. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of tornadoes tomorrow, mainly across southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, northwest, and maybe even western Tennessee, northeast Arkansas. Like, I just think tomorrow is going to be pretty active. I don't see there being much of a break in the action. What do you think will happen in Lansing, Michigan? Should be mainly damaging winds. Still a tornado risk existing there. This is your tornado probabilities for tonight. This will be a little bit more of a zoomed in view of it. This is according to the Storm Prediction Center, but you can get a little bit better of an idea of where our greatest tornado threat is, and the Storm Prediction Center maintained the 10% hatch tornado risk for Jackson, Kalamazoo, South Bend, and even near Chicago, which, again, Chicago's done. We don't have anything left there, but essentially anywhere east of this line, there's still a chance for a strong tornado over the next couple of hours. And then our 5% tornado risk goes from Traverse City back through Detroit into northwest Ohio. And the 5% even goes down into southeast Missouri. But again, this entire area is really conditional, and I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado threat there tonight. So early tomorrow morning, there is the chance of an isolated tornado out of a couple storms that fire, but I just think over the next few hours, the tornado threat is really low. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Michigan. So this is for Kent and Newaygo counties in Michigan. So 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds going to be moving into Grand Rapids, Cannon Township, just outside of Big Rapids. This entire new box that just got put out here. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds going to be ushering into Cannon Township and Grand Rapids over the next several minutes. Unfortunately, again, we do have a tornado warning, and we are still seeing rotation here as well. So in addition to the high wind threat, there's also going to be a chance for a tornado or two coming up towards Casanova, Ashland, Croton, and Big Prairie. This is a significant threat right now, moving into throughout western Michigan. Detroit, Michigan still has a few hours, but I would expect severe weather there in a little while. It's going to be a little bit, though. Probably sometime around midnight. Also, the time is now Eastern. I'm going to put on Eastern because most of our storms are moving into the Eastern time zone. We only got a couple left in Central time zone. Also, the storm back over in Eastern Illinois near Danville has been falling apart. Doesn't look as impressive. Still a little bit of wind possible for the Danville area before it falls apart. Most of the storms in southern Illinois have also fallen apart. The storms near Portage are still going severe, producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I would expect a new severe warning here soon for Michigan City and also LaPorte. And eventually South Bend. We could see some 60 to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and a low tornado risk. Still a little ways from now, but we actually have an area of convergence, a stronger area of rotation that's currently coming up on Holland, Zeeland, and Port Sheldon and Hudsonville. So they may issue a tornado warning at some point here soon as this moves into western Michigan. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Seems like we're up to 9 confirmed tornadoes on the day. So we had 11 different storm reports, but a few of those have been condensed down together. And we had 5 tornadoes in Wisconsin and 4 tornadoes in Minnesota. I do think they're probably going to add a couple of tornadoes. I think there may have been a spit up in Illinois, and we're probably going to see a couple in Michigan tonight if I had to guess. But 9 tornadoes does technically cross the 8 tornadoes needed for a tornado outbreak. So I think this is actually the first 10 hatch that we've had verify in like 4 or 5 events of having 10 hatch. So hey, finally did the thing.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so today, we again had a 10% hatch tornado risk, and we honestly haven't had very many hatched tornado risks that have actually panned out like recently. A lot of our 10% hatched ones just don't pan out for whatever reason. I don't know if it's just a coincidence or it's just conditional enough or whatever it might be, but yeah, it's kind of crazy that we've really had none pan out here recently. But today's is actually, I mean, I wouldn't say it's fully panned out, but we definitely have had multiple tornadoes, and I think it honestly goes with a 10% hatched. We'll see what the tornado ratings are tomorrow, and throughout tomorrow's live stream, we'll obviously relay the tornado ratings once they come in. By the way, radar is currently indicating 90-mile-per-hour winds south of Muskogee. I keep saying Muskogee. I don't know why. But this is going towards Sullivan and Ravenna here in western Michigan. So there could be as high as 90-mile-per-hour winds right now, moving in the direction of right. The warning is only for 70, but I definitely wouldn't rule out winds higher than that. No CC drops, which means no tornadoes confirmed as of right now, but we still have very high winds crossing over I-96, coming up on Casanova and Ashland. The worst of the wind, though, is really in this segment, coming up on Grand Rapids here pretty soon. So be ready to stay away from windows if you're in Grand Rapids. You're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which once again is a significant threat. But this is, again, an extremely dangerous situation if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Also, from earlier today, not really too much earlier, but about 30 minutes ago, there was a weak tornado reported back over near Decatur in Illinois. Possibly a weak tornado from dust being lifted. Wouldn't be surprised if it was a gustnado or something like that. I don't think it was a tornado, but you never know. There was a tornado warning in that area. Thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. Also, shout out to Cassidy with the Venmo donation. It is not snowing in Indiana, by the way. I was just kidding. There is one velocity pixel that's being measured at 97 miles per hour right now. Coming up on I-96. I wish we had live traffic cams because we'd have a really good view of what the winds actually are. But I mean, they legitimately could be around 80. I don't know about 95, 100. Because again, the radar beam is looking a little over 1,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So in that case, we're probably talking about winds that are translating at the surface closer to around 80, if I had to guess. Even with that, there's no... The warning here is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So, should honestly be higher. Stay zoomed out here. Anyway, Alex, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Don't forget, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Haven't seen any recently, but if you have any, you can send them in. This back over in Chesterton, Indiana. The worst of this storm has just moved through. The conditions are definitely getting a little bit better here in Chesterton. Also, this is back over in Kalamazoo, which is one area that we are going to see significant severe weather here soon. Kalamazoo, which this is a live shot in the downtown area. Right now, not under any warnings quite yet, but I would expect at least some level of damaging winds to come through Kalamazoo in about an hour or so. We have that one prefrontal storm that is west of Kalamazoo, which did try to produce a tornado there briefly. It's still rotating a little bit, but I think the line of storms is going to catch up before this thing really has a legit chance of producing a tornado. It's going to be moving into Holland, and then it'll collide with our line of thunderstorms back off to the west. And again, pretty much all of western Michigan is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Literally the entire state is under a severe warning on the west side. Traverse City is like the one spot that isn't in one right now. Tornado warning has also been updated. No longer includes Muskegon, but does still include areas along and just north of I-96. Main area of rotations going over Ravenna right now, approaching Casanova, and coming up on Cedar Springs, Sand Lake, and Rockford here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Moving east at about 60 miles per hour. Also, latest velocity scan showing winds around 80 miles per hour now, moving right over I-96. So very high wind speeds moving right across the interstate right now. Thank you, Lukey, for the super chat. Muskegon? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Muskegon? Muskegon? Pronunciation just nowhere near today. I feel like we've done actually decent with pronunciation. I would give it like a 6 out of 10 today. 6 out of 10 for the pronunciations. See if there's any other updates here. Once again, this is the risk of severe weather for tonight. Just going to pull it up here just so you have a little bit better review here of our enhanced risk of severe weather. Again, this will pretty much be for the next 3 hours or so, and then after about midnight, the threat goes down. But enhanced risk still includes Lafayette, Indiana, Toledo, Ohio, Ann Arbor in Michigan, Lansing as well in Michigan, where the most significant threat of severe weather will continue for the next few hours. Yeah, we are talking about a huge wind threat across the board right now, in addition to some embedded tornadoes in the line. So this is definitely going to continue as a significant threat of severe weather. Also, they have just upgraded our severe warning across this entire area from Holland to Manistee, or just south of Manistee here in Michigan. That has all been upgraded to 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So a destructive line of thunderstorms moving through. This is basically a EF0, almost EF1 type tornado that is impacting a large area. Predominantly, it's this area that's dealing with the highest winds. Moving into Grand Rapids, Cannon Township, and also coming up on Kentwood. Very significant line of storms currently moving through. Also, this stuff right here over near Holland looks kind of contaminated, but I would keep an eye on Holland and Zeeland for a potential tornado risk in the next 20 minutes or so. Main area of rotation, though, with our entire segment is right now near Ravenna, which is QLCS embedded tornadoes. Huge shout out to Eddie with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thanks, Max, for what you're doing for us. Traveling for work, but home is Southwest Michigan, keeping my family and friends notified based on your broadcast. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Mostly wind as of right now. Some quarter-sized hail also possible. 70-mile-per-hour winds is the main concern right now across southwestern Michigan. Also, I think we just got a new mesoscale discussion. Yeah, here's our latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe mesoscale convective system with embedded supercells is moving ashore over western and lower Michigan. Damaging winds and embedded tornadoes are the main concern. And honestly, this is still kind of crazy, but yeah, I mean, we could still see strong tornadoes. They're still indicating that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is as high as 150 miles per hour. So strong to potentially...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Strong to potentially intense tornadoes are still a possibility. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is still possible. And then in addition to that, there will be hail up to the size of golf balls still being a possibility. So a lot of stuff still in play here. New tornado warning for Ottawa and Allegan counties in Michigan. This is for Holland, Zeeland, and Hudsonville. This is our main area of rotation. Looks kind of contaminated. Let me just check base velocities, though. No, definitely not. All right, that's definitely rotation. So yeah, we definitely have some strong rotation right now. That's going to be heading ashore here near Holland over the next few minutes. This is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation, and if we do get a tornado, which is very possible, a strong tornado is definitely a possibility. So if you're in Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville, or over Seal, you need to be taking this storm very seriously, as it could produce a strong tornado as it moves inland just south of Port Sheldon. Here's the latest radar scan. So our rotation's now moving ashore. It's coming up on the west side of Pine Creek near Beechwood. Looks kind of messy on radar, but that's the main area of rotation, moving ashore as we speak. It's our mesocyclone. Very strong rotation aloft. There's almost undoubtedly a wall cloud. Same thing with our northern storms, too. We have very strong winds aloft. Camera on the left is out. Oh, did they end? I need to fix that. Is it out? Or is, do you know? Alright, he's saying 1 moment. Hey, Mad Storm for the super chat. It's my favorite color, blue. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, strong rotation right now, moving ashore near Holland and Zeeland over the next few minutes. I'm going to keep it on this just so we have a better gauge of our rotation, kind of in the mid-levels. But new radar scan will be here in a second. Holland to Zeeland, be in your safe place in Michigan. Only one chaser now? I don't even know if we have any chasers left. I don't know if Tornado Pagey's still live or not. I don't think they are. They're in a dead zone. All right. Yeah, they're back. They're still chasing. They're in northwest Indiana. By the way, we got some fan mail. I mean, there's not really much of a time to open it at this point, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We got more fan mail for graduation and stuff like that. I got sent more straws. This is something I just opened before the stream today. I don't know why we need to stop the straws. I got crazy straws, I got glass straws, and plastic straws. The straws have got to stop. Also, I got, for whatever reason, somebody sent me... I don't understand this because I've never had this in my life, but somebody decided to send me 2 big boxes of Liquid Death. Both in the Rest in Peach flavor and the Slaughter Berry flavor. So I don't know what was up with that. I've never had that in my life, so I'm not sure where in the world that came from, but I got 2 big boxes of like 12 cans each. And I was like, why are these boxes so heavy? All right, back to radar. There also is other stuff. I'll try to get to it. Somebody else sent me a $50 DoorDash gift card too. I really appreciate that. I'll have to find the card. Elkhart, Indiana? Yeah, we can probably put Elkhart on the bottom. Down the bottom left. A hand for lighters for the super chat. All right, we do have some contamination here. This is not a tornado, but we still have strong velocities across this entire line. Damaging winds is the main concern. Could still see a tornado. Coming up to Grand Rapids right now. The highest winds are going to be right here. So we got about 5 to 10 minutes here in Grand Rapids for the most significant threat of damaging winds and potentially even a tornado. Wyoming, Rockford, Cannon Township, you're all in the path of this. Also, the rotation that's moving into Holland, it's pretty contaminated, but if we have a tornado, it'll be moving into the downtown area of Holland over the next few minutes. It's near Virginia Park and Beechwood, coming up on Waverly. Zeeland, again, in pretty much the direct path of our strongest area of rotation, and then it'll eventually go towards Hudsonville. Yeah, Tornado Page is still alive. They're not frozen. They are still here. Speaking of DoorDash, I need to order food because I'm hungry. I think we're getting Popeyes. I don't know what's up with it, but I think I'm getting Popeyes for food tonight. Gotten a lot recently. Lots of power flashes in northwest Indiana. I don't know why we'd have that many power flashes. The warnings here in northwest Indiana have been downgraded to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not as significant as before, and as I've mentioned a lot, I really just truly do not think we're going to see much in this tornado watch tonight. I was surprised they issued a tornado watch this far south. Maybe something changes, but the again, the cap has been in place. It's been kind of preventing storms all day from even firing. We had a lot of premature storms, which has led to a lot of our storms weakening much faster than we initially thought. We actually had a tornado report back over in Braceville, Illinois. Public report of possible damage to tree branches and siding near Braceville from a possible tornado. That's interesting. So we may have actually had a couple tornadoes there in Illinois. There was one back over near Decatur and another one south of Joliet. So we've had around almost a dozen tornado reports today. We'll see how many tornadoes officially get confirmed, but there have been quite a bit of tornado reports. Is there a CC drop in Casnovia? That is some sort of contamination. Yeah, that's just clear air contamination here. No tornado on that storm right now. And I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning, but I mean, it's going to continue as an 80-mile-per-hour, extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning, which should be enough for you to be in your safe place still. As this continues to roll across western Wisconsin. And we will probably start to see some damage reports here pretty soon with all these storms that are rolling across western Michigan. Thank you, Stu, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. Pontiac, Michigan. Let me see where that is. Pontiac will be mostly, I would probably say by the time the storms get to you, isolated damaging winds will be the main concern. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just placing my order real quick. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right. What about Indiana? I just talked about Indiana a moment ago. I don't really think we're going to see much in Indiana tonight. Just my personal opinion. Like, these storms have been kind of falling apart anyway. South Bend area, LaPorte, 60 mile per hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. Tornado risk, in my opinion, is very low. I know we have a tornado watch for 5 hours, but everything's been pretty much falling apart. I don't usually doubt things, especially with a watch this long, but it's just the nature of today's environment. I mean, again, we've had a pretty strong cap in place all day, and all the storms are running into that cap right now and are running into sinking air, which is not a good thing for storms. They're just going to weaken, so... Also, in Holland, in Michigan, we had strong rotation offshore. That rotation's been weaker over the last few minutes. This is our mid-level rotation, so a little bit further off the ground in Holland, Michigan. These are winds going towards the radar, going away from the radar. Still an area of convergence, crossing over Highway 31 right now, but I do think the surface-based rotation has gotten a lot weaker, and I think the tornado risk is much lower for Zeeland, and as well as the Hudsonville area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have continued the tornado warning. This is going to include Croton, west of Lakeview near Highway 46. This is for Newaygo, Kent, and Montcalm counties in Michigan. It's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Also, thank you, interrogation for the $10 super chat. Are these storms heading directly east? They are mostly going east or east-northeast. You can kind of see the curvature of this line. It's mostly pushing east here, but we have a little bit of curvature up here that's actually pushing them a bit more east-northeast. With that said, Ontario probably will not see much until a little bit after midnight tonight, and by then it'll be mostly isolated damaging winds. What's actually crazy is that they issued a severe thunderstorm watch when the storms are like 3 to 4 hours to the west. I've never quite seen a watch issued that early, but I mean, that's Canada weather, so it's a little bit different. They do issue watches a little bit sooner. Food is on the way. I'm so hungry. Can you check Dowagiac, Michigan? I don't know how you say that. Should be mostly wind down there. Low tornado risk. The Storm Prediction Center did mention that there were a few prefrontal storms that were firing, and we have a few prefrontals, but I think a lot of these are not going to have much time to produce a tornado threat. Got a little mezzo on this storm near Allegan, coming up on Wayland. Why is everybody laughing at me, bro? I mean, that's like... How else am I supposed to read that? How else am I supposed to read that? Like, in all fairness. Dowagiac? That was pretty close, I think. As I was saying, there are a few prefrontal storms. They're going to struggle, I think. I just don't think there's enough time for them to really organize. But I do think the QLCS tornado threat is definitely going to continue with this line. I'm a little surprised they issued a tornado warning for this activity because there isn't really anything that's rotating that much. Maybe a little bit up near Newaygo and Croton. but not really much north of Grand Rapids. We got like a little thing trying to develop near 45, but it's pretty weak. Thank you, Mystic, for the 32-month membership. That's actually wild. Also, thank you, Peter, for the 9 months. So you think tomorrow will go 15% tornado risk? I think so. I would be surprised if it didn't. If models trend back to being kind of what it looked like earlier today, then maybe we'll have just a 10%. But I find it hard to believe we will not at least have a 15% tornado risk tomorrow. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I think a high risk is actually in play tomorrow. Like, I'm not ruling it out. Might be a stretch, but I truly think tomorrow's environment is like very favorable. This reminds me a lot of May 26th of last year. It's pretty much the same area too. So I do think tomorrow is going to be a big day. And it will be a long day. Thank you, Fanboy, for the super chat. Red beans and rice from Popeyes? No. Hey, Tux, the $10 super chat. What about St. Joseph, Michigan? I see green and red close together. That's where St. Joseph is. That's Missouri. Let's back over near Benton Harbor. We're in a bit of a radar hole here. I mean, I'm not concerned about a tornado risk for Benton Harbor. It should be mainly wind. We don't have a clear view of an outflow boundary, but if I had to guess, this is probably outflow dominant storm activity. Doesn't look very organized on radar. Our main tornado risk right now with our line is predominantly in this region. Like, that's right now where the main concern is. Anywhere from around Big Rapids back through about Kalamazoo. And then further south, it's much more disorganized. Any updates for Northeast Ohio? I don't think Northeast Ohio is going to see much tonight. Isolated wind will be the main concern. Dowajack? Okay, apparently it's Dowajack in Michigan. There's a very small chance that we have a really weak tornado right now near Highway 46 coming up on Cedar Springs. I highly doubt it, though. There's also a little bit of a little tightening back up near Croton right now, which could also be a tornado trying to drop. Very weak, and in my opinion, I don't think it really warranted a tornado warning, but nonetheless, we have 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving across this entire area, which is pretty much like a tornado. At least a low-end tornado, moving across a large chunk of western Michigan. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was taking a look at the HRRR and I'm looking at the expected temperatures over the next couple of days. So funny enough, it was actually upwards of 100 degrees in some parts of the plains. I think North Dakota and South Dakota almost reached 100 degrees over the last few days, and it's actually going to change very, very quickly. So with our area of low pressure, it's actually taking a lot of that cold air from the north because it's still relatively close because we're not that far into summer, and it is pulling it back down back into the mainland US. So we were looking at temperatures in 3 digits, and we may be looking at temperatures below freezing as soon as tomorrow in parts of northern North Dakota and northern Minnesota. Anywhere that you see here, this looks like it's white, that is around freezing. So we may have a temperature swing of over 70 degrees in just a few days. The other thing that I wanted to mention is the potential for a bookend vortex here. On our southern tornado warning. This is, I think, the reason that they originally had a tornado warning here, and it has been very broad recently, and it's actually broadening out more and more. What I think happened is we saw a little bit of convection go up ahead of the line, and it sort of hit the front of the line and took apart that bookend vortex. If this is going to produce a tornado, it needs to do a lot more organizing. So I think both of these tornado warnings should be allowed to expire. You were just talking about how the tornado warning in the north was going to expire. I think it's also a good timing for the tornado warning in the south to expire.
for the update. Let's cut up, but thank you, Riley, for the update. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Big Rapids area, Millbrook and Barryton here in Michigan. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a considerable threat of severe weather currently rolling across western Michigan. 80-mile-per-hour winds are coming up into Grand Rapids right now. Actually, funny enough, I mean, you know, we have a camera on the bottom right that is not for like, this is more for weather purposes, but this is on a virtual rail fan camera if it pulls up. Looks like we got an Amtrak train in Elkhart in Indiana currently getting people off the train. So that's kind of funny. This back over in Kalamazoo, which we're starting to see a little lightning show off to the west of Kalamazoo. This is a city line view here, where damaging winds appear likely here in the near future. Lightning should start to uptick a little bit more as this continues to move east. Also, we have a new damage report out of Michigan City. There are trees down. One pot reportedly on a mobile home. Time is estimated by radar. So Michigan City, Indiana, about 9:05 p.m. is when that was reported. Hey, Chase, for the sewer chat. Sorry to ask the annoying backyard question, but does it look like Bradensburg, Kentucky tomorrow? Do you think we'll have morning storms again producing that with the cape in place? I mean, tomorrow's storms, in my opinion, should be mainly hail and wind. I think the tornado risk is low, but it's definitely not zero. Looks like the Kalamazoo Police Department camera. It might be. I have no clue. I think that's the police department right there. I could be wrong. I do think the tornado warning for Holland and Hudsonville will probably be allowed to expire. Same thing with our northern tornado warning. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation as of right now. Again, the main concern is damaging winds around 80 miles per hour moving into Grand Rapids, Cannon Township, and as well as the Lowell Chowder Township here over the next little while. That'll be the main concern. Also, a Rooster for the $20 super checking outline where you think the highest chance of tornadoes is tomorrow. So, in my personal opinion, just by what we've seen, if I go over to the severe weather outlook here for tomorrow, with the current trends that we're seeing, I think the greatest tornado threat would be mainly in this region right here. So mainly just south of St. Louis, southern Illinois, and southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky. I think that's the best chance of where we could see strong tornadoes and even long track tornadoes. I personally think tomorrow, again, will be some sort of big outbreak of severe weather. I don't really see it being anything else. I literally just think tomorrow's an outbreak. So at the minimum, tomorrow should be some sort of major severe weather outbreak. If it, for some reason, is not as big as what we're currently thinking, I mean, we're at least going to see, I think, a few strong tornadoes across this region. The Storm Prediction Center currently has a 10% hatch tornado risk in place, which is across a pretty large area, but we should see a 15% introduced to this area at the minimum. Could even get a high risk. I wouldn't rule it out, but we'll see what the morning trends also show. They will not jump on a high risk that fast unless the trends really go crazy. We have a 45% wind risk as well within a 25-mile radius, which basically means almost widespread damaging winds are likely. That includes much of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. So tornado outbreak does appear possible tomorrow, maybe even, I mean, I'm leaning towards likely on a tornado outbreak, and then severe weather outbreak is pretty much expected no matter what. So should be a busy day tomorrow. Hey, Brian, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Lightning is starting to pick up a little bit near Kalamazoo on the left side of your screen, a little bit distant. Lightning strikes. We're going to check out how many lightning strikes are happening right now. Let me look it up. The lightning's been a little bit more frequent here over the last little while. Currently, around 700 lightning strikes are happening every single minute across western Michigan. For reference, that's 10,500 lightning strikes every 15 minutes right now across western Michigan, which is actually crazy. Just in western Michigan. I mean, there's a little bit in Indiana that's being counted into that, but we have about 10,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes It's basically a lightning show. We have a few new severe thunderstorm warnings. The National Weather Service is preemptively warning storms out in front of the line as they are moving pretty fast. We have a new one here for Greenville, McBride, and Edmore for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then the Cadillac severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, the line of storms is the most intense in this segment right here. That's where it's the most intense. I keep outlining too small. This is the main corridor right now where it's the most intense. It's, again, a Boeing area of thunderstorm activity. And again, where we're watching for a more significant potential tornado threat, if something were to develop, would be mainly in this northern side of our Boeing segment. Could still see tornadoes further south, but the greatest threat would be on the northern side of our Boeing segment. Actually, keep an eye on this right here. We have a little area of rotation northwest of Hopkins. Had a little bit more of a tightening on the last scan. Could get a brief spin up here near Burnips, coming up on Door. And then over in Grand Rapids hasn't really seen the worst of the wind yet. The worst of it is actually in Hudsonville. Even though we have wind now moving into Grand Rapids, the strongest of that wind is sitting over Hudsonville, just east of Zeeland, and it will be coming up on Wyoming here pretty soon. Any PDS tornado warnings? We've had none today. We had a couple tornadoes that were borderline. That they had the criteria for a PDS tornado warning, but they weren't issued. They were really just too brief, I think. A lot of the time when we have PDS tornado warnings, they usually give it a scan or two, and the rotation weakened really quickly on both storms. Honestly, the one storm that produced a bunch of tornadoes was over here. I can't remember where exactly was here on the map, but like there was one tornado is up here near Mayville. We had like 3 or 4 different tornadoes all in different spots, I'm pretty sure. And we should have, again, the National Weather Service will do surveys tomorrow. We had probably 3 or 4 separate tornadoes with that one supercell, all in this general area. So it was a tornadic supercell that produced multiple different tornadoes, which is another reason why we didn't really get a PDS, I think. It was just because of the longevity of the storm not being that long. Thank you, Kelly, for the $10 super chat. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really read books, so I don't have many suggestions for you. I'm just being real. Thank you, Cash, for the super chat. Coldwater, Michigan. I mean, honestly, like an introduction book to, like, textbook to, like, meteorology is not actually a bad move. Like, those are pretty interesting. Has a lot of everything. Coldwater, Michigan, mainly going to be an isolated damaging wind threat. How's my buddy in Hell, Michigan going to be tonight? There's no way that's a real place. It's not even popping up on here. I see Bell. Is it this? Oh, I found it. All right. Well, if you're over in Hell, Michigan, the main concern will be isolated damaging winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour, low tornado risk. Thank you, Alpers, for the super chat asking about Athens, Michigan. Again, 70 mile per hour damaging winds the main concern, low tornado risk. There's a Heaven, Michigan. I mean, we got everything over here in Michigan. Big Rapids is starting to get spicy. Yeah, we might even get a spin-up tornado up here. I wouldn't rule out an isolated spin-up tornado even in our northern segment here near Big Rapids. No tornado warning on this activity, but there's a little bit of rotation. And I don't think this tornado warning north of Cannon Township should really be here. There's really not any rotation with this that I'm seeing clearly on radar. You can go to base velocities and check it out, maybe go up a tilt or two. But honestly, again, this will be mostly a QLCS tornado threat, meaning tornadoes embedded in a line of storms. Believe it or not, we still have mid-level rotation here near Zeeland, just southwest of Grand Rapids. So in this tornado warning, rotation's strong aloft, but it's very weak at the surface, which is interesting. Think it'll hold all the way up to Buffalo, New York? Even if it did, it would not be doing much more than 60-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, if you're in Ohio, I've had a lot of people asking about Ohio. I don't think we're going to see much in Ohio. Just being honest. Ohio's probably not going to see much. The storms, again, have really already fallen apart off to your west. And the only thing that we would see in Ohio would be the storms that are back out here to the west. And nothing's really maintained its intensity. I mean, we've had a couple updrafts still trying to stay alive here near Covington in western Indiana, but it's still struggling. Nothing's really maintained its intensity. We are getting some damage reports back over near Chicago of some trees down as well. We had 80-mile-per-hour winds here earlier. A lot of trees and power lines down around Chicago. We even had baseball-sized hail reported earlier. According to social media, baseball-sized hail fell near Emmington. That's about 7:45 p.m. tonight. We're getting a lot of wind reports along the west coast of Michigan, one of which is 72 miles per hour. That came into Norton Shores, Michigan. That was one of our strongest batches of wind that came through earlier. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. I give you a C- for pronouncing Michigan names. I didn't realize this was like a school now. Like, what? Oh, no, I'm getting graded on pronunciations. There's just no shot. Hey, Matthew, also for the super chat. Ann Arbor. Where is Ann Arbor? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, mostly wind. Again, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, main concern. Low tornado risk. There is a tornado on the ground, I think. Where's this? Door? We have a tornado in progress in Door, Michigan. That's this right here. So a TDS signature. Tornado in progress right now near Wayland. This is, again, a confirmed tornado via radar. They have not they don't have a warning on this, but this is a tornado on the ground right now, west of Wayland. So this is one of the concerns, again, are these QLCS spin-up tornadoes, and this one's honestly in an area of convergence, and likely tornado right now near Door. I'm pretty confident that this is a tornado. I would find hard to believe it isn't. Definitely a tornado. This is outside of our tornado warning coming up to Door right now, west of Wayland. This is right inside of a rain-wrapped area of rotation, by the way. So we have a tornado in progress right now. It's heading up towards Door, Corneth, Ross, and Moline. If you have any friends or family in this general area, make sure that they're aware of this, because right now there's no tornado warning for the Door area, but this is definitely a tornado in progress. Heading up towards Gaines, just outside of Wayland. A45 is also in the path of this. All right, so this is, again, a confirmed tornado via radar. There's no tornado warning, as I've mentioned before, but this is a tornado in progress. You need to be in your storm shelter,
a new
basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this
issued.
tornado warning. They have issued a new tornado warning for Berry, Kent, and Allegan counties in Michigan, which I believe might be an extension of this. Hopefully it is, because we definitely have a tornado in progress. Definitely a tornado in progress coming up into Door, Michigan right now. And yeah, they have issued a tornado warning. It is radar indicated, but this is definitely a tornado. Currently on the southwest side of Door. Got a new CC scan and velocity scan coming in right now. But very strong area of rotation. There's a chance that this is a strong tornado. And honestly, we might even get another tornado just to the northwest of this ongoing tornado. So we actually could get twins here in the next minute or two. And I think we do. I think we have two tornadoes in progress. We have one over Door. So there's a tornado in Door, and it looks like a new CC drop. So I think there are now two tornadoes in progress. One is over Door in Michigan, and then the other one's going to be heading up towards Ross and Corneth. So again, two tornadoes are currently in progress, both moving to the northeast I'm not 100% guaranteeing that the other one to the west is on the ground, but it looks very likely it is. I'm just waiting for the velocities to update here. All right, Riley's saying it is 100% 2 tornadoes. So I personally do think we have 2 tornadoes in the progress right now. Moving into Moline, Cornith. That is a debris signature right there near North Door, and the other one is literally hitting the town of Door right now. It's right near 18th Street and the Red Run and 142nd Avenue. It's going to be tracking towards Moline and 131. It's just a large area of convergence, and I'm not going to lie, this reminds me somewhat of what we just saw the other day, back over in, where was it? Back over in near Shreveport. Honestly, Shreveport, we had a similar situation where we had a discrete supercell that formed out in front of a line. They converged, and then it just created a large tornado for multiple minutes. That tornado was like half-mile wide. I'm not saying that's the size of this one, but definitely something notable there. Also, another area of rotation just south of I-196, just southwest of Kentwood. We legitimately could have 3 tornadoes at the same time here. I wouldn't rule that out. We have another area of rotation that's strengthening here, and we have 2 tornadoes in progress over Door, which is actually kind of crazy. Hey, Rocky, for the super chat. Thank you also, Darren, for the super chat. Triplets, we could. Not confirmed yet. We have 2 tornadoes in progress. We got twin tornadoes that are within about 2 miles of each other. And we could get a third one near Glitchell, or Gitchell. Just waiting for another radar scan. But again, this is our CC radar. It's the correlation coefficient, and basically will depict other things that are happening in our atmosphere aside from rain. So anything in red is rain, and then when we get these little drops that are blue and green, that usually indicates debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere, assuming we have a couplet. We have 2 couplets right now, and both of them are producing tornadoes. And we should have a new radar scan literally at any moment. Just waiting for that to come in. Hey, Alpers, to the super chat. Wanted to make sure we're not going to have airborne gators. That'd be kind of crazy. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Should be mainly a wind threat for the Lansing area. Low tornado risk. All right, here's the latest CC radar update. Let's see what it looks like now. All right, these tornadoes have raced off to the northeast. So our tornado is now over Moline. I'm going to try to match this up with radar just to make sure that's true. Yeah, so our tornado now is over Moline, Michigan. And the other one, I think, is still ongoing. We had a little CC drop there still, so we have 2 tornadoes still in progress. We got one that's going to be coming up into Cornith, and the other one that just went over Moline. These are going to be moving into Gaines, Dutton, and Caledonia over the next few minutes. Again, these are QLCS tornadoes, which are basically spin-up tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. That is what we're witnessing right now in radar, and that should continue up towards Highway 6. And back over in Kentwood and the south side of Grand Rapids, the main area of rotation that we'll be watching for is going to be this stuff right here, which is going to be moving along Highway 6, coming up towards Kentwood. There might be 3 tornadoes. Where's the third one? I see 2. Got 1, 2 right here. There might be a third tornado, apparently. Like right now. Near Allegan? Allegan, Michigan. That's much further down to the south. I don't think... Oh, maybe? I don't have a... We don't... Oh, there is actually a CC drop there. We may have just had a brief tornado on the south side of Allegan. This is actually an unwarned area of rotation. I think tornado warning probably should be issued for this activity. We actually have rotation across pretty much anywhere west of Kalamazoo right now. The rotation's definitely uptrended a lot in the last 15 to 20 minutes. We actually have, I mean, at this exact time, it looks like there's 2 tornadoes, one near Moline and the other one south of Ross. We had a third one a moment ago south of Allegan, and that one is now occluded, but it could drop again. We still have strong rotation in this area. So 2 tornadoes next to each other. Those are twin tornadoes, and then another one south of Allegan that is attempting to produce maybe another tornado here in a moment. But tornado went right over the town of Moline, Michigan, and is now coming up towards Gaines, Dutton, and as well as Caledonia. We have all of a sudden gotten a bunch of tornadoes out of literally, I mean, not out of nowhere, but we haven't had really much of anything in the last couple hours in terms of tornadoes. So things are really starting to ramp up all of a sudden now here in western Michigan. New radar scan will be coming in here in just a moment. All right, new radar scan came in on the velocities. This is as of 9:37, so this is about 4 minutes ago. I just want to point out that the velocities are pretty strong on the Corneth storm and the one over Moline. So pretty much twin tornadoes still in this area as of 4 minutes ago, or 3 minutes ago, actually. This was 9:38. New radar scan will be in at any moment, and we'll see what it looks like as this comes up into Gaines. While that happens, let's go ahead and go to Riley. Go ahead.
Hey Max, I'm just going to talk about Grand Rapids quickly because rightfully so, there are a ton of people asking what is going on in Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids, you are to the north of this tornado warning. I do not see any rotation near you. Grand Rapids, you should be good. Still stay in your safe spot while the storm moves through. We did actually have a 70 mile per hour or just shy of 70 mile per hour wind gust reported with this line, so it is still producing very strong damaging winds. So definitely no reason to be out and about in this. So treat it as if you were in a tornado warning. However, there will not be a tornado.
Riley, thank you, Riley, for the update. Was I even on Riley? What happened? Or did I click a button? Was Riley even on? Or did I accidentally click something? I have no clue. All right, well, I guess we'll never know. All right, back to our storms here south of Gaines. I might have just clicked the button when I got back. We saw him? Okay, good. That's one. My bad. I got my food, and by the way, I got a straw this time. Really important. All right. Let's go back to radar here. Latest radar scan. I'm not clearly seeing a debris signature right now near Gaines, but we still have strong rotation right now, mainly over Corneth, coming up to Gaines and Dutton right now. Back over to the west of Kentwood near Wyoming, it's a lot of wind. Still some spin-up tornado potential here as this moves into the radar site just south of Grand Rapids. Ooh, that's strong rotation. We could get a strong tornado here near Watson. Strong area of rotation here near Watson. Probably gonna have a strong tornado in a moment near Shelbyville. This is an unwarned area of rotation. If you have any friends or family in Shelbyville, Bradley, Martin, or west of Orangeville, or even in Orangeville, please make sure that they're aware of this.
A new tornado warning.
This is a very strong
issued.
area of rotation. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's a TDS, a very, very weak one, start of a TDS on that storm near Watson. Just got tornado warned, but it's radar indicated, probably on the ground. Take shelter.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So a new tornado has just dropped just to the west of Orangeville. Very small little TDS signature, very strong velocities, could easily be a strong tornado tracking towards Orangeville. They have issued a tornado warning for this storm for Berry and Allegan counties in Michigan. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you are in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Once again, it's getting pretty dangerous right now. We also have more rotation developing near Kalamazoo. Right now, no tornado warnings for Kalamazoo, but the tornado threat is once again it's increasing again. All right, it's going up, and we are expecting that this tornado threat will continue to increase for the next hour. And for those that are wondering, a TDS is a tornado debris signature, so just basically verifying via radar that we have a tornado. So that's what we mean by TDS, or tornado debris signature. I'll have another radar scan in a second. All right, new CC radars updates coming in right now. Again, we are assuming that there will probably be a strong tornado near Watson or Martin here once this radar scan update comes through. It's coming in as we speak. Oh yeah, that's a strong tornado. Huge debris signature right now in Martin. This is a very significant tornado right now in Martin, Michigan. That is a big debris signature. That is this is gonna go PDS. This has to. Huge debris signature right now in Martin. Radar is picking up on the debris. The reflectivity is showing pink. This is a significant tornado right now for Martin in Michigan. I mean, this is a major tornado right now in Martin. Very large debris signature. Velocities haven't updated yet, but the reflectivity is literally showing pink, which means that this is a significant tornado. Almost any time that you see pink under a debris signature, that is debris that is being detected by radar. So this is obviously producing some significant damage right now near 116th Avenue. It's crossing over 10th Street, and it's going to be coming up on Orangeville over the next few minutes. Again, this is a significant tornado right now in progress near Martin. Waiting for velocities to update. I mean, this is a significant tornado again right now in Martin. Huge debris signature. This is by far the largest debris signature that we've seen today. It's about 1.25 miles wide, which again does not mean it's a 1.25 mile wide tornado, but it's still producing significant damage. There also may be a tornado somewhere in here near Caledonia. I'm waiting for velocities to update. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. I'm not seeing anything clear, but there could still be a tornado there. Again, significant tornado right now over Martin, Michigan. It's going to be moving into Orangeville in about 5 minutes, coming up on Gun Lake. Circle Pines Center is also in the path of this, just south of Bowen's Mill as well. And back over in Kalamazoo, it's mostly wind as of right now, but we're keeping an eye on a potential tornado threat. There's a little bit of rotation down there. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Radar scans are coming in every about 3 to 4 minutes. That is a big debris signature. Hey, Donkey Kong for the super chat. Portage, Michigan update. Portage mainly 70-mile-per-hour winds. By the way, this particular tornado, as of now, is not meeting PDS criteria.
This is an urgent alert.
Which
a tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is not currently meeting the threshold for a PDS tornado warning because of VROT, which basically means our gate-to-gate shear isn't strong enough, but it does have a very significant debris signature, which honestly would probably be enough anyway for a PDS tornado warning. But nonetheless, it is a confirmed tornado just west of Orangeville, and the latest scan still shows a large debris signature coming up on Orangeville as of right now, and it's also going to be coming up on Circle Pines Center and Schultz and Podunk. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be in your safe place. This is still a significant tornado in progress. This is what it looks like on reflectivity. Got a hook echo, very strong inflow, and again, our tornado's right in that hook echo right now. Lots of debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. And in my honest opinion, I think PDS would have been very valid for at least that stint. I mean, right now, we're have to wait for velocities to update. They aren't as strong. However, we are seeing some rotation trying to come together even north of where this tornado is. So it might do a little... It might actually hand off a little bit. We might get a new tornado a little bit further to the north. I don't know why I just looked it up. All right, let me see if there's anything else that looks concerning tornado-wise right now. Going into Kalamazoo, we are about to see, at least in Kalamazoo, some high winds. Right now, tornado threat very low for Kalamazoo. There's plenty of lightning. You can see that on the bottom right of your screen. But I'm not really seeing much of a tornado risk there. Back over to the south of Cascade Charter Township, near Caledonia, we still have a strong area of rotation that is tracking towards Bone Center and Harris Creek, Alto, and Lowell Charter Township. This has already produced twin tornadoes at one point and may try to produce another tornado as it moves in the direction there of Clarksville. So be ready to go to you should already be in your safe place if you're in that area. Again, potential for a strong tornado is still in play. Further to the north, there is not really much rotating back up near Big Rapids, back through Greenville, but it's mainly going to be a wind threat. Low tornado risk out of this northern segment of storms going towards Mount Pleasant, Clare, and Alma. All right, we'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, tornado is currently in progress near Orangeville, coming up on Circle Pines Center, northwest of Prairieville here in western Michigan. While we wait for a radar scan, just want to show you guys what it looks like right now in Kalamazoo. The winds are picking up. You can see it on the bottom of your screen on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. This is it gives you an idea of how strong the winds are with our southern segment of storms, which are currently warned for around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. See, the winds are pretty strong. Lots of lightning as well. Latest scan shows the tornado now over Orangeville. Yeah, it's pretty windy in Kalamazoo. This is definitely 60 mile per hour winds, if I had to guess. Wow, look at the wind. It's very windy in Kalamazoo, that's for sure. Yeah, the tornado right now is over Orangeville, Michigan. You know, you can watch cameras like this on the Radar Omega app. It's the top link in the description below. Pretty good view, though, of again, the high winds here across the Kalamazoo area and really all across western Michigan this evening. We've had this entire line of storms producing wind somewhere around this, if not even stronger than this. So, right about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving through right now. The Orangeville tornado is still going right now in Orangeville, bottom right of your screen, coming up on Circle Pine Center, but the debris signature has gotten smaller. We'll see if it continues in that direction. The tornado is going to be moving towards Hastings over the next few minutes in Michigan. We have a new tornado that has just dropped. So we have now another tornado that has just dropped near Caledonia. So there is a new debris signature. This is the storm that we were just talking about. This is south of Grand Rapids, east of Caledonia, going up towards Alto, Bone Center, and Harris Creek. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place. This could also be a strong tornado. This is the beginning of likely a strong tornado. Heading up through Caledonia, going towards Boone Center and Alto. Emdale is also in the track of this, and the Lowell Town, Charter Township is also in the path of this. This is the main area of rotation. There's definitely an area of convergence, pretty tight couplet, all moving to the northeast right now. Kalamazoo's getting rocked. What it looks like in Kalamazoo right now. Still really windy in Kalamazoo. It's not as bad as before, but it's definitely still windy. All right, if you're just tuning in, again, we have two different tornadoes in progress, one of which is southeast of Grand Rapids. The other one, which may be cycling, is west of Hastings. We have two different tornadoes, though, in progress. New radar scan will be in here in about a minute. And the most significant storm so far has been the one down here west of Hastings. But the tornado has gotten a little bit larger here east of Caledonia, coming up on Bone Center right now, just south of Whitneyville. This is going to be coming up on I-96 in Elmdale over the next few minutes, assuming it stays on the ground. The CC drop is definitely there. I mean, again, this is definitely a tornado here. We'll probably get a new tornado warning here soon, if I had to guess, for those over near Clarksville. The storm might be producing a tornado for a little bit. The latest velocity scan not showing as strong of rotation when it comes to it being like a strong tornado, but it's likely at least a tornado. I mean, this is at the minimum a tornado right now tracking towards Alto and Emdale. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Also, the southern tornado warning, again, I think this one's recycling. The velocities are definitely still there for another tornado. I think we'll probably get another tornado on this storm in a few minutes as it goes towards Hastings. I think the initial tornado, though, that we had on this storm has occluded. Maybe. There's still a little bit of a CC drop. So there may still be a tornado, but I think it's recycling right now. So if you're over in Hastings, you gotta be in your safe place. If you're in Nashville, Carlton even, I would be ready to go to your safe place. And Lake Odessa here in western Michigan. Kalamazoo right now is mostly wind. I'm not seeing really any rotation further south of our tornado warnings. We also have a couplet back up near McBride, Michigan that's just formed. So potential tornado heading up towards Edmore, just south of Millbrook. I'll have to keep an eye on that. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Thank you, Ian, for the Venmo donation. When am I going live tomorrow? No clue. No clue. But we are going to have a video tomorrow morning, probably bright and early at 6 a.m. All right, we have a couple of updates for you guys. First off, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for Eastern Michigan. Severe wind risk will increase with a mesoscale convective system approaching from the west. A watch will likely be needed here soon. So the threat for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail is all going to continue around Ann Arbor, Flint, Saginaw, Pontotoc, Bad Axe, that's apparently a town name, and also just east of Lansing. All right, so that's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And since we don't have another radar scan yet, I do want to show you guys something from Jordan Hall. This was back over in... let's see if I can pull it up here. This is some of the tornado damage back over in Mayville from earlier today. Jordan Hall, also with Severe Studios. Significant tornado damage there in Mayville. So this is another view. Again, we've had a lot of damage photos today, from even video from like CJ Ziegler, but this is a pretty good shot there of some of the tornado damage from earlier. Pretty significant damage. And also one more photo here. This is part of a home that was heavily damaged too. By the way, this back over in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo's windy again. It's actually gotten really windy here in the last few minutes. Kalamazoo, I mean, it was calm, and now it's all of a sudden really windy again. Also, we have a brand new tornado that has dropped on our southern storm. I can't believe how windy it is again in Kalamazoo, but we have a new tornado that has dropped near Podunk on that southern tornado warning going towards Hastings. And that one could be strong, bottom right of your screen. We'll go full cam to it in a second. All right, as the wind is crazy there, this is our new tornado. So a new tornado is formed on this storm. We have a hook echo and a very strong inflow. Brand new tornado coming up towards Hastings and Quimbley, and also heading towards Morgan and Coates Grove. So again, main area of rotation is right now right here. Again, likely at least a tornado, if not, could be on the stronger side of things. And then also back up near Bone Center, the initial tornado that we had, still on the ground there near Bone Center, coming up on Elmdale, but it is weakening a little bit. This also could recycle and drop another big tornado as it moves east. I don't know if there's there might be a microburst happening in Kalamazoo right now. Look at the wind. It is ripping from west east. That's like 80 miles per hour in Kalamazoo right now. That looks at least 70, if not 80. The wind is actually crazy with this line. We had one surge of wind, and this looks to be actually the main area of wind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is unbelievable. New tornado warning for Barry, Ionia, and Eaton counties in Michigan. It'll pop up in a second. Wow, this is crazy. Wind is ripping. We have another tornado, I think. An unwarned tornado in Richland, Michigan, I think. Possibly. I'm not confident about that one. This is still in Kalamazoo, by the way. I don't know why. I literally can't believe... Dude, the wind is unbelievable here. It is still going. This has been for 5 minutes, I think, now. We've had wind for over 20 minutes, but it's been super strong just in the last 4 or 5 minutes. I'd expect power outages here in Kalamazoo. This is unbelievable. Camera is not happy. I can't believe the camera and even just power in general hasn't really gone out here yet. This wind is absolutely crazy. It's still going. Just a constant area of strong downburst winds. It looks like a hurricane. I'm gonna be honest. It literally looks like a hurricane right now in Kalamazoo. Looks like a full-fledged hurricane. They're just moving through right now, producing crazy high winds. I can't believe this is still going. This has been going for 5, 6, 7 minutes now. By the way, we may have a strong tornado trying to drop right now, back over east of Lowell Carter Township. Very strong RFD surge near Clarksville. Rotation's trying to come together with the inflow coming into the storm. If this organizes, we could get a strong tornado near I-96 going towards Portland. Tornado warning does continue here. And then our tornado that was on the ground near Hastings, the debris signature is smaller, but we still have a tornado moving into Hastings in Michigan. You need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. I cannot believe what we're seeing here. Kalamazoo is still insanely windy. Look how fast the wind is going. I mean, this is just bonkers. I'm surprised this warning is only for 60-mile-per-hour winds, for the record.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a tornado warning for Kalamazoo. For Kalamazoo County and also Calhoun counties in Michigan. I don't know if it has to do with this. This is more of our downburst area of wind, which is still going crazy. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it's still going. The new tornado warnings for Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion, and Galesburg. Just east of Kalamazoo. This is in Kalamazoo right now, live. Hopefully we get some wind measurements here soon. It's quite unbelievable what we're seeing here. How is it sustaining for so long? I can't believe it is still sustaining itself. I would say it's getting weaker, but it really isn't. It's still really windy. New tornado warnings, bottom right of your screen. Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion, east of Kalamazoo. This is one of the longest wind events I've seen on a singular camera, I think, ever. And this has been going for almost... it started about 20 minutes ago, again. It started 20, 25 minutes ago, but, like, this downburst wind... Oh, did the power go out? Oh, power might have gone out. It actually might have gone out. I wouldn't rule it out. It looks like a lot of the lights are starting to go off. I mean, it literally looks like a full-blown hurricane there. So I would not be surprised if the power went out. Also, the tornado near Hastings has occluded. We're waiting for the velocities to update on this northern storm. This one, again, could produce a strong tornado near Clarksville and Sonorak near I-96 here shortly. Just waiting for velocities to update, see if that's true or not. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't know how the camera lasted that long. I might be going crazy, but I think a lot of the lights were going off in that camera, like, progressively over time. So it actually makes sense that that camera was gonna go out. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a tornado on the ground east of Galesburg, Michigan. That is our furthest south tornado warning.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this Yeah, we have a debris signature now. So this is the storm that basically just went through Kalamazoo, and we have a new tornado now in progress coming up on Battle Creek. Very populated area. If you know any friends or family in Battle Creek, please make sure they're awake and aware of this. A tornado is in progress, and it's going to be moving into Battle Creek over the next few minutes. And it is also coming up on Waddles Park, Beetle Lake, and Penfield. All right, so if you're in any of those locations, you've got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a tornado going towards, again, a pretty populated area right now. Kalamazoo, from my understanding, there's probably a lot of power outages from what we've seen, because the camera is out, and I don't think it's coming back. So, assuming it doesn't come back, we'll put something else there. But I'm going to keep it there just in case it does decide to come back. Also, our northern storm here, east of Lowell Charter Township, still a strong area of at least RFD. Rotation isn't that strong, but it's trying to come together. Got some rain out in front of this, which is kind of hindering the inflow notch, but if the inflow can get cleared out, a strong tornado is still possible near Ionia and Portland, moving to the east. Yeah, new tornado has dropped going towards Battle Creek. Just north of Climax. Hello from my basement. I bet there's a lot of people in their basements right now. Huge shout out to Eddie with the super chat. Straight to my home in Michigan, Max. I was able to reach my husband in time. I think no answer now, but we are in East Orangeville. I'm watching from my hotel in Chicago. Hopefully he's all right. All right, latest radar scan. We still have a tornado in progress. This is about to enter into the west side of Battle Creek near Springfield. And you guys got to do your jobs. If you have any friends or family in Battle Creek, please make sure to get the word out there. There is a tornado about to enter into the town of Battle Creek over the next few minutes. Again, this is going to be entering into the west side of Battle Creek. And it could produce significant damage as it moves into the town. Tornado's right here. Near Spring, it's going to be moving into Springfield over the next couple minutes. I'm not sure what's... There's a lot of homes on the west side of town here. Lakeview, Springfield Place, Springfield. And the tornado's going to be entering into your location over the next few minutes, assuming it stays on the ground. Also, Kalamazoo camera's actually back, believe it or not. It's still windy. This is unbelievable. It's still windy in Kalamazoo. It's not as bad as before. It does look like... Though we lost power, it's back. Unbelievable. I can't believe the camera even came back, to be honest. We definitely had some power outages, though, or at least some power flickering. On right of your screen again, that's the tornado moving into Battle Creek. It is still windy in Kalamazoo, probably around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Crazy. I'm gonna go back to live radar. We'll have another radar scan in a second. If you're just tuning in, again, tornado in progress coming up into Battle Creek over the next few minutes. Another radar scan will be in here in just a second. When was this radar scan? Was this 4? It was 2 minutes ago. We go up to the north too. I wouldn't rule out a few tornadoes as well with this segment here. We got very strong winds going away from the radar, just to the east of Lowell Charter Township near I-96 and through Hastings. I do think we're going to continue to observe more tornadoes in this line as it moves towards Portland, Ionia, St. John's, DeWitt, Lansing, and Grand Ledge. So this line will continue to produce significant damaging winds and the potential for embedded tornadoes. And again, the most interesting spot for a potential significant tornado would be this right here. But so far it's remained broad. The inflow again has been cut off by a lot of the rain cool air. So I think the chances of that producing are a little bit lower, but we'll keep an eye on it. All right. Still waiting for a radar scan. Should be about 30 seconds or left, or less, excuse me. Thank you, Tundra, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Anything for Vicksburg south of Kalamazoo? I don't think we're going to see a whole lot south of Kalamazoo when it comes to a tornado threat, but damaging winds should continue in this area. That debris signature is right over the airport. It says it's over Hearts Lake. Is the airport like right here somewhere? Might be right here. Is that enough to be a derecho? This is not a derecho. This is a pretty intense mesoscale convective system. All right, latest radar scan. If we still have a tornado, which I don't think we do anymore, but if we have one, it would literally be on the southwest side of Battle Creek right now. There is still debris. This is not a significant debris signature, but it is debris. So there's probably at least some sort of debris left over from our previous tornado, or there might still be a weak tornado in progress in Battle Creek. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. It is still windy in Kalamazoo. It is still windy in Kalamazoo. This is unbelievable. There's a report that the Iona County Sheriff, Fire, and EMS radio system is completely down, by the way. That's the northern tier of storms that we've been talking about. Which right now, it's mostly a wind threat. That's stretching from Highway 21 back to Highway 43 and 36, or 66, excuse me. Thank you, Kurt, for the very generous $100 super chat. Really appreciate that. How's Flint looking tonight? My sister asked me. Flint will be mainly 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, very low tornado risk. Also, shout out to Mark with the very generous $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking due east of the KGRR radar site. 1,000-foot beam height on the northern edge of our tornado warning here, and the winds are showing 90 to 95 miles an hour. I know we're already under a tornado warning, but there should probably also be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for at least 80 mile per hour winds, if not 90 mile per hour winds. Even if there's not a tornado down, you're still going to be facing tornado force winds along a great portion of this line.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so this northern segment, it's on the very northern periphery of our tornado warning, east of the Lowell Charter Township. Velocities are being measured near almost 100 miles per hour, which, again, it's a little bit off the ground, but what we've already seen in Kalamazoo is we haven't really seen much on velocities, but the winds have been crazy. So I definitely wouldn't rule out that the winds are very high just south of Ionia there, coming up on Portland and near I-96. And strongest area of wind is located right in here. And we also could see a tornado with this as it tracks to the east. Further down to the south, they have upgraded the tornado warning for Battle Creek. It is a confirmed tornado. So again, tornado's still in progress here for Battle Creek. And that'll be moving into Waddles Park, Curcio, and eventually going towards Walnut Point and Marshall. And the latest scan, not seeing as much of a debris signature, but if we still have a tornado warning or a tornado on the ground, it's going to be over near Waddles Park. Moving to the east. Oops. Thank you, Chloe, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So that Battle Creek tornado warning did just go observed in perfect timing because I think we actually had a handoff to a northern circulation, but the southern circulation is not off the ground yet. So there may be twin tornadoes around Battle Creek right now.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there actually could be 2 tornadoes with this storm right now. It's notable that the velocities, this is still 4 minutes old, or now this is now. Oh, man, that's not good. This is likely going to be a strong tornado. We have a small CC drop right now in Penfield. So we may have actually had twin tornadoes in the last minute or two. This is a brand new tornado that has dropped north of Battle Creek. The initial tornado that we had was in Battle Creek. That one is occluding by the looks of it. So a brand new tornado is now forming over the north side of Penfield. And this one could be significant. The velocities are already pretty strong right now, moving into Bellevue, Olviet, and heading up towards I-69, and eventually going towards Charlotte and Brookfield. We'll have another update in about a minute on radar, but that looks significant. And I would guess that this is a strong tornado if we have one. Velocities are very strong right now over Penfield. Yeah, it does look like twins. I think we have two different tornadoes again in progress right now. I think this right here is some sort of contamination. So that northern one's not a tornado, but the other one that has just dropped is right here north of Battle Creek. Coming up on I-69 in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, Craig, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. For helping to keep my Grand Rapids family safe. I'm glad I can help. This is live. Yes, this is a live stream. In a shocking turn of events, Kalamazoo looks normal. Kalamazoo looked nowhere near normal for like the last hour or two. It actually looks normal now. Now there's still some lightning, but I mean, like, there's no wind. It's actually kind of crazy. I mean, I'm not. If you guys have not been watching the stream for the last like 20 or 30 minutes, Kalamazoo has literally had nonstop winds for about a half an hour. It was quite the sight to see. Apparently, there is a report in Kalamazoo, a wind report in just south of Kalamazoo near Portage of 66-mile-per-hour winds, which honestly sounds low with what we saw. I feel like it was higher than that, but nonetheless, that storm was crazy. All right. New radar scan has just come in. Looks like we still have a tornado coming up on Bellevue right now. This is about a cross outside of our tornado warning. So all of it, and as well as Bellevue, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We may have a tornado coming up onto your area in the next couple minutes. Brookfield, Eaton Rapids, you're also in the path of this. Waiting for velocities to update. The northern segment of storms near Portland, as Riley alluded to, this is a significant threat of damaging winds right now moving in the direction of Portland. Could be as high as 80-mile-per-hour winds moving right along I-96, coming up on Portland, going towards Grand Ledge, DeWitt, and Lansing, and St. John's. So still a significant line of storms right now moving to the east. And this is our latest radar scan on our confirmed tornado. Again, this is a new tornado that has formed that is just south of Belleville, and velocities are still pretty strong here. Area of convergence right now over 13 mile drive or 13 mile road. Gonna be moving into the south side of Belleville and then crossing I-69 in about 4 or 5 minutes. So still a tornado in progress here, moving up towards all of it. Thank you, Toon, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for Eaton County in Michigan. It's a large one, just outside of Lansing. Charlotte, all of it, Eaton Rapids, all included in this. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So Lansing, you're not technically included, or at least most of Lansing's not included, but, I mean, for the record, you're not far from this. It's literally about to be on your doorstep. Hey, Tyler, sorry, for coming in, for the super chat. I cannot speak. Albion? Let me look where Albion is real quick. Albion, you are, I mean, you're not really in the path of a tornado right at this moment, even though you're in the tornado warning. If we get a new tornado here, that would be in path for Albion. Again, the main concern right now is this right here, near all of it. All of it, I cannot speak. That is an active tornado. The one that we had before went through Battle Creek, and that one has been weaker over the last few scans, but it could recycle and drop a new one here. We'll have another radar scan in approximately 30 seconds to a minute. You drop some max velocity lore? I don't have a girlfriend. That's probably the only lore. I don't know if that's lore. Thank you, Sonic, for the super chat. Ann Arbor chances. Ann Arbor is still about an hour and a half away from severe weather. The main concern should be damaging winds. According to Scanner, there are multiple funnel clouds near Belleville. Also, in Battle Creek, we just had a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust reported from the ASOS, which is an airport measurement tool, before going offline. That was the peak wind gust measured. So that is what went through Kalamazoo, by the way. 76-mile-per-hour wind gust reported there. All right, latest radar scan. I'm not seeing as much of a debris signature anymore. There's still a little CC drop, but it's not much. Could get a new tornado, though, at some point here soon. No tornado on the northern stuff right now. It's a lot of wind, but still significant. I mean, this entire line, I can't stress it enough, we still have significant damaging winds across the entire line and embedded tornadoes that could literally happen in between radar scans. So still a dangerous situation right now heading towards Lansing. Can you check Jackson? Let me see where Jackson is. Jackson will be mostly wind. I think the tornado risk will be the greatest out of this segment here over the next hour. Like, this is the main area to watch for a tornado threat. Aside from that, I mean, there's damaging wind potential anywhere else, and there's still a low tornado risk basically anywhere else. All right, Riley's going to take over while I eat for just like a minute. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm basically doing the same thing you are, just sitting here watching this line. There is, of course, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 different areas that could just spin up tornadoes. I brought this up earlier, but I'm going to bring it up again real quick, that we do have a very large area of straight line damaging winds, and even though we do have a tornado warning for this area, we should probably see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued for this area. Hopefully we see that in the next warning update. I doubt that they're going to continue or issue a new tornado warning, so hopefully they do go ahead and upgrade that. We should also see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here near Battle Creek. I would assume that they're probably going to issue a tornado warning instead of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this, but nonetheless, these are both areas of the line that we know are producing at least 70, if not 80 or 90 mile per hour winds. So we definitely need to see more high priority warnings there. Sorry. The other thing to mention is I know we had this tornado watch issue down here in Indiana, and we were kind of skeptical about whether or not this was going to convect. It looks like the spreads were just a little too much. We can still see that it's like 91 or 81 over 70. It's just too hot for any storms to actually exist. So that's exactly what we ended up seeing in Indiana, just like what we thought. We're going to see this line continue off up to the east over the next couple of hours. It'll probably get to Detroit sometime around 1 or 2 a.m. I don't think it is going to be posing too much of a tornado threat at that point, just because it is considerably cooler over there already. And the system is just going to be a little older, so it's going to have a little bit less embedded rotation in it. Nonetheless, it'll still be a damaging thunderstorm and have a bunch of gusty winds. I think we're probably going to continue to see these destructive severe winds as this line continues off to the east over the next few hours. Another update on tomorrow's event. Let me see if I can get the HER pulled up here. I was doing a little bit more analysis on the 0Z HER, and it looks like what happened is there's a little bit of a cap around noon, and that's the reason that we don't see some of this convection go off. You can see it try and go off here around noon in Missouri. Let me zoom in on that actually so we can see it a little better. You can see this try to convect around noon, and then it just doesn't. If we see this cap actually remain in place and then storms break the cap later in the day, that is what is going to probably lead to a high risk like you talked about earlier. But this has just been one model run, so we don't know for sure if that's going to happen. We might not see that cap there. And if it does convect at noon, we're probably only going to see that 10 hatch, maybe a 15 hatch, because there's still a very favorable tornado environment. But tomorrow basically rides on whether or not we see convection in southern Missouri before 2 p.m.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Back to live radar. Again, we've had multiple tornadoes here over the last hour. Speaking of tornadoes, we actually had damage reported back over in Beechwood, Michigan. Tree down on Butternut Drive, north and south of Quincy Street near Holland. That's according to amateur radio. As of about 9:19 p.m., so about an hour ago, tree down over there. We've had a few damage reports, even over near Michigan City as well. Some tree limbs down from our damaging wind threat, in addition to the tornadoes. Right now, we are starting to see rotation intensify yet again, right over all of it in Michigan and another area near Chester and Charlotte. So still have a couple areas of rotation heading up towards Dimondale, Potterville, Eaton Rapids, and eventually going into Lansing. So if you are in this area, definitely continue to stay weather aware. If you are in Lansing, Michigan, you need to be ready to go to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. If you're on the west side of town near Waverly, you're already included in this tornado warning, but I honestly would not be surprised if Lansing is included in a warning here soon. Also, north of Lyons, this is outside of our tornado warning, but we still have an area of rotation near Pewamo, west of Maple Rapids. That's tracking up towards Maple Rapids and Fowler, and that's moving towards 127. This is still able to produce the potential for a tornado, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. No tornado warning on that, though, for right now. And then also back over near Charlotte, pretty strong area of rotation. This one honestly looks stronger than the one that we have back over near all of it. So two different areas of stronger rotation moving to the northeast, heading up towards Lansing. Those are the main two circulations. We have multiple in the line, but those are the main two that could produce a more significant tornado threat. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. I prefer watching you over the news with storms like this. I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Finnegan, also for the super chat. From Prairieville, Michigan, thank you for keeping us and the folks around us updated and safe. I appreciate that. And thank you for the generous super chat. Tomorrow, again, I mean, obviously we're talking about today, but tomorrow is also going to be a significant day. We're going to have a lot of craziness tomorrow. Today was crazy, but tomorrow will probably be crazier. By the way, it's a live shot in Elkhart, Indiana. Winds are starting to pick up. There we go. It's Elkhart, Indiana. Nothing severe in Indiana right now, but some strong storms producing some gusty winds. We had an Amtrak train pass by this area earlier, which is very unrelated to what we're even talking about, but nonetheless, it looks like out there right now. Keep that bottom right of your screen. This is not a CC drop, that is clear air contamination. So not a tornado there east of Marshall. I think the tornado risk in this tornado warning for Albion and Marshall is much lower. It's not zero, but it's lower. I think the main corridor for tornadoes right now is anything in this general area moving to the east. We have a lot of, again, there's a lot of areas that we could still see tornadoes in, like right here. Like there's a lot of different areas that we can get little spin up tornadoes in, and they might not be warned, which is why I can't urge enough. Like, you need to be in your safe place, even if you're in one of these severe warnings, because of the damaging wind threat, in addition to the potential for embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms that might go unwarned. Because again, there's some instances where a tornado happens that could happen in between radar scans. And, you know, we have no way of really telling on radar sometimes when that happens. So these are really the two most definitive areas of rotation on radar right now, which are both coming up towards Lansing. I think we just got a new tornado watch as well. Yeah, we just got a new tornado watch. Don't have the watch box yet, but there's a new tornado watch. Riley, when that comes out, give it to me. The new tornado watch until 5 a.m. I think that's gonna be for Eastern Michigan, so we'll have that in a second. Hey, Eric, for the super chat. I mean, Southern Michigan could at least see wind, but I don't think the tornado risk is that high down here. Like, this will be mostly wind with this segment of storms that's basically clipping the Indiana and Michigan border. Riveting coverage. I don't know if I've ever had anybody say that before, but thank you. Also, shout out to Emily with...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
For a second. We have another
Seek
confirmed
shelter
tornado.
immediately.
They've just upgraded the tornado warning west of Lansing to confirmed. This is an observed tornado via radar. I'm guessing it's that right there near Potterville. So yeah, oh, there you go. There's the velocities update. Tornado in progress near Potterville. This is a brand new tornado that has just dropped. Velocities are pretty strong right now over the northwest side of Potterville near I-69. This is tracking literally up towards Lansing right now. So if you are in Lansing, you need to be ready to be in your safe place. Again, potentially a strong tornado. We don't know for sure yet, but there's definitely a tight area of rotation, little CC drop here at least to begin with, and this could easily produce a strong tornado as it moves up towards Lansing over the next few minutes. Coming up on I-96 in about 3 minutes. And then also our southern rotation, that could still produce a tornado near Eaton Rapids. No tornado warning right now for Lansing, but again, I think one could definitely be issued for this area at any moment. Thank you, Abby, for the super chat. Anybody driving back to Kalamazoo from Chicago and any travel risk? Not really. You'll probably be fine. Most of the storms have already happened. Thank you, Emily, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. From Battle Creek, Michigan. If you're over in Lansing, be ready again for a potential tornado threat. At the minimum, high winds will be moving to Lansing over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Clinton and Gratoit counties in Michigan. I'll pop up here in a second. One of the most defined surges of wind you'll ever see on radar. That's very defined. Sharp contrast between our winds here across the entire line of storms west of Lansing. New tornado warning is going to be for Ithaca, Newark, Wheeler, Alma, Sumner. This is really the main area of rotation. It's west of St. John's, coming up on 127 and 57. Just south of Newark and south of Ithaca, south of Alma and Wheeler. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. All right, here's the new tornado watch that was just issued. This is again for eastern Michigan. So Detroit is included in this. Flint, just south of Houghton Lake. They're all included in this new tornado watch. Goes until 5 a.m. Eastern time. We go back down to the south here. Here's the latest radar scan near Lansing, Michigan. We still have a tornado in progress. Doesn't look really that strong here, but we do have debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. Tornado still coming towards I-69 and 96 in the next minute or two. It'll cross into the southwest side of Lansing, just south of Waverly, and this tornado should continue to track up into Lansing if it does stay on the ground. I'm waiting for the velocities to update, but I would assume that they're still strong enough here for there to be a tornado continuing, going up towards Lansing and East Lansing. That last debris signature was uncomfortably close to where my grandmother lives. Yeah, there's a lot of people that live in these areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Unfortunately, I mean, hopefully this lifts beforehand, but I mean, this is literally going into a very populated area. We have a new tornado warning for Ingham County in Michigan. I believe that's going to be Lansing. Pop up here in a second. Yeah, so all Lansing, you're now in a tornado warning, not surprising. Main area of rotation, again, is on the southwest side of Lansing. This is where we do have a confirmed tornado. It's about to cross over the interstates, and then it'll be moving into the south and west side of Lansing over the next few minutes. Again, if you have any friends or family in Lansing, feel free to share the stream with them. At least give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to their safe place, because we do have a tornado in progress that'll be moving into the city of Lansing over the next few minutes, assuming that it stays on the ground. And this is a very populated area. And again, keep in mind that it is currently 11:35. There are probably people sleeping right now that have no clue that this tornado is even happening right now. So it's a good idea to reach out to anybody that you might know, as this is, again, a pretty populated area. The other radar site actually shows really strong mid-level rotation as well. It's a little bit more aloft. It actually has velocities around 105 miles per hour, but keep in mind that's pretty far off the ground. Even our closer radar site showing 80 mile per hour velocities, so pretty significant storm right now riding up into Lansing. Also, the southern rotation near Eaton Rapids is broad, not as strong as before. And rotation's ramping up near Fowler, heading up towards Maple Rapids, Ashley, and Elsie, just west of St. John, or St. John's. Also got a little couplet trying to form there west of DeWitt. That could also try to drop something. I'll have another radar scan in a second. The tornado is currently tracking up towards Lansing. That cat is running all over the place. Surprised it's not a PDS tornado warning for Lansing. Well, I mean, the velocities aren't even strong enough for that. Same thing with the CC signature. My opinion, this isn't PDS worthy. It's not. I don't think this is a strong tornado, but I do think it's probably at least a tornado. Can't rule out it's a strong tornado, but it doesn't really reminisce as a strong tornado to me. Latest radar scan still showing the tornado in progress. It's now moving into the west side of Lansing. So that tornado now crossing over I-496 on the south side of Waverly, the west side of Lansing. Coming up towards Lady Hill, Willow, Old Forest, River Forest, Old Town, Greencroft Park. It's also going into Bretton Woods and Edgemount Park. So tornado is still in progress here. This could come right into the downtown area of Lansing over the next few minutes as well. Thank you, William, for the $20 super chat. Flying into Charlotte, North Carolina tomorrow around cocktail hour. Any bad weather I should be worried about? I don't think so. I graduated from Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach, Florida. Thank you, Bones, for the super chat. Mostly wind, Bones. Very low tornado risk anywhere near Detroit. Look at this. Back up near Maple Rapids. Possible tornado dropping right now near Maple Rapids. We got a pretty tight area of convergence couplet developing there. About to be crossing over Highway 127 here in a few minutes, just south of 57. It's also going to be tracking in the direction of Brant, just west of Chesaning, south of Wheeler. Hey, clips of the sewer chat. Driving down to St. Louis tomorrow from Milwaukee, leaving around 3 o'clock. Should I be worried? I mean, I wouldn't be too concerned because a lot of the storms will be already happening and they'll already be done by the time you even get down there. So you're leaving at 3 o'clock Eastern or 3 o'clock PM. I mean, you'll probably not really run into much. Thank you, Salazar, for the super chat. Portland, Michigan. Let me look where that is real quick. We're getting more damage reports as well. Portland, you're good. We are getting more damage reports. Another one coming out of Battle Creek, Michigan. There's a report of multiple mature trees down and broken branches 2 blocks north and west of Capitol Avenue and Columbia Avenue. That's a new report. We had upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds and a potential tornado there as well. We had a debris signature on radar at the time. Where's my cat, bro? Where's she meowing from? What the heck? Give me 1 second. Sorry, my cat is meowing in like a really weird place. I never had that happen before. She was like literally in her cat tower, nowhere near me, and she just started meowing. All right, whatever I was just saying. Yeah, we had multiple TDS signatures, one of which was south. I don't know if we had one southwest of Kalamazoo, but we definitely had one near Battle Creek, so that matches up. All right, back over to Lansing. This is the latest radar scan. It looks like whatever tornado we had has now weakened. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be that right there on the southwest side of Lansing. But again, very small debris signature, likely a weak tornado. No matter what, though, you should be in your safe place. All right, because this is still a
new tornado warning has been issued.
Either we have a tornado, we have some sort of debris still in the atmosphere, or at the minimum, we still have damaging winds moving across Lansing around 70 miles per hour. Brand new tornado warning for Saginaw Bay and Midland counties in Michigan. This one is all the way back up to the north. Midland, Bay City, Beaver, and Pinconning. You're included in this warning. This is your main area of rotation. It's all kind of rain wrapped right now near Highway 20 coming up on Midland, going towards Beaver and I-75 over the next few minutes. We're somehow up to 6 tornado warnings, which is kind of hard to believe. Literally have 6 tornado warnings right now. Thank you, Susan, for becoming a member. It's been a pretty crazy threat of severe weather moving through Michigan tonight. I'll wait for another radar scan here in just a moment. In Detroit, am I safe? You are not safe in Detroit. Still got a line of storms coming at you here in the next hour or so. By the way, we could actually, this is south of Lansing. We had a tornado go through the west side of Lansing over the last few minutes. We have 2 more areas of rotation just to the east of Eaton Rapids and another one south of I-96. Those are both going to be capable of producing a threat of a tornado here. Moving up towards Williamston and I-96. So watch out for this. Again, 2 different tornadoes trying to drop here, moving towards I-96 as we speak. This tornado warning is far from over trying to produce tornadoes. Thank you, John, for the super chat. More cat info? There's no cat info. She's just sleeping. Thank you, Steve, for the super chat. Power going on and off in Lansing. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there are going to be power flat. There probably will be power outages, you know, with this line. Keep in mind that it's not just a tornado risk. I want to stress this. Like, it's not just the tornado threat, but we have wind. that is across a very large area. This is almost widespread damaging winds right now across central Michigan. You can literally see the velocities and how sharp of a divide there is between all these bright yellows and the very dull reds. That is a very high contrast of high winds that is moving across Lansing, Holt, and even near Jackson. So this should continue as a risk, and I do think that significant damaging winds are going to continue to cause problems with power outages and trees falling down, power lines coming down, all that stuff. So, keep that in mind. And already, this is kind of crazy, but I mean, we already have 180,000 customers without power across Michigan. The bulk of those are in Southwest Michigan, and this number is only going to climb. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So if you've not already done so, have that preparedness kit ready to go with flashlights ready to go. Charge up your phones, iPads, whatever light devices you have, because there is a chance that you have power outages tonight in your general area, especially if you're in central Michigan. Latest radar scan back over here near Lansing. We have a strong area of rotation near Leslie coming up on Dansville and Stockbridge. And then we also have one near Holt that's coming up on Williamston and Weberville, and another one on the east side of Lansing that's going to be going into Williamston. We have another one just out to St. John's as well that we're keeping an eye on. And a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Flint and Owosso for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, and a tornado possible label is on this. Some massive line of storms moving across Michigan. I'm not gonna lie, I expected tornadoes and wind across Michigan, but I definitely didn't think it'd be this widespread. This has been a bit more widespread than I expected for the wind threat. What's the timing for Southern Illinois tomorrow? We talked about it in today's video, but we will have a video early tomorrow morning talking all about it. I also briefly touched on it earlier in the stream. Go back to Lansing. If you are in Lansing, I would give it about another... I would honestly, if you're in Lansing, I know you're not like where the rotation is anymore, but I would still give this a good like 15 minutes, because what we had in Kalamazoo was literally 30 minutes of wind. As long as you hear the wind howling, and even if you don't hear it howling, I would still be in your safe place away from windows. We got a new scan that has just come in. Gonna wait for the velocities to update. I don't see a debris signature anywhere right now, but I'm waiting to see if the velocities have anything crazy. The strongest rotation is right now in our Lansing tornado warning, which is now coming up on Williamston and Fowlerville over the next 10 minutes or so. Thank you, Canton, for the super chat. Thanks for the coverage from rural St. John's. Still warm and wild out here. Yeah, it's been, honestly, I wish we had more cameras in Michigan. Like, if we had more, it'd be actually, like, I'm just saying, like, there aren't as many cameras as people think in Michigan, at least that we can use on the stream. And if we even had, like, a couple more in some of these cities, like, it would be perfect. Be able to at least get a better gauge of the wind. And no storm chasers really chased in Michigan today, mainly because of the late night threat of this. It wasn't really like a daytime threat. Hey, Monica, for becoming a member. Welcome to the velocities. This is the latest velocity scan. Strongest rotation still over Leslie. Coming up on Dansville and Stockbridge in Michigan. Still have an area of convergence as well right along I-96. This is currently tracking towards Fowlerville, Osceola Township, and eventually going towards the Tyrone Township and Heartland Township. So you guys are in the path of this here over the next little while. And then further to the north, we still have a couple of other areas of stronger rotation, one east of St. John's and another one near Highway 57 that's tracking towards Sanning and Brant and Owasso. So we may get a new tornado warning. We'll see. I would keep, honestly, I think severe thunderstorm warning is probably fine for this area, but if for some reason one of these couplets does strengthen again, we could get a new tornado warning up there. Is anybody currently tuning in from Lansing, by the way? I'm just curious. Anybody seeing, or at least hearing about the high winds or seeing them? I'm guessing they're pretty high still there right now. No longer any confirmed tornadoes, by the way. It's actually quite a bit of you here from Lansing. These are the two main areas of rotation right now on the Lansing tornado warning. It is currently radar indicated, again, for Ingham County in Michigan. We have 3 tornado warnings right now. This is probably the main one that we have. The other 2 are a little bit broader. Somebody from East Lansing said they saw power flashes. Many people are saying they still have power in Lansing, which is good. Power out in parts of Lansing. Thank you, MB, for the super chat. How's Hamburg? Thanks, Sharon, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Hamburg, Michigan should be mainly wind. Again, I'm honestly the most concerned with this entire line of storms. I'm the most concerned about basically this entire segment right here, because we really have a large area that's been cleared out and out in front of this where we can get a strong inflow, which means that we could get tornadoes a little bit easier than the stuff that's further north where there's just a lot more convection out in front of the line. So generally speaking, with our environment, like the greatest tornado threat is probably going to be coming right up towards that area in the next 30 minutes, assuming that we don't get any convection that really bubbles up out in front of this. And it's crazy, but I mean, even this is the latest radar scan, just came in now. Still have a strong area of rotation just northeast of Leslie, Michigan, moving towards Stockbridge. And I would only have to assume that we're going to get a tornado warning for the Hamburg area here soon. This is also a closer up radar site, which still shows that rotation south of Dansville. And then further north, it looks, again, still a bit broader. Nothing too strong up there. But, I mean, we legitimately could see tornadoes in any of these areas. There are several areas of rotation across basically this entire line right now. But these storms have now made it to about the halfway point of Michigan. They've made it about halfway through Michigan now. Thank you, Scott, for the super chat. This went right over my house in West Lansing. Thanks so much for the dose. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, I think there was at least some sort of weak tornado on the west side of Lansing. This was from earlier. From Tornado Pagey back over near Chicago. Oops, just lost it. Some of the Cheetos clouds. That's what we call Cheetos clouds. When we get this little orange tinge from the sunset. Pretty big cumulonimbus clouds. Decent lightning right there as well. Looks like an accident, too, on the left side of the road here earlier, too. Some sort of accident. A little lightning there near Chicago earlier. This is as of 10:40 p.m., we do have a report in Waverly, Michigan. Spotter reports power flashes near the Major Distribution Center off Crates Road. A tornado debris signature on radar. So, yeah, we definitely had a tornado southwest of Lansing, but that just goes to verify it a little bit more there. Meyer, thank you. Thank you, Joey, for the super chat. Bluesfield, Michigan. I don't see Bluesfield, Michigan on here. It's not popping up on my search thing. Hey, City Lock for the super chat. Lunar Pier, or Luna Pier. Luna Pier, probably going to see a little bit of wind potential in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Aside from that, the severe weather threat is mainly going to be wind. Very low tornado risk. This is what it looks like right along the Indiana and Michigan border. We haven't talked much about this, and it's really for a reason. There hasn't really been much organized here. But I would expect mainly a wind threat across this line as it continues to push east. Low tornado risk as well, but very low tornado risk in my opinion. We have not had a tornado warning or really any rotation in this general vicinity for well over an hour now. Everything's basically been either around or just north of I-94. Stay safe, NL. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Captain, for the becoming a member as well. All right, this is the latest radar scan. Still have an area of strong rotation coming up on Stockbridge and Marion Township. Still have rotation as well over Williamston. That one's not been as strong as it was before. And then our northern tornado warning, I don't think is going to go for much longer. The one near Midland actually still has a meso west of Midland in Michigan. That's going to be moving into the Beaver, Cauquelin, and Bay City areas in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're in that tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place as that continues to move east-northeast. They are issuing severe thunderstorm warnings well out in front of the line. Flint's in a severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Genoa, Hamburg, Rochester Hills, just northwest of Detroit. You're also in a severe warning well ahead of time for damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. Can Lansing go back to bed? You can go back to bed. I think you're all right now. It should be getting a bit calmer. If you still hear the winds, if you still see the winds, I would probably stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. Because again, the winds have been pretty intense even behind the storms. Or on the backside of the storms, I should say. Hey, Jared, for the super chat. What do you think about Traverse City? I think Traverse City's already done. There are some strong storms off to your east, but the tornado threat and even severe threat in general is pretty low. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, still two strong areas of rotation. One near Williamston, the other one more southeast of Lansing, coming up on Stockbridge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Saginaw County in Michigan. That'll pop up in a second. They Rebel for the super chat. Lost power 3 times. Definitely going to be power outages. That is for sure. There will definitely be power outages. They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on the northern line of the storms, which is interesting. This is going to be for Saginaw, Brant, Chesaning, Swan Creek, Taymouth, and Frankenmuth. I'm saying any of those names right. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. There's really not much here, in my opinion. There's a little bit of rotation west of Brant, maybe a little bit over Brant, but it really isn't much. I'm not super duper concerned about this storm area right now, but I'd stay in your safe place just in case we get a spin-up tornado. And we still have strong rotation coming up on Fowlerville, Genoa, Unadilla, and Brighton Township. And we should get a new tornado warning for this area within the next couple minutes, if I had to guess. Thank you, Don, for the super chat. By the way, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's the weather app we've been using throughout the entire stream today. Has tons of features and lots of customizability, including our live radar feed. You can customize the colors of watches, warnings, all that good stuff. Additionally, there's a bunch of storm reports that populate inside the app. You got buoy data, literally can look at METAR data, all sorts of really cool stuff that all basically is weather data across the board. Also, if you become a subscriber inside the app, you get satellite data, in addition to computer models and a lot more. And there's also lots of storm chasers inside the app, and we may or may not have more chasers being added to the app very soon. So if you want to check it out, again, it's Radar Omega, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Hey, you Drunken for the super chat. I've been wanting to buy a cam for my roof here in Fowlerville, Michigan to go on Omega since there isn't much here in Michigan. I mean, you could probably contact them. I don't see why you couldn't. Definitely reach out. They might add it. I would keep an eye on this right here, southeast of Battle Creek. Got a little area of rotation maybe trying to come together there. I'm looking at the other radar site. Doesn't look as impressive, but there might be a little bit of rotation there near Albion that's attempting to come together. I'll give it a low chance of actually producing a tornado in the near term, but just something to keep an eye on back over near Jackson. A report from somebody in the chat of a power flash in Hazlitt. Do you think Ohio's going to be hit? I've said it a lot. I don't think so. And honestly, I want to point out too, the tornado watch was canceled for most of Indiana. It's just a little sliver here of northern Indiana that's still included in the watch. But yeah, I personally don't think we're going to see a whole lot when it comes to our severe risk in Ohio. If we have anything severe, it'll be mostly up near Toledo, Bowling Green, perhaps back over near the Bedford Township, which is actually Michigan, but kind of just in this general area to be the main area to watch for. This is our latest radar scan. Still a strong area of rotation near Stockbridge. We've not had any confirmed tornadoes probably for about 25 minutes now. The last time we had a tornado was on the southwest side of Lansing. This is by far the strongest area of rotation. We should get a new tornado warning for Genoa and Hamburg in the next few minutes. Our northern storms really not rotating as much. Again, it's been mostly wind across the board up here. Despite there being tornado warnings, haven't seen anything super concerning. There's a little area of rotation near Owasso. I think the biggest thing is with these northern storms that are up near Saginaw, that like the clearing here is really the biggest thing. We have a lot of convection out in front of the northern segment of our line, but if we get more clearing, it'll allow for a stronger inflow, and we definitely could see a stronger tornado threat come out of this line as it moves into Chesaning, Taymouth, and as well as Swan Creek and Frankenmouth, or Moth, whatever it's pronounced. So continue to stay weather aware. I think the general thinking here is that we'll probably continue to see this convection clearing more to the north. Should promote a slightly more elevated tornado threat around and just south of Saginaw in the next 30 minutes. We should get a new tornado warning at any moment for,
a new tornado
for Fowlerville,
warning has been
and they
issued.
just issued one. So new tornado warning for Livingston County in Michigan. Pop up here in just a second. All right, new tornado warnings going to be for Fowlerville, Brighton Township, Genoa, Hamburg, and Unadilla. This is radar indicated rotation. Again, nothing confirmed as of right now, but the main area of rotation is just to the northwest of Unadilla, coming up towards Hamburg, Genoa, Brighton Township, and we still have an area of rotation northwest of Fowlerville as well. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Riley, I don't even think that's on. I think it's off. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat asking about Port Huron, Michigan. Look it up. You should be mainly wind over there. Tornado risk should be pretty low. Back over near Port Huron. I'm just going to stay zoomed out. We're up to 5 tornado warnings yet again. We'll be back down to 3 in approximately 12 minutes or less, depending on if they cancel the warnings or not. No new damage reports here in the last little bit, but again, power outages are on the rise. We've had a lot of power outages across Michigan. We're up to now 238,000 customers without power, according to poweroutage.us. As a reminder, if you're anywhere out in front of this line, make sure that you're putting flashlights next to your bed or wherever you're at right now. Put them near you, because power is definitely going to go out for some of you tonight with the high winds that we have, in addition to the tornado threat. iPhones, charge those up if you've not already. Laptops, any source of light in general. I would be, making sure that you have those all charged up and ready to go, or ready to go. Closed-toed shoes isn't a bad idea, especially since there could be some more tornadoes over the next hour or two before this eventually moves into the, kind of going towards Ontario. Latest radar scan, we got a bit more of a hook echo now near Stockbridge. Velocities have actually tightened here near Unadilla, coming up on Marion Township. So this is definitely still the most concerning storm that we have. I mean, there's still many areas of rotation, but this is definitely the one that stands out to me the most. Going up into Plainfield, Bullis Crossing, and Putnam Township are in the immediate path of this in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Hey, Felicia for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I think the general main concern again is damaging winds. Still a tornado or two being possible, but hopefully you can get to his safe place if there's any sort of high winds or a tornado warning in that area. Thank you, AJ, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Pronunciations can be a struggle sometimes. Definitely need to keep a close eye on the Stockbridge storm. Has the most potential in my opinion. It's going in the direction of the north side of Detroit here pretty soon. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. How about North Texas? North Texas? Doing taxes in the north? No, North Texas, nothing happening there. Maybe low chance of severe weather tomorrow. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We will be live again tomorrow. We're obviously live right now, but we'll be live again tomorrow with in-depth severe weather coverage. Additionally, we will also have a probably a video tomorrow morning, if I had to guess. And we're obviously live right now, so, you know, lots of weather stuff coming up over the next 7 days. As I've already mentioned, tomorrow is going to be a big day. I don't see why tomorrow will not be a severe weather outbreak at the minimum, if not a tornado outbreak. In case you guys haven't already seen, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for tomorrow across a fairly large area. I just want to quickly run through this just for a brief moment, then we'll go back to radar. But this is what it looks like right now. As I've mentioned a few times in today's stream, I do think we'll have an upgrade to a 15% tornado risk in our outlook tomorrow morning to include parts of Illinois and Missouri. This reminds me a lot of May 26th of 2024, has a lot of reminiscent feelings here. I do think strong long track tornadoes, damaging winds that could be widespread and very large hail is likely. So again, be ready for this. It looks like a really long day here on Friday. We have a tornado in progress near Fowlersville. So a new tornado has just dropped. This is a little debris signature back over near Chohakta Center, moving towards Deer Creek, Deerfield Center, and Oak Grove. You're in the path of this. So again, a brand new tornado has just dropped. Another little QLCS tornado spin up, kind of embedded here in our line, moving towards the Chohakta area, just south of Byron. I still think we're not far from a tornado dropping near Unadilla. Also, velocities have strengthened near Brant, going up towards Saginaw. So if you're in Saginaw, definitely stay weather aware. Hey, AJ, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, we do have it looks like a tornado, probably a weak one, maybe a small one, coming up towards Chocotah, just west of Oak Grove. Still strong rotation near Unadilla. And then, as I mentioned before, there's more rotation off to the north. We actually have some rotation in kind of our prefrontal storms as well near Flushing. So right over the town of Flushing. A little bit of rotation. It's a little bit more out in front of our line. So we'll have to keep an eye on that going towards Clio and Mount Morris. South of Flint, mostly wind right now. We'll wait for another radar scan. They're every 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you, Guy, for the super chat. Mount Morse, am I cooked? I will not say the word cooked. I don't think you're cooked, but I do think damaging winds will be the main concern. As I just pointed out, there's a little bit of rotation near Flushing, but I don't think it's imminent. But it's something to keep an eye on. Live camera in Flint or Saginaw? I don't have any camera. We don't have any more cameras, I don't think, in Eastern Michigan. There's one more near Detroit, but I don't think it's online right now. All right. Latest radar scan just came in. And yeah, we still have a little CC signature near Chowictaw. Come up on Deer Creek and Deerfield Center. So still a little... that was, again, a brief tornado that just happened in the last couple scans. Looks like a little bit of debris. Still in the atmosphere. Possibly a tornado still near Choctaw Center. Yeah, nothing really crazy here. It's pretty much... It looks like fields here. Maybe a few homes possibly in the track here. But very weak tornado by the looks of it on radar. Back near Unadilla. Still no tornado here. The velocities have been strong here for quite some time. Coming up on the Hamburg Township, Green Oak Township, and Brighton Township near I-96. And the latest scan on the Flushing rotation is broader, so that's good news. Still some rotation northeast of Brant, going up towards Saginaw. Yeah, again, we did have a brief tornado, it looks like, just near Choctaw, but it's now... It might still be on the ground, but it does not look as significant as before. We have another tornado report back over near Waverly on the southwest side of Lansing, where we did have a tornado about 45 minutes ago. There's a semi-truck that is overturned on Millet Highway between South Canal Road and South Creitz Road. Location is within the tornado debris signature on radar. So another tornado report there, at least some damage on the southwest side of Lansing, which obviously is a much more populated area here in central southern Michigan. There's yet again another damage report there. Thank you, Captain Obvious, for the $20 super chat. How's Vassar, Michigan? Lansing is cooked. Lansing is done. I'd say Vassar is mainly wind. Tornado threat will probably be a bit more elevated over the next hour, further to the north in our Boeing segment. Got a lot more clearing up here near Flint, so I think maybe an isolated tornado or two in this general area for the next hour or so. Keep in mind that a lot of the tornadoes that we've been seeing are quick. We've had a couple that have been on the ground for more than 5 minutes, but most of them are less than 5 minutes. So they're quick, and they're a lot of the time on the weaker side too. So that's kind of the expectation with a lot of our storms right now. But it doesn't mean that's going to happen for every storm that we have. But that's just generally how today's gone so far. Thank you, Kendra, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kazi, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Just gonna stay zoomed out until our next radar scan. Driving through West Virginia and Ohio, will this affect my drive? I think you'll be okay. The majority of your storms will be to your south and west, I think. But there's definitely can't rule out a storm on your path from West Virginia to the Lansing area. It's a lot of lightning. We've had plenty of lightning. Kalamazoo, I'm not sure if there's still been a lot of lightning here as of lately, but we had a lot of lightning earlier going through Kalamazoo and really high winds. And also on the radar Omega lightning detection, you can still see there's been plenty of lightning here recently. It's still actively happening. All right, we have multiple areas of rotation still. This is the latest radar scan. Main areas of rotation in northern Michigan. We got one going up into Saginaw. Really broad rotation everywhere near Bay City right now. We have another couple developing near Taymouth that's going to be going towards Frankenmuth and near I-75. And then further down to the south, we have many areas of rotation that are forming right along our line just to the west of Grand Blanc. I would say the biggest concern with this is damaging winds, but there is a chance also for a tornado or two as this continues to push east, just to the north and west of Genoa. And then further down to the south, we still have an area of rotation that's been going for literally probably an hour now, going to Hamburg Township and as well as the Green Oak Township. That one's been close again to producing a tornado for quite some time, but it has not yet produced one. And then we've had some prefrontal storms that have been mostly just wind. Tornado risk should be pretty low out of everything that's in this kind of batch here. We've had some prefrontal storms forming here, and they've been mostly wind, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated spin-up tornado, but definitely wind for the main concern. Yeah, if you're over in Detroit, be ready. Again, Detroit has a storm overhead right now. That's not severe. I think Detroit, your main concern will be this batch of storms near Jackson, which has been mostly a lot of lightning and wind for the last, like, hour or two. Not really anything tornadic with that this entire time. Max, you're still here? I mean, we've only been live for 8 hours and 46 minutes. This isn't anything. This is light work. Tomorrow could be 12 hours, maybe even longer. You never know. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Still are at 3 tornado warnings. No new tornado warnings as of right now. Hey, Fudge for the super chat. Will you meteorologist Max Velocity be live tomorrow night? Local weather says threat of tornadoes south central borderline East Tennessee. We are going to have probably a tornado outbreak tomorrow, and we will be live. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. It's going to be a long day, I think, tomorrow. I am going to double check the timing really quickly. I do think there's enough time for me to upload a video tomorrow morning. I got to double check, though. Storm should start firing off right around 1 o'clock. So, yeah, we're going to have a video tomorrow morning, I think. I think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. One thing that I do want to point out is back over in Kentucky and Tennessee, right around 6, 7, 8 in the morning, we could have actually multiple supercells out there early in the day. You get a sounding on one of these. We could see a tornado out of one of these too. Even through late morning. Tomorrow afternoon looks crazy. At least the ARRR, it's showing a really crazy looking setup tomorrow. Looks like mostly wind. Hail, maybe an isolated tornado or two in the morning. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. I thought you ordered food. I did order food, but I haven't been able to eat it. After the stream, I'm eating it. Basically how it works. All right, this is the latest radar scan. Still have rotation right now near Linden, west of Fenton. Coming up towards 23. Grand Blanc and I-475's in the path of that. Still have rotation near Taymouth as well, and Saginaw. Nothing on the ground again as of right now, but we've had multiple areas of rotation. Any of these could produce tornadoes basically at any time as this continues to move towards Flint and Detroit. Thank you, Spidey, for the super chat. Farmington. Farmington, Michigan, mainly going to be wind. Still a low tornado risk as this line moves into your area. We've had... What the heck? Okay, that was weird. The map has just... Alright, what just happened? Alright, let me try to refresh my radar real quick. What I was about to say is that it should be mostly wind. We've had some convection out in front of the line that I think is starting to kind of provide some rain, cool air, and stability to the atmosphere. So I think this line of storms that's formed out in front of it is going to limit the tornado risk back over near Detroit. Just from what we're seeing. We have another report over in Eden, Michigan of a semi-truck that is flipped over on US 127 near Barnes Street south of Mason. Another damage report there. No old man desktop background anymore. There's no old man desktop background anymore. Hey, Don, for the super chat. Do I also cover hurricanes? We do cover hurricanes. My ears are popping in Flushing, Michigan. Really? There might be a little bit of a pressure drop. There isn't... I don't think there's a tornado here, but we do have strong rotation just to the south of Birch Run. In Flushing, it should be mostly wind here. Don't see anything tornadic, but we definitely have rotation that's stronger near Montrose. Thank you, Luke, for the super chat. How do you feel about Bowling Green, Kentucky in the morning and Nashville in the afternoon? I think Bowling Green in the morning, hail, wind, isolated tornado, and then the afternoon, Nashville could have pretty much all hazards of severe weather. Thank you, Robert, for the very generous super chat. Congrats on graduating. Thanks for all you do. This is for the Cheese Curd Toy and Catnip Fund. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. All right, guys. What we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to continue live coverage, but I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Riley so I can get some sleep, make a video, and presumably be live starting sometime around the early afternoon tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Again, we'll be live most of tomorrow. So subscribe, click the bell icon. And again, you can stay on the stream. You'll be redirected automatically to live coverage with Riley. He's going to continue live coverage for the next hour or so here across Michigan. If you have any questions, you can feel free to ask him. And yeah, just stay on the stream. If for some reason you do not get redirected, if you don't get redirected, click the link in the chat and you'll be redirected to Riley's stream. Or you can look up Mr. Dibble on YouTube. He'll continue live coverage from here. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll see you guys all again in the next one.